It's the question philosophers have been pondering for years. How much money can be made from scrapping a car?
180, 45 quid, 60 quid.
It's all up on offer.
Well, we're about to find out as we challenge two teams of cash-hungry vehicle wreckers to strip a car for parts against the clock.
Look.
Deals get heated,
I'm not happy.
cars get dismembered,
Oh.
and sometimes it's all a bit too much.
I feel a bit sick.
Hold on tight. It's all going to get a bit moody as we challenge our two teams to turn the biggest profit by breaking a gangster getaway. In 1911, a Paris bank raid saw the Delaunay Belleville limousine become the world's first getaway car. During the next 100 years, villains fled the scene of their crimes in an assortment of vehicles. More often than not, a relatively bog-standard-looking body has disguised a monster engine with devilish performance to produce the perfect car for people who enjoy driving fast with a stocking over their head. And who doesn't? This challenge promises to be a smash-and-grab raid. The teams have just 3 days to strip their getaways at this licensed breaker's yard before selling the parts to the highest bidder. The team to turn the biggest profit will be the winners. Vying to be the top firm are two teams of die-hard dismantlers. Certain that they are the main men are Sheldon and George. George Percy is the #1 spanner in this manor.
It's not about ripping everything apart. We got to sell this stuff. You got to know what you're doing. Luckily, I do.
Sheldon Nichols is the deal maker who is too cool to fool.
Charming, flamboyant, adaptable, good-looking, but always modest.
Looking to take them down are Ben and Frankie. Ben Szymanski is the mechanical mastermind.
Selling, it's child's play. Getting the parts off in pristine condition is the hard part.
Leaving Frankie Otway to be the daddy of the deal.
Any monkey can break a motor down. It takes a clever man to go and place the parts and knock the motor out.
With a budget of just £1,200, it's time to get down to business and decide just which gangster getaway will give them a boot full of loot. George and Sheldon are taking their lead from the movies.
Do you reckon the minis in the Italian job count?
Well, not really. I mean, if you're talking gangster getaways in movies, it's got to be Steve McQueen in that Ford Mustang in Bullet.
Oh, that was a heavy
I mean, that
chase.
is a chase, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a wicked chase. But you know what? Have you seen Ronin?
Yeah.
With the Audi A8?
Yes, Transporter 3. That's got the Audi A8.
Yeah.
That is a chase.
Yeah, that was old Jason, wasn't it? Jason Statham.
Jason
Yeah, he
Statham.
smashed it. I've got to agree with you, mate. That is a proper chase. That's heavy. It's the Audi A8.
It's got to be an Audi A8, isn't it?
It's just got that. It's just got that. It's got that thing about it.
The Audi A8 was always a little bit special. Its aluminium space frame body shell had previously been the preserve of elite supercars. Back in 1997, a top-spec one of these bad boys would have set you back nearly 60 grand. Models ranged from a 2.8 to a 4.2-litre four-wheel drive Quattro. The faster models would do 0 to 60 in 7.3 seconds, with a top speed of 155 miles an hour. Today, older A8s attract a wealth of punters looking for bargain basement luxury. And with new spares costing a fortune, there should be plenty of demand for quality second-hand parts.
Hopefully we ain't going to have to go too far out. Hi, good afternoon. I'm ringing about the Audi A8. Is it still available? Can you tell me a little bit more about the car? Is it as good as it looks? Is there any movement on it? Lovely. All right, well, so what you're saying, if I come down, we can throw a few numbers around and hopefully they'll land where we can both be happy. All right, lovely. Cheers, mate.
Sheldon and George have done a bunk to Brackley.
Lovely day for a picnic.
Yeah, if you're a duck.
They've got the heads up on a 1997 2.8-litre Audi A8 with an asking price of £1,200.
Is it?
I hope so, mate.
You can get a lot of late 90s Audi for not a lot of cash. But with new spares and repairs costing a bomb, the current owner, Graham, has decided it's a scrapper.
The Audi belonged to one of our very good customers. He wanted to sell it. We decided to buy it. We were going to dismantle it. We've now got very, very busy, so we're going to sell it as a complete unit.
Tell you what, she's solid.
That's pretty much immaculate in there, look.
Yeah.
Looking around that motor, there's loads of money to be made. I mean, I know there's a few dinks and dents on the panels, but the leather's immaculate. I mean, it's lovely walnut interior. Good engine, I'm sure of that. Listen to that.
Proper.
That's solid, isn't it?
Whenever I buy a car, I always check the gap between the panels and the doors and the wings. Just tells you if it's been in a shunt. Oh, you've got the ASF badge there. Do you know what that is?
Exciting.
Audi space frame, mate. It's what makes them so much lighter. So you can afford to put a 2.8, such a big car, and you've still got a lot of grunt there. Right, let's see what's going on under here.
She's a beast, isn't she? I bet that goes well.
Fingers, mate.
Go on. Sweet, isn't it?
Yeah. You do the honours, mate. I'm going to sit back in style. So the plan was to take you for a test drive. I'm really looking forward to it. Sitting back in a bit of luxury and leather. What have you gone and done? Wouldn't start again. George said he heard a metallic sound from the starter motor when he first started the car up.
I know it cut out on us and it wouldn't start afterwards, but I'm sure that's an immobiliser fault.
It might actually give me a bit of ammunition to knock the geezer down a few quid, because who's going to buy a car that ain't going to start?
Well, you might. Over at Frankie's pristine yet portable office suite, Ben is about to ask Frankie some hypothetical questions.
Right, Frankie. If you wanted to sort of get out of an area, a vicinity, quite quickly, and you needed to carry sort of a large amount of goods, what sort of car would you choose?
What are you trying to say? Spit it out.
Nothing.
Well, you know, if you was going to sort of go about your daily business across the pavement, balaclavaed up, well, then there's only one motor, isn't there? A tranny.
Oh, no way, Frankie. There's no way I am buying a Ford Transit. Not at all, mate.
But if you're not worried about space and you want to sort of get away a bit sharpish, then you've got to go for a Jag, ain't you? You've got to go for a Jag.
Yes, that's it, mate. The gentleman's motor, the Jag, beautiful. XJR, mate. Big engine, big 4-litre supercharged V8. You might be able to place a few of the parts for the sort of kit car people. I think a couple of Cobras use those bits, so yeah, that's not bad.
Well, you know, if it all goes boss-eyed on us and I've got it wrapped round me, then, you know, I might be able to place it to one or two of the chaps.
Oh, the chaps, yeah. Your sort of golfing friends, is it? Right.
Let's go for a Jag and get it over and done with.
Jaguar have produced some classics over the years, and for many, the XJR is up there with the best. When it was launched back in the 1990s, the XJR was the most powerful Jaguar saloon ever. Costing around 51 grand, a top-of-the-range 4-litre V8 pumped out 370 brake horsepower, accelerated from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds, and had a top speed of 155 miles an hour, which rose to 170 without the electronic speed control. With performance like that, it's easy to see why the engine and gearbox from this big cat are going to appeal to the hot rod and kit car brigade. But with a £1,200 budget to play with, are Ben and Frankie getting ideas above their station?
Hello, mate, yeah. No, I like the sound of it. Sounds good to me, yeah. No, I'll be there, don't you worry about that.
Frankie has heard of a crash-damaged 1999 XJR that he thinks he can get for the right price. But he'll need to be at his best to win over the owner, Gordon.
I've been running this garage for approximately 25 years, doing most repairs on vehicles.
Oh, Frankie, XJR, beautiful, mate, beautiful.
The car really couldn't go back on the road because of the extent of the damage, and it's beyond economical repair.
Look at it, look. Where do you think this has come from on all this caper? Look, have a look.
They were lovely motors when they were new. This one, not so much. You know, when they've been rounded off on all four corners, we need to be careful. This interior bit rough. These wheels, some of these later cars have big Brembo brakes on them. This don't. I tell you what, you get a few sets of golf clubs in there, couldn't you?
Yeah, no, it's had more than golf clubs in it, I'll tell you that much.
Back in Brackley, Sheldon is keen to play on the non-starting Audi engine, as he has no intention of paying the 1,200 quid asking price.
Graham, I've had a look at the car, but it's not running.
It won't start.
No. Taking that into account, what are you going to take for it?
Bring it down to 1150?
I'm not happy.
Right. What about around 1,000?
I'll tell you what sounds even nicer.
Yeah.
I'm not messing about. I've come up with readies. Got £800 there.
Right.
We got a deal?
Well, won't be able to eat tonight, but thank you very much.
You'll eat well. You'll eat very well, trust me.
So, Sheldon's hardball dealing has got the A8 for 800 quid. Now it's up to Frankie to ensure that the price he pays for the Jag doesn't amount to daylight robbery.
I don't know, it's been involved. I mean, the firm's been wrapped around it, I can see it. I mean, they've...
Frankie cannot get sentimental in that deal. He needs to maintain, you know, an aggressive bartering stance here.
At the end of the day, there's a few quid wrapped up in it. It ain't going to be a fortune. Gordon! It depends on what sort of dough I get it for.
Frank, innit?
Frankie.
Frankie.
Close. Right, let's get down to business. I'll tell you what I'm going to do here now, Gordon. I'm going to hit you straight between the eyes. I'm going to give you 300 quid, right?
You're having a laugh.
I'm not laughing, Gordon. I know you're no pushover, Gordon. Don't get me wrong. Double carpet, 600 quid.
I reckon you want to double that.
If I said to you, 725 quid.
I know what bits on that car are worth.
I'm going to give you a one and only offer. £1,000.
Another oneer, and we dealt. Look, I'll tell you what, we'll split it on the middle. £1,050.
1,050?
Yeah.
You got yourself 1,050. Bless.
All right.
Good luck with everything.
Done,
right?
done dusted.
God bless. See you later, Gold.
Ta-da.
That's one crashed Jag XJR, with a bit of previous, bagged for 1,050 notes.
All right, that's it.
Right, give me the news.
Well, I've paid 1,050 nicker.
Frankie, I'm going to have to buy you a belt, son. You've just had your trousers pulled down.
I love me trousers being pulled down. I might even pull yours down later.
Having returned to base with their gangster getaways, both teams now have just 3 days to break their end-of-life motors before selling the parts for maximum profit. Anything that remains unsold will be weighed in for scrap before being dispatched to the unforgiving long arm of the crusher. But before stripping begins, there's just time for the boys to check out the opposition. The English summer is proving as tropical as ever. But hey, it was never sunny on the Sweeney.
What's going on, boys?
Tell you what, what's that? A long weekend getaway or what?
You having a laugh, aren't you? What's this, the one that didn't get away?
Oh, never mind about that, George. This is wonderful.
You're right, this
lovely.
is wonderful.
If you're a photocopy of sales rep.
I'll tell you what, Ben. I can just imagine getting me old Kleenex on the back shelf there.
Driving down to a sales meeting in Stoke, that'd be fantastic.
Bit of Osborne duck technique, mate.
I love it.
You could get
Luxury.
laptop overnight bag.
Blinding, isn't it? Blinding.
Wow.
Love it, love it, love it, love
I'm
it.
glad you like it.
And you appreciate a bit of German workmanship.
Listen, which engine's
do.
this got?
It's not the 4.2, Ben.
It's the 2.8 V6.
That's the one.
190 horsepower.
Something like that.
0 to 60 in, as long as it takes to do a PowerPoint, Sheldon. Lovely.
Yeah, well, at least we got a full front end.
Yeah, let's have a look at yours. I mean, it's got a lovely set of bald tyres, isn't it? Look at that.
It's got a lovely bit of leather in it, though.
Is this a bumper spoiler or something?
Oh, leave off, George. Oh, have a
George,
look.
dear.
What's that all about, George?
Well, it's a wreck, isn't it?
He's got no respect, has he?
No.
What's the old girl run like then? Come on.
The old girl. Oh, it does sound well, though, doesn't it? Be honest.
All right, yeah, it does run nice.
Yeah, I think stopping's been the problem.
Leave off, chaps. This brought back some happy memories for me.
Well, you know what, guys? I'm going to leave you in the past.
We're off to check our bank account, mate.
Is that before or after the sales conference?
I like it, Ben. I like it.
George and Sheldon hope to make a profitable getaway in this 1997 Audi A8. Once the pride of the executive car park, all this luxury was a relative snip at £800. She looks as shiny as a new penny, but having heard the engine run for all of 5 seconds, the lads have few clues as to her mechanical health. Ben and Frankie paid £1,050 for this 1999 Jaguar XJR, with suspicious damage to all 4 corners and a boot big enough to store a bag of swag. Or a body. This big cat may have a few mangled whiskers and lost at least 8 of her 9 lives, but her teeth are as sharp as ever. The boys are hoping that the whopping great 4-litre V8 engine will be snapped up for big bucks. The gearbox, wheels and axles are also big potential earners. Both teams now have just 3 days to strip their gangster getaways of their most saleable parts. And it sounds like Frankie and Ben are off to a flyer.
That's handy, Ben. I've got someone interested in the old Emma Peels, the wheels. Let's take it up, son, and get them off, eh?
One of the benefits of buying a car that originally cost over 50 grand is that instead of an underwhelming little space saver, you actually get a proper spare wheel. Now, who might want 5 Jag wheels with ball tyres?
Right. Money in the bank.
My name's Wayne Meredith from Second Hand Alloys in Hockley, and I've come to buy some 18-inch Jaguar Penta alloys. They're quite a rare wheel. They'll suit quite a lot of Jags. I only really buy sets of 4 because that's how they sell. But as there's a 5th wheel, you know, we can sell it on to someone else that's damaged one of their alloys.
Wayne, thanks for coming down, boy.
Hello, Frank. You all right, mate?
And you, love it, love it. Look, crackers, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not bad, mate. Not bad.
Not bad?
Tyres are a bit worn, mate, aren't they?
Bit worn?
Yeah.
What do you mean worn?
Just a little bit, yeah.
No, but Wayne...
Bit like Dan Brands Hatch.
Oh, right, oh, right, comedian. Oh, hold up, look. I fancy a bullseye each. Look, that's a £250 to you.
Bit dear for me, mate, really.
Bit dear?
Yeah, I was thinking 1.5 on them.
One and a half?
Now, look at the tyres. Tyres are slicks, look.
What do you mean
I've got to put
slicks?
tyres on them yet.
Look at the way they spin. Look,
Yeah,
look,
it's good,
look,
yeah.
look. All that
Yeah.
game, Wayne.
Doing 180.
180, no.
Nah, having
no.
180.
No, stick to darts, 180, no.
Listen, mate, listen. I'll tell you what I'll do. 200 quid, that's it. That's
200
it.
quid?
200 quid, I'll get them out your way.
Go on in. Let's
right.
have it out, let's have it
200
out.
quid.
No, lively, Wayne, let's have it out,
200
son. Look, I like to count just before you go. Not to say that I don't trust you, but that is true, I don't.
No
right?
worries.
I'll see you later.
Well done. Cheers.
Sold for £200.
200's not bad. As I say, there was a set of 5. We can always sell the 5th one, which will compensate back to the 150, so I'm happy with it.
Across the yard, Sheldon and George are removing the doors of their Audi A8. Sheldon is struggling to disconnect the wiring in the door panels. With patience ebbing, it's time for some more agricultural methods.
Do you know what? I ain't flapping. I pulled this loom out, there's no multi-plug on it, so it's got to be behind the door. I ain't flapping about it this no more. I'm just going to cut it.
No, don't cut it.
No, I'm not flapping about this thing no more. Do you
Why'd
know
you
what?
have to cut it?
Too late.
Why'd you cut it for?
I'm selling these parts. I ain't nursing this thing back to health, you know.
I'm not saying that, but there's a way to take them off properly, isn't there?
Oh, I don't know what it is with me, George and doors. It always seems to turn into a drama.
My plan was to take all the door card off, unplug everything, keep everything intact.
I ain't got the patience George has got, and maybe I haven't got the know-how that George has got, so easiest thing for me to do is just to cut the loom. I just want to get this motor stripped and sold.
I guarantee you in half hour, Sheldon's going to be saying, I've sold this electrical item, I've sold that electrical item, look after this electrical part. What's he going to do when he's cut everything? It's a bit like the tortoise and the hare, you know, but... No, the tortoise finished first, but... Well, I'm methodical.
One thing George and Sheldon do agree on is that having paid £800 for an alluring Audi A8, the high-tech aluminium space frame, aluminium body panels, and a host of luxury electrical components could all reap rich rewards. With wiring gates forgotten, George concentrates on what he does best, stripping the guts out of the Audi. Whilst George strips, Sheldon conducts some market research and discovers that they could also be sitting on a gold mine. Well, Leathermine at least.
Unbelievable. George, you got a minute? How much do you think to walk into Aldi's right now and buy one of these seats today would be? Bear in mind, it hasn't got the electric backwards and forwards, it hasn't got the electric height adjuster, it hasn't got electric lumbar supports that fill out, they're not heated seats, and it hasn't got the electric headrests on it. Have a guess at what this seat would cost you today.
I've never bought one of these from a main dealer, but they've got to be at least 1,500 quid, haven't they?
That's what I would have said. Try again, mate.
Two grand?
£4,146.10.
No way. What, for one seat?
For one seat. That is including VAT.
Oh, that's all right then.
If you've got a £4 grand seat and the airbag deploys, that's the end of life for that motor. And you can see why. If this car had an accident, it'd be written off.
Could you imagine if it was the fully loaded seat?
That's mad.
Unbelievable.
Meanwhile, Ben and Frankie are about to tackle the mighty V8 Jaguar Lump, which is at the heart of their sales strategy.
Bonnet off, engine out.
Yeah?
It's a bit unconventional, but why not?
I do get excited when we sort of just start, don't you?
Yeah.
We start off so well, don't we?
Yeah, and then you sort of get frustrated.
Yeah. What's the procedure, Ben?
The procedure is a bit of this and a bit of that, and I'll...
Oh.
Steady.
No, I've got it, Ben, I've got it.
Like
We're away, how about that?
With the bonnet removal being about the limit of his technical expertise, Frankie swaps the spanners for the foam.
Yeah, that's right, the Jag. XJR, that's it. 1999, that's it. Come down and have a look. Come and have a look. 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds. It's supercar territory. They've had to put a limit on that to stop it going even faster. The Prime Minister, he drives around in one of them motors, you know that, didn't you? You know why he drives around in one of them? Because he can escape fast.
Is there anything sweeter than a naked V8?
Lovely, isn't it?
Beautiful.
So, Ben's done his bit. The V8 is free, but it won't contribute to profits while it's sat on the garage floor. In the other workshop, George and Sheldon are preparing to remove their engine.
I'll see you then.
But there's a change of plan.
Cheers, bye. Whoa, George, change the plan, mate. Got a geezer, he's on his way down. He wants some wings and door mirrors and some other bits and pieces.
How long's he going to be?
I don't know, I think he's leaving now.
Sheldon is renowned not only for his love of classy motors, but also his stingy nature. Aging luxury cruisers like the A8 deliver on both counts.
I'm the sort of person who likes luxury as well as value for money. Now, buying an older car, maybe 10, 12, maybe 15 years old, you can get both quite easily. But you've got to be careful. It's the little things on these cars that are going to start costing you money. Just to give you an example, if I was to go to a main dealer for that electric window winder motor for that Audi, I'm looking at £215. If I wanted an air conditioning compressor, I'm looking at £300. That's £500. Just there on 2 items. I picked that car up for £800 with those bits and pieces on that vehicle working. So you can see I'm quids in already.
We'll see about that. Dave and Maria may look scarcely old enough to drive, but they trade in used Audi parts and won't be pushovers.
What we do is we try and keep the big luxury Audis on the road when what we're looking for on the cars might be everything from the engines, the big parts like that and all the panels, down to the little pieces of switches, trims.
This is the car in question.
Everything's important to me.
And nothing's more important to Maria than getting the right parts
But yeah, you obviously know your parts.
at the right price.
Yeah. You said you was interested in the door mirrors, so I've taken off those.
Give me the best price for that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Best
I
price for everything.
And a bit of damage on there as well.
Come on, Dave, you know what it's like. It's a 12-year-old, 15-year-old car even.
Nice, well, I will have that then.
Yeah. So what else can I interest you in?
Can I have a quick look round?
Help yourself, mate.
Yeah.
Help yourself.
What about window regulators and that?
I think we've got quite a lot of them, to be honest.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is there's nothing else I can tempt you with?
There's a couple of little switches we could possibly on the sill there.
Possibly.
OK. What I can do, instead of pricing up everything individually, I'll do a job lot for you. So we got the wings, steering wheel, door mirrors, indicator, petrol flap release, and we got the wheels.
150?
Yeah, it's a good start. Good start, yeah. Call it 275.
Is that the wheels as well, Shell?
Yeah.
Can't do that.
I think the best you can do is 200.
Oh, couldn't they go 200?
Go on.
Go on.
Call it 225 and you got a deal.
200.
What's our limit?
Our limit,
200.
£200 cash in my pocket right now.
225, you got a deal.
It's just not worth our while anymore. 200.
Look, 25. Are you going to lose it over 25 quid? And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll throw those switches as well.
Go on, 25 quid. What's it to you?
It's our lunch.
Go on. Go on then.
200?
£200.
Go on, shake his hand.
Are you paying cash?
Cash.
Cash in your hand.
Lovely.
It's all there.
That's rather a lot of bits sold for £200. But at least Sheldon now has a sale under his belt, and there's plenty of money-making meat left on the Audi's aluminium bones. As the first day draws to a close, both teams have scored a single £200 sale. But having paid less for their donor vehicle, it's advantage George and Sheldon. Just. It's day 2 for our cash-hungry car strippers as they dismantle their gangster getaways. Ben and Frankie parted with £1,050 for a 1999 Jaguar XJR and have shifted a set of wheels for £200. But it's the monster V8 engine they'd most like to sell. Having paid £800 for an Audi A8, Sheldon and George sold a job lot of parts to a trade customer for a knockdown £200. Keen to increase takings, Sheldon's got in touch with an Audi-owning pal.
Hello, mate. Listen, just to let you know, I'm breaking an Audi A8. And I know you like those sort of things, so, yeah. Yeah, it's all good.
His mate Joe has proposed a deal that could be music to Sheldon's ears.
Basically looking for a CD player for the car. Basically, the car is 11 years old. The biggest problem I have is obviously getting spares for it because, you know, with a car this old, things will go or break down. And going to people like Audi, they want to charge you still a premium for a car that possibly cost around £70,000 when it was new.
Good to see you, big man.
Buddy.
How's things?
Oh, things are going well.
She's
mate.
still looking good.
Yeah, you know. Fantastic.
What do you want, my price or Audi price?
It's got to be your price, brother.
All right, well, I said 25 quid, didn't I?
Well, you did, but I've come a long way now, so we've got to be looking about 20, I would have said.
Oh, Joe.
You know, I wouldn't have come this far without trying to get a deal.
Yeah, score, mate.
Let's go.
All right, lovely.
You sure?
Yeah, score's cool. Yeah, that's all good. Here you go. All right, mate. Well, listen, play some nice tunes for me. All right, I'll see you later, Joe. Take care.
Not a fortune, but 20 quid is 20 quid. Across the yard, Frankie's matching Sheldon deal for deal.
Hello, mate. God bless.
As he flogs the gearbox over the phone for 130 notes. The all-important V8 engine still hasn't attracted any punters, so Ben and Frankie have turned their attention to the axles and suspension.
Right, that's it. I've got that one out.
The rear axle is currently held on by 2 bolts each side, so it should be fairly straightforward to remove. Should being the operative word.
That's it. That's the one. Last one. That's it. Got the right ump now with this. See, this is what really gets up my hooter.
Is that 1 out of 2 or 2 out of 2?
Well, that's out. That's all I know. No.
That suggests Frankie managed to remove the 1 bolt. The lesson in basic arithmetic over, Ben can finally get his hands on the much-acclaimed Jaguar suspension.
This Jag has a fancy active suspension system. They call it CATS, which is Computer Active Technology Suspension. Now, what it does is very clever. There's a little ECU, which is an electronic brain on board the car, and a package of sensors. And they detect any sort of body roll, they detect any acceleration and deceleration. 3,000 times a second, mind you, and it can firm the dampers front and rear that can make them firmer or softer. So, if you're accelerating, it'll firm them up so there's no pitch backwards. When you're braking, it'll firm the front ones up so there's no pitch forwards. The converse of that is when you're just cruising along smoothly, there's a bit of a bumpy road, it softens the suspension up and you get a lovely, nice Jag floaty ride, lovely and smooth, like being in a big Victorian house, armchair, fireplace, cruising through the countryside. Absolutely fantastic.
Across the yard, George and Sheldon have freed the Audi's 2.8-litre power plant. But with stripping now complete, it's becoming apparent that the money is literally in the metal. More specifically, in the aluminium, or aluminum, as our American cousins would say.
My name's Mark. I'm from Kinnison Auto Bodies in Exeter. We're an Audi aluminium approved repairer, and we need these body panels for training purposes for our technicians.
Those alley panels, they're not going to be nice to repair and they're not cheap. It's a real specialist trade. I mean, you imagine if you had a dent on that front wing. You can knock a dent out on a steel wing. On the alley ones, it stretches the whole skin. And I'll tell you another thing. They absorb heat quicker. So you can be welding away in one area and it spread the heat across the panel to another area, started distorting it all. That's why it's a real specialist area to work with.
Mark, if you have a look at the bonnet, there's no stone chips on it. It's really clean along that front edge.
Yeah, it's not too bad, is it?
We've got all the electric windows motors in them.
Oh, they're okay.
And you've got a central locking motor in there. And I think you've got all the lumen for your speakers.
Okay, so, right, what are we doing then?
Well, I think it's got to be worth about 700 quid, mate.
I don't think so. Not 700 quid. I'll tell you what, I'll give you, say 400 quid for the lot.
How much did you say?
400.
No. You've seen the condition they're in. You've got the motors in there. You've got the glass
I'm not
in there.
moving from
You've
4.
got the locks in there.
Let's do a bit better than that.
All right, I'll tell you what. If you take them now, do it at 550. Mark, you know it's a deal all day long.
How's 450? Come on,
500,
meet me.
£500 and let's shake hands. Come on. Sun's shining
All right,
and this is doing my wedding. Yeah?
On.
5?
Yeah.
Lovely, top man.
One set of aluminum body panels and doors sold for £500. A great way to end day 2. It's the final day of dismantling, and buoyed by yesterday afternoon's sale of the aluminium doors and panels, Sheldon is seeing potential in the Audi A8's high-tech space frame.
What a space frame is, it's actually like a skeleton, but like our skeleton's made of bones, and most car frames are made of steel. Audi's designed one that was made of aluminium, and it was actually designed in such a way that it was 40% lighter and also 40% stiffer. So therefore the car was a lot more rigid on the road.
With aluminium on his mind, Sheldon's hit the road. Quite literally with a new feather in his cap.
Well, this space frame, with it being all aluminium, I think there's quite a few quid tied up in it. So I'm going along to see some fella today, see exactly what I could expect to get back for it.
Our strippers normally do all they can to sell parts onto individuals or companies who'd use them to repair or upgrade other vehicles.
Pleasure doing business with you guys.
Unsold parts are reluctantly sent to the crusher, as iron and steel-based scrap fetches relatively low prices, normally between £100 and £150 per tonne. It's a very different story with aluminium, which is a far more precious metal and therefore fetches higher prices per tonne. Could scrap value be Sheldon's best bet? He's going to consult metal recycling expert Ricky Hunt.
There's more and more stuff being recycled now. It was 85% on cars, and that's going to be going up to 90 or 95% out of cars.
Sheldon's not here to save the environment, though. He needs to know what Ricky will give him for the aluminium space frame.
Right.
What's it worth to you?
Well, that going is probably dirty alley because you're still going to have some bits of iron on it and bits of plastic.
Right.
So that would be sort of £700 a tonne.
Was there anything more that I could do to make this, if it was clean alley for argument's sake?
To be honest with you, time you mess about taking all the last dregs off of it,
it's not worth it.
It ain't worth doing.
£700 a tonne, that's 5 times more than the average iron or steel shell that you're going to get, so all good to me.
Scrap alley may command high prices per tonne, but Sheldon has no idea how much the Audi space frame weighs. And with aluminium being less dense than ferrous metals, he could yet be disappointed. Frankie is also out and about.
So here we are again, another dollar, another day. Off to see a punter. I've got the old axles off of the Jag in the back here, and see a geezer from a firm called Dax.
The geezer is co-owner Andrew. who spends his professional life building top-of-the-range kit cars.
We like to use the Jaguar running gear because it's fairly easy to obtain, it's very strong and durable and easy to get spare parts for.
Sounds like Frankie could be onto a winner. But with the Jag V8 still unsold, he's hoping to make it double bubble.
I might be able to sort of put him under a bit of pressure and see if he fancies the engine out of it or not. I mean, you never know. You don't ask, you don't get, do you? I mean, what's the worst thing you do? Say no?
Yeah, pretty much. First up, the easy bit. Do a deal for the axles.
Let's see what you got first.
No,
I like to see the colour of the money.
Yeah?
Yeah,
no, it all smells good.
Yeah, no, I bet you do. Yeah, I bet you do,
money.
yeah. Like a sandwich, though, didn't you, Ann? Like
I
me.
do.
Out of my stables, didn't you? Anyway, look, let's not go around that way, right? Look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do here, right? I can see you got a few quid wrapped around you, or cake right up. Look, I mean, look. If I said to you 380 quid, what would you say?
I'd say I'll do you a big favour and take them off your hands for 150.
No, it's all right you laughing, Ann, but it's not a laughing matter, right? Oh, you're telling me what you're going to pay. It should be the other way round, though, Ann. Come on, I can't miss a bet. Look, I'll fancy 300 quid.
All right, I'll do that for you. As you've got them here and they're ready to unload, I'll do you 300 quid on them.
Well, look, can I see the dough first? I know you're caked up.
He's here.
But I don't know you, do I? You know what I mean, Ann? And you are an Essex boy, ain't you? I know what you're like. Yeah, all that caper, coming back and doing me, wallop, all that. Posh, all that, give us your money. Not me, brother. Not me. I'll come back.
Yeah?
But you better part up.
Axle sold, with just a hint of menace, for £300.
I'll tell you what, Ann, it's a right little setup you got here, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, ain't bad.
Now, the trickier part of Frankie's plan. Persuading Andrew he needs a Jag V8.
But I'll tell you what caught my eye was this.
Yeah, this has got ZZR 1100 Kawasaki engine in it.
Z what?
ZZR 1100. It's a motorbike engine.
Motorbikes?
Yeah.
Nah.
No?
No, get out of that game, Andrew. Like, no, listen, you might love...
Yeah?
You ever thought about getting into the Jag market?
Lump out of a Jag?
Yeah, no, look, I've got a little one wrapped round it at the moment.
Sadly for Frankie, Andrew is in the market for something altogether meatier.
This is supercharged. It's pushing out about 570 brake horsepower. So, but that's sort of nearly 25 grand's worth of engine, that is.
No, I love it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And in case Frankie hasn't got the message yet, Andrew's lined up a little practical demonstration.
We thought it'd be a good idea if we sent Frankie out today with one of our development engineers, Gary, for a drive in our demonstrator, which is a nice 8.2 litre big block engine. Give him an idea of why we wouldn't be interested in buying a Jaguar engine.
You know, I thought I'd just pretend to be a little bit scared, you know, let him have his day. But that thing's a monster. No, you don't need to do that, Gary, no. There's a bus stop out there, Gary, now turn it in, no. I mean, I was going round a roundabout, I nearly caught up with myself twice.
I'm not sure whether he'll get the message or not, but I'm sure Gary will have scared him a little bit.
I feel a bit sick.
Frankie has to quickly regain his composure and get back to base. Because at last there's a punter interested in the troublesome V8.
My name is Roland Marlowe. I run a company called Automotive Components, and we build Land Rover and Jaguar-based engines for the off-road and racing market.
Roland, I'm pleased you've come down here to have a look at this, and it's been lovely to sort of witness that you're interested in it. And you do look like an enthusiast to me. I don't know, something tells me about sort of 900 quid, don't you?
Yeah, no way, I'm afraid. 600, that's what I'm prepared to pay on this. So that's where I'm coming from.
Oh, where you're coming from?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you where I'm coming from then, shall I, Roland? I'll tell you where I'm coming from, Roland. I don't actually like your attitude straight away. I thought you was a straight guy, I thought you was a nice geezer, but now it's all gone wonky. Anyway, look, listen, Ro, right? I know you really like this and you're banging into engines, aren't you?
That's right, do it for a living.
I'll tell you what I'll do here, right? 800 quid. No, I'll tell you what I'll do here. 780 quid. You can take this away now. I'll give you the receipt and you can have it away back to... Where'd you come from?
750, and I'm coming from the Wirral.
750 quid, you can take that away.
That sounds like a good deal.
You all right with that?
I'm happy.
Lovely. Have you got any dough on you or what?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a cheque for it. I hope that's OK with you.
A cheque?
Yes, don't you worry, I'm good for my money.
That's one very welcome sale of a Jaguar engine at the 11th hour for £750. Time has caught up with our two teams of competing strippers, and the Gangster Getaway Challenge has reached its conclusion. George and Sheldon paid £800 for this Audi A8, after Sheldon played hardball with owner Graham. They secured large and small on-site sales. Their hopes now rest on Sheldon's plan to flog the aluminium space frame to a metal recycler. Ben and Frankie spent £1,050 on a 1999 Jaguar XJR that appeared to have seen a bit of action. Attempts to sell the massive V8 engine became increasingly desperate.
I feel a bit sick.
So desperate that Frankie accepted a cheque for it at the end of day 3.
A cheque?
Yep.
That sale came in the nick of time because the chase is over for our gangster getaways. It's time to face summary justice in the Crusher. First up, it's Ben and Frankie's Jaguar XJR. There's not a dry eye in the East End of London as the strip jag screams, "No cobber's gonna take me alive!" With ferrous scrap going at £135 per tonne, 600 kilograms adds a handy 81 quid to the swag bag. That leaves Sheldon and George's Audi A8. Its aluminium space frame will fetch £700 per tonne, so it's now all about the weight. 280 kilograms gives them 196 quid. The Audi's off to the smelting plant, having provided a welcome chunk of change. But is it the payday Sheldon had hoped for?
Not this again, chaps. What is that?
I don't know, eat it or climb it.
See, that's what happens when you recycle properly, guys.
You're not seriously telling me that all that is your Audi?
Actually, from the end to about there. You're out of the game, stripping motors. You got bits of wood in there, you got carpet, you got all sorts.
That's a walnut dashboard, if you please. Come, let's see it though. Come, I've had enough.
Our Audi cost us 800 quid. Total sales, 1,210 quid. Gives us a total profit of £410.
It was all about the alley for George and Sheldon. The sale of the doors and body panels for £500 was their biggest deal. Those takings were supplemented by the knockdown job lot sold to Dave and Maria, and the CD changer bought by Joe. The phone and internet helped Sheldon place items that included gearbox, seats and catalytic converters. He then went out on a limb to sell the aluminium space frame to a metal recycler. The price per tonne was encouraging, but was there enough weight left on the Audi to tip the scales in Sheldon and George's favour?
Shall I tell him or do you want to tell him? You tell us.
Yeah, you tell us. You tell us.
We parted up with 1,050 nicker.
Total sales, 1,461
Salts.
Wait for it. 400. Look. And 11 nicker. Right? Bosh. How'd you feel?
You beat us by a quid.
Quid's a quid, whatever you want to call it.
Win's a win.
Talk about leaving it late. Ben and Frankie sold well throughout the challenge, but takings were relatively low. That V8 engine proved hard to shift, but the last-minute sale to Roland ensured that a £749 defeat became a £1 win.
Take that nicker and go and jump on a bus for your bus fare home. Where you go, boys?
I'm not happy. £1? We lost by £1.
Trust me, if I was doing a bank job, it'd be an A8 every time.
But what do you expect? If you want to do a proper job, it's got to be a Jag, innit? What are you, a mug?
Since the making of this programme, all the parts sold have gone on to enjoy a new lease of life. Dave and Maria are planning a big night out, having turned a profit on the job lot of Audi parts. Andy is over the moon with the refurbed Jag axle. Funny what turns people on. And Roland continues to use his trusty checkbook. He'll be asking for a receipt next.
brand new strippers is back at the same time next week. Join the conversation now on Twitter at NatGeoChannelUK.
How much money can be made from a scrap car?
That is worth a lot of cash.
We're about to find out in the ultimate car stripping competition. 2 teams of dedicated dismantlers will scour the country for scrap vehicles that they'll strip bare before selling the parts to the highest bidder.
180.
200. Cash will flow.
£1,500.
45 quid, 250.
2 and a quarter.
Lovely.
And sparks will fly.
Whoa!
If we don't do this, we're going to be stuffed.
Oh, we're on fire!
Let battle commence. To win this challenge, our teams must generate maximum profit from breaking a Japanese performance car. With powerful engines and responsive handling, these cars provide drivers with high-octane thrills at low cost compared to regular sports cars. Our teams will be working with a budget of £3,000. That might seem generous, but a thriving parts market means that even scrapped cars in this genre sell for big money. They'll also have a mere 3 days to strip their cars at this licensed breakers yard on the southeast fringes of London, before selling the parts for as much as they can. The team to make the biggest profit will win. To strip and sell in such a short time is a big ask. Luckily, that task will fall to 2 teams of scrappage aficionados. First up are Frankie Otway and Ben Szymanski. Taking charge of the dismantling process is Ben.
We've got sort of only 3 days to strip these motors down. You know, it's stressful.
A passion for all things automotive and first-class mechanical skills combine to make him a stripper extraordinaire. In charge of sales and marketing is Frankie Otway.
When I see a car, I see money. I don't see nothing else.
Raised around the market culture of London's East End, Frankie does a deal as instinctively as mere mortals breathe air. Ben and Frankie will be up against the formidable pairing of George Percy and Sheldon Nichols. The breaking of the team's scrappers will be led by George.
I love everything about cars. The way they come apart, the way they go back together. I like to know how they work. That's how my brain works.
Cut this Kent-born auto-obsessive and he'll bleed unleaded. He's been working on cars since childhood and to this day makes a living from renovating salvage vehicles. Buying and selling falls to Sheldon Nichols.
The art of selling, it's about selling yourself first.
Don't be fooled by the suit and smile. Any means necessary is his motto when it comes to getting the best price. With a budget of £3,000 in mind, our team's first job is to decide exactly which car to buy. And it's becoming apparent that Frankie is far from fluent in Japanese performance speak.
So, what about a Nissan 200SX?
Nissan what?
200SX.
Next?
300ZX.
No.
350Z? No?
You are definitely talking Japanese to me.
Subaru Impreza.
I know that one.
What do you reckon?
What's the sort of market?
Boy racers, rally fans.
Providing these kids are smashing these up, then
They're smashing them up across the streets, the towns of Britain, Frankie.
So they're always going to want spares, engines, gearboxes, a lot, yeah?
Upgrades as well.
If I can get it at the right money, I'll go and buy it.
Let's do it, Frankie.
All right, son.
The Impreza is the car that turned Subaru from a producer of quirky utility vehicles for farmers into an iconic global marque and rally phenomenon. The Mark I Impreza hit the road in 1993, complete with a flat-4 engine and Subaru's signature four-wheel drive. But with just 101 brake horsepower under the bonnet, early models lacked a little power. Cue the release of the 208 brake horsepower Impreza Turbo and the birth of a cult classic. The Subaru spare market is a lucrative one, meaning that even scrappers can sell for a mint. Frankie and Ben will do well to find one within their £3,000 budget.
How much sort of money are we looking at here for this? What's that, pesetas? Do me a favour. That's a nice little motor. I know what it is, yeah.
Frankie and Ben's search has led them to Crawley and a car yard with a distinctly Japanese feel. To To secure a deal, the boys will need to do battle with a true sales samurai, Sarge Mogul.
We deal in high-performance Japanese cars, parts and tuning spares. Most of these cars will be four-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive, 300-odd horsepower, making lots of noise, and they go very fast.
Frankie and Ben have come to inspect an imported metallic blue Impreza WRX. The latest model costs nearly £33,000 new.
Look at the state of that, look.
I'm not liking these special edition wheels, Frankie. They're a bit too poverty spec for me. They've had the brakes as well, Frankie. Big Brembos, 500, 600 quid there.
Yeah, I gathered that. It wouldn't have nothing to do with that big old pink sign up there, would
No
it?
brake, no engine maybe. You can't ask too much for this car.
Yeah, but, you know, we don't want this wrapped round this like a cheap fur coat with a collar up, do we? Let's start her up, shall we? Bit tight in here, isn't it?
Is it not built for the larger gentleman?
It's like trying to get a square peg in a round hole. Hold tight, ready? Want to hear it?
Give it a little bit of gas. A bit more gas. Are your legs too short to reach them pedals?
You're thinking about my arms and my pockets, you get them mixed up. I don't know, what do you reckon?
I like it, Frankie. It's promising, you know. There's plenty of parts we can sell in here. Drivetrain, 1,500 quid, engine, 2 grand. There's money to be made.
All right. It's all nice, he knows what he's talking about. I won't knock him for that, but, you know, for me, I've got to go and put up with some serious money now. This fella ain't going to do me no favours.
Will the £3,000 budget prove as problematic for Sheldon and George as they start to narrow down their options?
Wait, look at this. Nissan Skyline. They go like a monster.
But it's going to be caned. It's going to be totally thrashed. I'm thinking Mitsubishi Evo. And I'll tell you the reason why. You got a 4-cylinder engine, you got big turbo, okay, you got 280 brake, 4-wheel drive, 4-door car. Makes sense all day long.
This isn't a car that we're buying for you, mate. We've got to make money out of this.
Trust me, George. Trust me. It's got to be a Mitsubishi Evo.
To many, the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, or Evo for short, is the ultimate realisation of a rally car that can be driven on the open road. The mesh grille guarding the intercooler, wide wheels, sports interior and spoiler make this an instantly recognisable extreme saloon. But it's not all about the looks. Models built since 1994 accelerate from 0 to 60 in under 5 seconds. This is a genuinely fast car. Now in its 10th incarnation, the Evo is proving as popular with speed freaks as ever, which bodes well for Sheldon and George.
Thanks very much. You too. I'm ringing about the Evo. Is it still available? What about the turbo?
Sheldon's taking George to the coast, but there'll be no paddling or sunbathing. He's got a lead on a likely-sounding Evo that's using up valuable space at a shipping company based at Southampton Docks. Laying in wait for them is manager Adam.
The car the guys are coming to see is a Mitsubishi Evo 4. However, it is fitted with an Evo 6 engine. We ship vehicles for quite a lot of dealers. Unfortunately, the dealer owed us some money, so we came to an agreement with the actual customer to sell it. It is missing a few bits. Turbocharger's missing, the wheels are missing, it's sitting on space savers at the moment. And really, it's prohibitive to get the car back on the road. I'd like to get near the £3 grand mark. I think it's worth that in bits, really.
Where's the turbo?
As I said, there was a few bits missing off of it. Putting the turbo aside, I want your professional opinion on it, mate.
Well, my professional opinion would be I want to hear it running. But she's got all of her ancillaries, power steering pump, alternator, air-con pump. I mean, they're good, we're going to sell them. I always like to hear a car running, and we can't do that. Turbo's missing, it's just going to pour out oil everywhere. I think Sheldon's gone out with his blinkers on today. The trouble with a lot of these, they get damaged, they get all filler in them.
So what's that you're doing now?
If you use a magnet, you can normally tell if it's got a heavy load of filler, it won't stick.
Oh, right.
Oh, look at that, brilliant. She's got the lightweight bonnet, that's an alloy bonnet. And it's going to be a bit of money there.
George, from this panel here, all the way back, every panel will fit there, Evo 4, 5 and 6. That's great marketing power.
There's a few good bits, but what else we've got to look at?
This is it, George. This is the one. This is the one.
So, we've got no other cars to look at, and we've got a non-runner. I'm leaving it up to you. I'm going to have a cup of tea.
Well, make mine a coffee, all right, and a bacon roll.
Back in Crawley, Frankie and Ben have set their hearts on a Subaru Impreza, and Frankie's about to go head-to-head with owner Sarge to strike a deal.
If I can get it at the right money, I mean, 1,400 quid, how does that make you feel?
Make me a sensible offer.
2,300 quid.
23's not going to cut it. How about if I come down 3.5? That's a fair price.
3.5? Oh, come on, Sarge.
Tell you what, that car, the bits are going to fly out the door.
You squeeze the life out of me. 2,800 quid. Cash.
I tell you what I'll do. Do 3 grand.
3 grand. 3 grand. Yeah, son. You got yourself a deal.
Well
God
done.
bless you.
One brake-free Subaru with a mangled front corner and 4 worthless space-saver wheels purchased for a cool 3 grand.
Go on, Frankie, did he pull your trousers down then?
Pull my trousers down. Wait for it. I've just done 3 grand on that pile of
There's easily 5 grand we're going to sell all them bits for, Frankie. It's a nice motor, big audience. They'll love it.
Let's get out of here, and I think we've got to get to work and start making a few quid, a bit sharpish.
To the pub.
We're going down a pub.
At Southampton Docks, Sheldon must attempt to secure the turbo-less Evo 4 at minimal cost.
Right, I've had a look round the car, Adam. Give me an idea, what sort of figure do you have in mind for it?
I need to return about 3 grand.
The way I'd have to look at this is that I'm buying a car about an engine and box. I've got a figure of about £1,800 in mind.
It has got an engine and box. Those engine and box are worth a fair bit. I reckon the engine alone's got to be 1,500 quid. It's an Evo 6.
It's not running. You need to help me out.
You need to help me out. I need to see a bit more than £1,800.
£2,100 and that's it.
That's too low. These break all day long.
You've got to give me some help, Adam. Come on, I can't be the buyer and the seller.
I will deliver it wherever you want for 2.5.
2.5, you got a deal.
Done.
All right.
So what'd you get it for?
2.5 grand.
You're joking, aren't you? 2.5 grand?
Yeah, 2.5 grand.
I thought you was a car dealer.
George, have faith. Have faith.
Have faith.
With 2 donor vehicles purchased, both teams now have just 3 days to strip their Japanese performance cars and then sell the parts at maximum prices. Anything left at the end of the challenge will be weighed in for scrap value before being slung in the crusher. Before the stripping begins, there's time for our 2 teams of skilled scrapologists to inspect each other's purchase.
Okay. Ben, I'm scared. Ben, you still letting Frankie drive?
Come on, do your worst.
Listen, we're coming on a wing and a prayer last night. It's a square little motor. Look at it, look.
It's a Lego motor. Minor panel damage, is it?
Nah.
Look at that.
Here, have a listen, have a pint.
I'm listening.
Oh, have a listen to that, look. Like a little tiger, look.
What's this? Look at that. What's that, a sunroof?
All right, Charlie Big Spuds, coming out you get.
I bet you give right strong money for it, Frankie.
You got all the dialogue. Listen, that's a square little motor. We had Bernie Eccleston on the hotline last week, didn't we, Ben?
Absolute bargain, this car. Fortune in it.
Is that because it was missing a few parts?
It's missing a few parts, but I want to see yours.
Come and have a look at this. Have a look at a proper motor. Evo 4 with an Evo 6 engine, mate.
You sure ain't Evo stick? I'm telling you now, it looks like a bowl of sickness,
that's
doesn't
what
it?
that's made of, mate.
Get in there, Ben, start it up. Let him have a listen to that little baby.
Do you know what? All mouth and no trousers, this.
You don't want to hear it running. That's
Hang on.
just
Whoa,
give that.
whoa.
Give me
Here.
that key here.
What are you
Come
doing?
on, stop it.
No power.
Let's have a
You
look.
don't need to worry about that.
Feast your eyes, boys.
Yeah.
It's exactly
Something
that,
missing
mate.
here, boys. Where's
Don't
the
worry
turbo?
about that.
Where's the turbo?
You know what?
Don't worry about it, George. You ain't stopped drawing all day. You ain't got nothing to say, boy.
I
Come
ain't worried
on.
about
Do you know
that.
something? We're so confident about this motor, okay?
You don't even need to hear it run.
We didn't need to hear it run.
Turn the engine over, turn it in.
That's
Come
exactly
on.
what it is.
You ought to give your hat to him. He'll do a better job, I'm telling you. Come on, let's get out of it. Go on, sling you up. Go on, a
Take
pair
no
of you.
notice of it, mate. Take no notice.
I reckon he was driving that himself.
Yeah.
So, Frankie and Ben have spent every penny of their £3,000 budget on this special edition Subaru Impreza WRX that began life on the roads of Japan. Mechanically, the car is in fine fettle and boasts a clean interior, but some minor bodywork damage to the front corner and a distinct absence of brakes and decent wheels mean that the Scooby is lacking several marketable components. Sheldon and George have parted with £2,500 for this abandoned Mitsubishi Evo 4. With its almost valueless space-saver wheels, and most crucially, minus the turbo for which the car is so famous. But that's not to say there's no money to be made. The guys plan to split the turboless engine and gearbox to sell separately. They also hope to recoup cash by removing and selling the transfer box. The uprated brakes should appeal to Evo enthusiasts, as will the widely used body panels and alloy bonnet. Both teams now have just 3 days to strip their Japanese performance cars of their most saleable parts.
There you go. Oh, I feel like I'm in an operating theatre giving it to a surgeon.
Even without its turbo, the Evo's engine will still probably be Sheldon and George's highest value component. But having never had it running, George is in need of some reassurance.
The first thing I really want to do with that engine is do a compression check, because I haven't heard it running. The compression test works by turning the engine over with the key. You pull the plugs out, and as the cylinder comes up, it compresses whatever air is in there. But as it comes up, compresses, we get the gas, and it's trapped in a valve, and you get the reading on the dial.
Having assured George that the engine is sound, these are anxious moments for Sheldon.
Before we did the compression check, I'll be honest with you, I was very worried. I had my fingers crossed, my toes crossed. If I could have my eyes crossed without George recognising, I think I would have done. Fingers?
Yeah. I think the average reading should be between about 150 and 200 with an engine of this age.
What we got?
160.
Go on, let's get the other three done. What we got?
150.
Yep.
Right, 140.
What we got?
140.
Oh, happy days.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Let's get this girl out. Oh, but what a relief after they come out all right. I mean, I thought they'd be all right, but you could never be 100%.
Meanwhile, in his executive business suite,
It's an Impreza STI.
Frankie is undertaking a spot of market research.
Hello, mate. Yeah, just phoning up to see what the price is of a Subaru exhaust. Do they really? You sure about that?
And he's warming to Ben's vehicle choice.
Just say, like, I fancied an engine, you know, what sort of money we're looking at? From what I can see is second-hand, new, there ain't a lot of difference, and they're making top money here. Plenty of money. Oh, dear. Oh, I like that, didn't you? I've got to be honest with you, before I thought it was a little bit ropey. But now, I'm fully, slowly but surely banging in love with it.
Don't get too attached, Frankie. Ben's about to tear the Subaru to pieces. More specifically, the guys plan to remove the engine and gearbox to sell as one. But before they go to market, they plan to remove the turbo to sell separately. They'll also look to cash in on the mint-condition seats. And the variable slip differential should prove attractive to the drifting community.
Right, Frankie, we've got to get a move on. Get these doors off first. I reckon there's a few quid in there.
Yeah.
Mint door cards, they'll go with the interior. So, get to it, fast.
Removal of the doors will also give the boys access to those valuable seats.
Oh, this is going spiffingly, this. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of getting down on the old Captain Birdseye.
What are you saying? I tell you what, mate, write it down and send it to me in the post. I've got to translate it.
Peas, process peas.
Process peas, neat.
Peas.
We're learning.
I can't understand how you don't understand me. Shakespeare spoke my language, you know that, didn't you? As it happens, I bet you don't know a Shakespeare monologue. I do.
Shakespeare did not speak a load of...
I can quote you Shakespeare, left, right and centre.
Can I ask you what sort of use that would be in this sort of situation?
Well, it'll be about as useful as a chocolate fighter guy, but there you go.
Right.
But can they get those seats out in a jiffy? That is the question. Shakespeare gag. Get it?
I'll tell you what, Ben, these seats ain't free bad, son, are they?
Hey, they're not bad at all, Frankie.
I mean, I ain't got it wrong. They are, like, they're 18 carat, and there they go, isn't they? What do you think? Do you think they are?
There's a sort of suspicious brown stain on that driver's seat there,
No, you don't
which I think occurred exactly at the same time that front end damage.
No, Ben, don't say that.
Have you sort of got some, you know, wet wipe, you know, wipe them down?
Well, what are you talking about?
That big
What, someone's had a...
brown stain?
You're joking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. They ain't all like you up north, are they?
Well, yeah, mostly, yeah.
Look at the two bobs down the back of that, look. Knickers, the lot out there, look. We're away.
With the interior stripped, Ben gets the chance to admire some impressive Japanese structural engineering.
What do you reckon of this, Frankie? It's not a bit nice, that, isn't it?
What is it?
Well, I reckon to increase torsional rigidity of the chassis.
So what?
Torsional rigidity of the chassis.
Yeah, I like it, yeah.
It's beautiful, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
a bit of automotive pornography.
Fascinating. Boring. I'm folding a kip, hold up. Right.
The man.
I'm away. Look at that. Believe it. We're away.
Yep.
Right, what way? Round to you.
It's a case of perfect timing, as the removal of the bonnet coincides with the arrival of the day's first potential customer, who, like Frankie and Ben, has a blue Impreza.
I'm Mark, and I'm from Barnhurst. I've got a 2001 Subaru Impreza WRX. I'm looking for a turbo inlet pipe. Hope to pay about £20–25 for it.
Get in there and have a look and see what you fancy.
Right, OK. What I'm after is that turbo inlet pipe.
Right.
And possibly the expansion bottle as well.
All right, well, sounds good to me. How about if I said 45 quid for the pair? How's that?
45 quid. I think it's pretty fair,
Yeah, that's
don't you?
good, I'd say.
All right, we're going to have a deal then?
Done.
Lovely. Well done. You've done the right thing, Mark. Well done, boys. Thanks for coming down.
Cheers.
Lovely.
So, Frankie has secured his first sale, but some people are never happy.
Well, Frankie, just to sort of keep the verbal up, he's selling little bits here, there and everywhere. And these tiny little bits are bringing in no sort of cash, but causing me a lot of work.
But Ben may be forced to eat his words, as Frankie appears to be on a roll.
Seats? Yeah. Blinding, mate. You've got to come down and see these. They're pucker.
My name's Jack. I'm here to pick up some new seats, hopefully, for my Impreza.
Another blue one. There's a pattern here.
Ideally want to pay 150, but if pushed, I will go up to 200.
350 quid, you've got to deal.
Absolutely no way.
Oh.
No way.
Look, don't come down here wasting my time, Brett. I'm not in the mood. Is it Brett or Jack?
Jack.
Jack, that's right.
Yes,
Now,
this is
Brett,
Brett, yeah.
have a word with him later on. Take him outside. Look, they are brand spanking new. There ain't a mark on them. You can't come down here taking liberties with me. I'm a busy man.
I wouldn't go any higher than 200 quid.
What do you think, this is a game show or something, or what?
Yeah.
I'm not here for charity.
200
I'm here to
quid.
do business. Look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. 280 quid and this thing of Margate Rock. You can't go wrong.
I'll tell you what, keep your Margate Rock, 250.
250 quid. 250 quid. You got the dough on you now?
Yeah.
I want to see it.
No worries. Count it out yourself, mate.
Let's have a look, because you do look a little bit moody, the pair of you. All right, look. You got yourself a deal. 250 quid. Well done, boys. Well done. God bless you. Come on, Brett.
Yeah, very happy with the seats. Frankie does drive a very hard bargain, but the seat's definitely worth the extra £50, so I'm going away a happy man.
Sales are still a fantasy for George and Sheldon, as every single component is still on the Evo. It's time to get cracking.
The next step is to get the bonnet off, start stripping the top end and the bottom half. We're going to drop it right out through the bottom with the gearbox.
With the plan in place, George and Sheldon snap to it.
Don't hurt yourself, Georgie.
Oh, that pipe. Get that pipe off, mate.
All right.
Yep.
And begin working like a well-oiled machine. Well, sort of.
Oh, careful.
That's all right, we're a bit off of this. Looks like.
Got it? Right. Try not to drop this one this time, George. No, it's an Evo 6.
Leaving George to the serious spannering, Sheldon begins to cast his sales net.
Yeah, it's all good, mate. I've just broken an Evo 6 engine, intercooler. Yeah, well, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Aluminium bonnets, That's what it is. That's the price of it.
Like many industries, the scrap and spares business has been revolutionised by the internet.
I put an ad on your website earlier on today for some Evo bits and pieces.
But when you're under pressure, nothing seems to work.
Every time I've advertised parts, they're always on there within 10 to 15 minutes. This is the longest it's ever taken. Just want to know why they're not on there. Well, that's not good enough. Yeah, if you could, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
As day one of dismantling draws to a close, it's been Ben and Frankie's day.
No, stop. It's a lot, no.
Two teams of automotive recyclers had just 3 days to strip their Japanese performance cars before selling the parts they stripped for maximum profit. Sheldon and George paid £2,500 for their 1996 Mitsubishi Evo 4, but sales have been slow. Well, non-existent, to be honest. Frankie and Ben stumped up £3,000 for an imported Subaru Impreza WRX, and on day one managed to sell a turbo inlet pipe with expansion bottle and the seats, but they're still a long way from profit. As they inspect the underside of their Subaru Impreza, things are looking up.
I'll tell you what, Ben, it's so clean underneath it,
It's
isn't
beautiful, isn't it? Paradise for me. I tell you why. Japan is fresh from the ship and they don't salt the roads over there.
Right.
So, British car, be rusted, completely seized, nasty, we won't make any money out of it.
You know, it does make, it makes us a little bit more confident, doesn't it? You know, our money's getting safer and safer, isn't it?
Plenty of cash here. This may take some...
Frankie parted with every penny of the £3,000 budget to secure the Subaru. And to get a decent return, he'll need some big sales.
Right, ready for
the biggest ticket item will be the turbocharged engine and gearbox. Removal of the engine and box are therefore at the top of Ben's to-do list. But before the process can even begin, the exhaust needs removing.
I can feel it now. We're away, Ben. We're away, Sam. Under starter's orders. Where we going with this?
And the drive shaft disconnected.
Hold tight. Ready?
Ready.
Go. Oh, that's it.
Beautiful.
Where we put it down here?
Just down there, mate, yeah.
Looks like one of my knee joints.
Sheldon and George are also preparing to remove their engine.
Right.
Right, ready?
Yep.
Oh, right.
As the wheels come off, prior to the removal of the front cradle, Sheldon proves that it's possible to find love in the unlikeliest of places.
Oh, look at those. They're beautiful, man. Well, the minute I took those wheels off and saw the size of those calipers, got some major stopping power there.
Bit of money there, mate.
Yeah, definitely.
Unfortunately, Sheldon's braking ads haven't aroused any interest in the calipers and discs. But it's not all bad news. Could Evo enthusiast Steve be the customer to break Sheldon's sales duck?
I'm after some front wishbones, hubs and bits and pieces to upgrade the brakes.
Right, Steve, thanks for coming down today. Am I right in saying the parts that you're interested in are the lower cradle, the lower arms, wishbones?
Yeah.
As well as the hubs?
That's it, yeah.
OK. Well, for those parts, I'm not prepared to let them go for anything under £300.
I was thinking more 160-ish.
You know as well as I do, those parts wouldn't go for that sort of money. I'll come down to 250.
180.
I'll tell you what, you're going to take the bits and pieces today, and you got pound notes?
Yep.
£200, and you got yourself a deal.
Deal.
Yeah?
Sound. Lovely.
Lovely.
Cheers. Very happy with the price. I got it for what I wanted for in the end, and everybody's happy.
In Ben and Frankie's garage, the prep work for the removal of the Impreza engine is coming to an end. And Ben has taken the reins as Axel stands opposition to take the massive weight of the engine block.
What do you want, mate? On the corner, on the front here.
Right, gotcha.
Line it up.
Right there.
Up one.
Up one.
Bring the back one.
Back one.
Keep it down at the bar.
Keep it down.
Yeah. I want you to be the eyes. I'm going to slowly lower it and you've got to sort of make sure everything's in line, yeah?
All right, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that.
Is it sort of looking all square?
Yeah, it's looking good. Looks like Apollo 17.
Touchdown. Right, you can get up off the floor now, Frankie.
Right. All right, then what's the story here?
Just these three.
Right.
Either side.
Right.
Take them out. 6 below.
Right.
Lift the car off it.
Before the moment of truth, a tactical team talk from Ben.
Right, Frankie, now. Listen, this is sort of seriously dangerous now. There's a lot of weight here.
All right.
We've got to do these bolts a little bit at a time, very slowly, because if there's any sort of sudden movements, we need to get the hell out of here.
Very quick.
Yes, because trapped appendages, not nice.
I'll tell you what, I feel a little bit like Tom Cruise.
You don't look like him, though.
I'll tell you what, Ben, if we get away with that and it comes out, I'll be delighted, wouldn't you?
What do you reckon? What are the odds?
Well, I think you've done a blinding job. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, if it does, we'll have a pork scratching moment. Look.
No thanks.
Ooh. Ooh. I can't believe it, look. Gear stick all in place and all that game, look. I'll tell you what, I can't get over it, I'm in shock.
Well, do you know what? I sort of enjoyed it, so it's not too bad. There's a big pile of cash sat there, but it's up to you now. I've done my bit.
You've done a blinding job, Ben, I've got to tell you. Don't you worry about that. I'll be like a dog out of trap man at Walthamstow Dogs by the time I knock that out. We'll be quids in front.
Lovely.
And Frankie's not lying. First, during one of his regular snack breaks, Frankie is on the case with the turbo and injectors.
I'll tell you what, we'll have a deal, right? Yeah, on it. Look, I'll tell you what, 330 quid, you got a deal.
A 330 quid sale whilst eating a baguette. That's multitasking. And there's more. A quick change of clothes and Frankie's on the road.
Yeah, I've had a right touch this morning. Geezer phoned up from up north. On my way out there now to Derby, of all places. Fancies a gearbox, engine, drive shaft, so there's a right few quid in it. Can't turn him down, can I? Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've heard a little bit about these northern geezers. They love a bit of a deal, but I think they're going to try and put it on me and hold me down to a few quid. They ain't going to nick nothing off of me, I'll tell you that. I'm not having it. I'll take him to the cleaners, I've got to tell you.
The geezer in question is called Susie.
We import Japanese car parts, engines, gearboxes. We get them over here with the other parts and we sell them to the Japanese import market. We've got a customer in Germany who uses us quite a lot and he really needs this engine and gearbox. I don't want to pay much more than £2,000. At a push, possibly I'd go up to 2-3.
Now look, have a look at this.
Yeah?
Think about it seriously, because I don't want to make a wasted journey today, Susie. By the way, that's my most favourite name, Susie, so I don't want to take liberties with you. I'll be gentle with you, so I'll tell you what I fancy for the lot, the whole lot, to you, 3,300 quid.
I was thinking 1750 was what we was looking to pay.
1750?
Yeah.
No, I think you got the wrong geezer, Susie, I've got to tell you. 2,800 quid.
We can get the whole vehicle in Japan, sell all the parts on it for less than that.
Look, I'll do a special discount for you because you're so beautiful. I've got to be honest with you, 2,400 quid.
You can bring it down more than that.
2,280 quid.
Yeah, knock off £80 for the turbo and you got yourself a deal. Go on.
Go on in. You got a deal. 2,200 quid. Well done, you've done the right thing. God bless you, darling.
It's the final day of dismantling and the pressure is on Sheldon and George. Their Evo 6 engine should prove to be far more valuable than the Evo 4 power plant that would have originally powered their Mitsubishi. The one slight problem is that it's still in their Evo 4. First job of the day is to get it out, and quick.
Georgie boy, when you're ready, fella.
You sure you're ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Well, mind your head.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I think you better take it down a bit, mate.
After that minor mishap, the Evo 6 engine is ready for market. And Sheldon's on the road.
Great news, just had a call from a fellow about our Evo engine. Only thing is, he can't come down to look at it because he's blown the engine on his car. So I haven't really got much choice but to take the engine to him. I just hope I'm not going on a wild goose chase. What do you mean it's not an Evo 6 engine?
Well, with this 6, they got the engine code on it. The engine code off this one's just relating to a Evo 4 engine, which is obviously the same as what I've got with the weaker bottom end on it.
Are you sure?
100%.
So you're not interested in it?
No, not on a 4.
I genuinely believed that was an Evo 6 engine in that vehicle when I bought it. The guys that I bought it from, they genuinely believed it was an Evo 6 engine. After all their documentation said Evo 6 engine. I saw it in black and white. But somewhere along the lines, that engine's been changed. And luckily, they've been a right up front bunch of fellas, and they've given me £300 back. After all, I can't give them the car back because I've dismantled it. So that really does help. That helps an awful lot. Nice to know there's still a little bit of honour in the motor trade. So it's going to be a little bit of a panic sale now because I definitely need to get out of this car. I so need to get out of it. Hello. Hi.
As Sheldon hits the phones...
I've got rear lights, the exhaust system. Yeah, I'm very flexible. No, sorry, mate, no.
There is little for George to do but complete the stripping process.
No, because I haven't heard the engine run. It's true. Right, Mrs. Sheldon, in regards to the Evo parts. No problem. So what was it you were looking for then? Got to come with a decent figure, mate. All right, mate, yeah, bye.
As Sheldon and George stress...
Doing my head in.
Ben and Frankie's Impreza is fully stripped, affording Ben some much-needed me time.
Well, Frankie's just gone to sell a part to some boys that are into the old drifting. I don't think Frankie knows what drifting is.
Drifting is a spectacular spectator motorsport that sees highly skilled drivers intentionally let the rear end of their powerful performance cars drift on corners. Hence the name. One vital component for a drift car is a limited slip differential. Ben and Frankie stripped one from the Impreza earlier.
A differential basically takes the power from the engine down the prop shaft and transmits it to your two driven wheels. An open diff on your normal shopping car, basically, if one wheel spin up, if you lose traction and one wheel spins up, no power goes to the other wheel. The power takes the path of least resistance. The limited slip diff that Frankie has gone to sell basically ensures that both wheels have power at all times, even if one loses traction. And for drifting, that means you can light up both tyres and make a big spectacle for the spectators.
Let's hope Frankie doesn't make a spectacle of himself in the deal.
Look, the way they're throwing these motors about, you're going to get through these diffs like that, boss. I mean, it's like a car park at Tesco's, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Look, seeing it's you, and I've made a special trip down here today, look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, yeah.
Can't, that's the deal.
2,500 quid.
2,500, no way. I'm more like 180. I can do 180.
180, turning, leave off.
180, I think that's fair.
I'll tell you what, I'm skint, I want a day out, I want to go and have a bit of grub. 2.25.
200 and you got a deal.
Oh, you're squeezing a life out of me. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do. Look, let me think about it, All right, 200 quid, you've got to settle a deal.
Excellent.
God bless you.
So, the Impreza's limited slip diff is off to a new home. But Frankie appears to have forgotten where his home is.
Right, well, I don't know where Frankie is. He should have been back hours ago. I wonder where he is. Lost, stuck in traffic. Who knows?
We're on fire! Oh my good God!
What is it they say about little boys never growing up? The 3 days our teams have been allotted to dismantle their Japanese performance cars is up. It's been a textbook 3 days for Frankie and Ben, with the big ticket items from their stripped Subaru Impreza successfully sold. That means Frankie can have a leisurely ring round to flog the remaining odds and ends.
All right, send me through your details then, mate, and we'll have a meet up, we'll have a deal, right? Tell you what, you'll come down and you'll fall bang in love with it, I mean it.
It's been a different story for George and Sheldon, who still need to secure some big sales just to break even on their Evo 4 and its Evo 4 engine. Fortunately, Sheldon's phone and internet bashing appears to have paid off. First, as Graham from Essex turns up to inspect the seats that George stripped yesterday.
Are you looking to take them today?
Yeah.
I'll let him go for 250.
Yeah, all right then.
You happy with that?
Yeah, I'll take it.
got yourself a deal. Lovely.
Next, a buyer for the gearbox, transfer box and clutch plate.
Right, Matt, if you're looking to take it today, 600.
If you throw in the clutch as well.
I'll tell you what, I'll even throw in a slave cylinder.
Oh,
you happy with that?
That still leaves the troublesome engine and the supposedly saleable bodywork. A hastily suited and booted Sheldon is about to hit the road again when a message appears in his inbox.
Received an email from you. I hope I'm not ringing you too late. I'm not sure.
There's a guy who's emailed Sheldon. He's seen our internet advert. He's interested in loads of bits. Only problem is, though, he's in America. I mean, fingers crossed on this one.
Let me just get this clear. So you're saying the engine, the shell, all the body panels, the brakes, the suspension, the exhaust and the rear lights for £1,500?
This could be the last bit. If we don't do this, we're going to be stuffed.
Let me make a list, let me put all my prices together and give you a call back. Well, that American deal's come off. Wasn't exactly what I wanted, but £1,500 is £1,500, and it could have been a lot worse.
What a reversal of fortune. After a nightmarish 3 days, George and Sheldon shifted all their remaining parts in a bargain basement deal and have nothing to weigh in for scrap. Ben and Frankie's Subaru must face a lonely final journey. With scrap metal going for £150 per metric tonne, a final weight of 440 kilograms will add a further £66 to the coffers. But the only numbers that really matter now are the profits for each team.
All right, boys. Judgment Day. Let the bell come in, shall we?
Right. I'll tell you what. What's happening here then?
That's all we've got left. We've got a radio left. See, Frankie, that's the difference between saying you can sell everything to actually selling everything. All gone?
It ain't about what's left, it's about the money, you know that. Let's see what you got.
Our car cost £2,500. Total sales, £3,065. So we got a total profit of £565, mate.
Buying an Evo without a turbo was always a risk. And when the Evo 6 engine turned out to be a far less saleable Evo 4 power plant, it looked as though George and Sheldon's plan had backfired. The gentlemanly refund from the seller helped to soften the blow, and the sale of the front cradle, seats and gearbox clawed back some of their stake. The last-minute job lot sale to the American buyer tipped the Evo into profit. It was a great turnaround, but have they done enough to win?
We spent a maximum £3,000, total sales, 4,161 nicker, making a profit of 1,000, Bosch, 160, hold up, 161 nicker, that's 1,161 to you and me, George.
Ben's clean and efficient stripping gave Frankie plenty of time to hit the road and sell the engine and gearbox, as well as the rear diff. On-site sales also made a useful contribution, as did the phone sale of the turbo and injectors. Internet deals for items such as the doors, front bumper, radiator and exhaust manifold combined with the scrap value to ensure that Frankie and Ben were clear winners.
Well, I'm not taking no responsibility for this one. I'm leaving it down to Sheldon. If we'd have bought an engine with a turbo, we would have made more money, wouldn't we?
Every day's a fishing day. Not every day's a catching day. Can't win them all.
I was certain it was in the bag right from the very start, and if old Francis would listen to me once in a while, we'd win a bit more often.
Yeah, the old Impreza, I've got to tell you, I was wrong. I got it all wrong. I love those motors. But, don't say nothing, will ya?
Since the making of this programme, all of the parts sold have gone on to breathe new life into a host of other cars. Susie's German buyer changed his mind. As a result, the Subaru engine and box are now on their way to Finland. The seats from Frankie and Ben's blue Impreza have started a new life in another blue Impreza. Whilst in Essex, Graham has fitted the Evo seats into his Nissan Stagia and he's thrilled to bits. I love a happy ending.
Brand new Strippers is back at the same time next week. Join the conversation now at Nat Geo Channel UK on Twitter.
Can you get rich by scrapping cars? We'll find out.
This is nice, isn't it?
2 teams of vehicle breakers are challenged to make as much cash as they can by stripping scrap cars for parts.
180, 45 quid, 250.
2 1/4.
Lovely.
It's the ultimate test of stripping skill and salesmanship.
Even before you come through them gates, I just knew.
Motoring treasures get unearthed.
The sun has just come out.
Patience gets tested. And fears confronted.
Oh, for God's sake! Yeah, I could have been holding the crown jewels, I would have dropped them.
Let the breaking begin. Today's head-to-head challenge requires the teams to turn a profit by breaking American muscle cars. With bold, aggressive looks, massive engines, and miles per gallon figures that would make even a millionaire weep, these are the bulldogs of the road. Unsurprisingly, the UK isn't exactly overflowing with American muscle. With only £1,500 to play with and a mere 3 days to dismantle the motors, this is no American dream for the teams. But there's no time for excuses, because when time is called, it's the team with the biggest profit that wins. Eager to prove their scrappage credentials are 2 teams dedicated to making a packet from end-of-life motors. Looking to romp home as top dogs are Sheldon and George. Auto-obsessive George Percy is the one with the keys to the toolbox.
Anyone can rip a car apart, but to do that against the clock and not damage nothing, that takes real skill.
His well-groomed teammate Sheldon Nichols turns the parts into pound notes.
I know if I've got to deal with in the first 30 seconds. 9 times out of 10, I have.
They'll be facing up to Ben and Frankie. Ben Szymanski is the man who provides the mechanical brains.
The key weapon in any mechanic's arsenal is a steaming hot cup of tea. Gives you time to think.
Which leaves the financial side of things to be attended to by natural-born dealer Frankie Otway.
Yeah, never get attached to a motor, never. Buy it, break it, flog it. The 3 Bs, 2 Bs and an F. Biff.
As the search for cars begins, both teams are realising that this could be their toughest challenge to date.
I can't believe this, I'm sick, we are banging trouble here. We got 1,500 quid. We're not going to be able to choose a make or model, you do know that for that sort of money, didn't you?
As long as you buy V8. That's all you need to know.
Well, I've got a variety of stuff, mate, we can look at. Pontiac Firebirds, you've got Chevys, you've got Dodge.
Whatever it is, it's got to be V8 and above.
So, both teams have narrowed down their search to something American with a V8 engine. It's an exact science, this.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm ringing about the Corvette. The engine's blown.
How many zeros?
Yeah, I want something big, fast, American, flash, Larry.
But, you know, it doesn't have to be nice, mate. We're breaking it. Anything ropey.
She hasn't been on the road for a few years, but she fires up all right. All right, okay.
Sheldon and George's search for serious American muscle has led them to Northampton, the home of AIS, where owner Steve Hodges awaits.
Repair American cars, sell the odd cars, break a few cars.
Undeterred by the beautiful British summer weather, petrolhead Sheldon and George can't resist having a nose around.
Sheldon, do you ever get the feeling you're not appropriately dressed for this?
They say where there's muck, there's money.
This is nice, isn't it? Jim!
We ain't gonna be making no money off of this one.
Well, better off banger racing.
Oh, the sun has just come out.
It has?
Yes. Now that's what I'm talking about.
There are few cars that scream American muscle more than the Chevrolet Corvette. First released in 1984 with a $24,000 price tag, the Corvette C4 Crossfire was the fourth generation in a family of Corvettes dating back to 1953. Of course, the heart of any vet is the engine, and size does matter. The Crossfire was propelled by a thunderous V8 that gave the car a top speed of nearly 140 miles an hour and helped it accelerate from 0 to 60 in just over 7 seconds. There are Corvette owners in the UK, so shifting parts shouldn't be an issue. But will George and Sheldon's budget allow them to pick up their scrapper of choice?
What do you reckon, mate?
That's all right, isn't it? Magnesium alloy wheels.
Yeah, well, a good few
They've
quid,
got to be
mate.
worth at least £300, don't they? Well, that don't open.
I'm feeling good about this one, mate.
Yeah, just pull it.
Flipping it. And these are fiberglass. Imagine if it was made of metal.
Start the old girl up.
Oh,
listen to that.
That's the money.
That's a beast, isn't it?
Yes, mate.
You know what that is? That's sunshine on a rainy day.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely hear that.
I'm going to make a lot of money. I can see Frankie crying his heart out. Big time.
We just got to make sure we get it for the right money, Georgie.
That's up to you, mate.
Back at base, Frankie, having spent most of the day in a fruitless search for Yankee muscle, has finally got a lead on a true American classic.
A full Thunderbird. And what sort of shape's it in?
First created in 1953, the many incarnations of the Ford Thunderbird have entered American folklore, even prompting the Beach Boys to make references to the iconic T-Bird in their 60s classic Fun, Fun, Fun. Unfortunately for Thunderbird enthusiasts, for a period in the 80s and 90s, the fun had most definitely stopped, as Ford created a series of versions drastically out of tune with the much-prized earlier models. And thanks to Frankie failing to ask basic questions such as, what year was it made? After a 2.5-hour drive, the boys are met with this. A 1993 Thunderbird Super Coupe.
This wasn't the one I was expecting. Being the typical lack of attention to detail from Frankie here, he's thought, Thunderbird, that sounds amazing, a Thunderbird. He was probably thinking of the TV series for kids, to be honest.
To be fair, there's nothing wrong with the early 90s Thunderbird. It did have a top speed of 140 miles an hour. Some 900,000 were sold. And one motoring journalist of the day described its looks as having a menacing elegance, akin to Chuck Norris in evening dress. It just isn't considered a classic. That means there's no great market for spares in the UK, and crucially, the V6 engine isn't particularly attractive to the hot rod fraternity, who often snap up American muscle parts. This car belongs to Andy Garrett, a man who specialises in restoring classic motors. Needless to say, he's not overly keen on restoring this old lump.
It's a car I ended up with in a deal with some Ferrari parts. I had to buy the car, I didn't really want it, it's not the sort of thing I'd normally buy.
Where's it been dragged from? The bottom of a lake?
It's covered in green slime, but underneath all that I think the bodywork's solid and the interior's pretty tidy.
Just pop the bonnet, let's see. You know, there's always a big engine under these yank tanks, isn't there? There's always something decent.
Not this one, it's a V6.
I was heartbroken. Absolutely heartbroken. 210 horsepower from 3.8 supercharged engine. It's not even American muscle. Let's not buy it.
We've got no choice. We've got to buy American muscle before tomorrow morning. We're out of the game. We're finished. We're over. We're busted. That's it. I've had enough. Have I got a worried face? No. So I'm not worried. I'm going to flog it. I'm going to put it to work. I'll tell you what, I fancy I might make a few quid out of it on the strength of it.
Back in Northampton, it's time for Sheldon to part with some bucks for a shabby Corvette.
It's running on, I would say, 5 or 6. But what's your bottom line price on it?
18.
Take the one off it. I see about 800 quid, mate.
No, we can't go there. Can't go there. You know, there's lots of things worth a lot of money on that car.
Okay, we're $1,000.
Still got to be a bit more, boy.
Well, help me out. You know, I can't be the buyer and the seller, can I?
1,400.
I'll tell you what, look, I'm not messing about. I'll shake your hand now on 1,200 quid.
Yeah, okay.
You happy with that?
Yeah, love a deal like that.
Smashing.
Okay.
So, Sheldon and George have picked up a Corvette C4 Crossfire with that all-important V8 muscle and a somewhat lived-in interior. All for 1,200 quid.
Geezer, how'd you do?
Had a result, mate.
Yeah.
1,200 quid.
Oh, nice one.
I can't wait to see their faces, mate.
Well, those faces currently look a bit like smack bottoms. Out of time, Ben and Frankie have no choice but to try and strike a deal for this early 90s Thunderbird in Racing Moss Green.
I had a look at that old motor out there.
Yeah, nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm glad you got a good sense of humour. I'm going to give you a one-offer now on this motor.
Okay.
And I'm not going to mess about with you either, because I'm not in the mood for it. 3,500 quid, that's your lot.
Nah, no, we're miles off, mate. No, you're having a laugh. I was looking for 1,500 for it.
1,500?
Yeah.
I reckon you've been stuck in that gas too long. I'll tell you what I'm going to do with you. 700 quid, I'll walk out of here.
Bottom line on that car for me to sell it to you today is 950.
I'm not paying you 950. I think there's something wrong with your hearing.
I reckon you've got I reckon that you wouldn't have come up here unless you were desperate for a car.
I'm not desperate. I'll walk away. There's motors galore out there. I'll tell you what I'm going to do with you, Andrew, right? Because you're a right nice geezer.
I know.
Right? 900 sovs. It's yours. Take it away. Go and have a little cruise on the strength of it, right? You've done the right thing for me. You've made me a very happy man.
One 1993 Thunderbird. Underpowered, having apparently been kept underwater, but possibly overpriced at £900.
Okay, it's only money.
We've had worse days?
Yeah.
Both teams have returned to base with their ageing American muscle cars. They'll now have just 3 days to strip their donor vehicles before flogging the parts to the highest bidder. Anything left at the end of the challenge will be weighed in for scrap before facing an undignified end, courtesy of the Crusher. Before stripping begins, there's just time for the teams to inspect their opponent's American Beauty.
Thunderbird. You must be Parker. You must be Lady Penelope. Check it out, boys.
Tell
Check
you
it
what,
out.
the interior's worth a fortune in
They
these
so
things.
are, Ben.
Oh, yes.
And all it needs to recover, mate.
This is a muscle car, mate. American muscle.
Did you hear that? Muscle car.
Muscle? What?
Muscle.
Elbow grease, you mean? Let's see what's in here. Oh, hold up. Oh. And that
Steering wheels on
right
that
up.
Let's
side.
start the old girl up for you. Listen to this
listen to
little.
this. Oh.
2 cylinders?
V8.
No,
Hang on, no, listen.
Hey, mate.
2, 3.
Oh, listen to that.
No.
Listen to that.
I didn't know they did a 5.7 3-cylinder. That is amazing. I am impressed.
Ben, come on, man.
What's happened here? Was you in a rush to buy it or
Yeah,
something?
we was a little bit, yeah.
Man.
Pull the
No,
bonnet.
don't do it. Oh, dear, I can't stomach it.
No.
It's only a V6. Ain't even a V8.
Yeah. See what I mean?
American muscle.
I told you we shouldn't have bought it, didn't I? Muscle.
Was this you?
No, it's me. Both of us. Bit of a joint effort, you know what I mean?
Well, I think you got
So you're both responsible.
Yeah,
Comfy
sort of. Yeah,
seats.
50, sort of 75. Yeah. Anyway, look, leave that alone and
All right, boys.
let's put it
It's
down to
all-
a bad experience and move on.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
All right, look, we'll see what happens next week, eh? We'll have a meet up and we'll have a light out on the strength of it, eh?
Sounds right to me.
Keep them seats, lads. You need to sit down.
Adios, boys.
Adios.
So Ben and Frankie have coughed up £900 for this Ford Thunderbird. Not only does it appear to have been parked at the bottom of a swamp, but it's of a distinctly unfancied Thunderbird vintage. It does have a neat enough interior, but the lads have never heard that V6 engine purr, or make any noise at all. George and Sheldon have parted with £1,200 for this neglected Corvette Crossfire. The bodywork ranges from poor to rough as guts, and the interior is in appalling nick. But that massive V8 has at least been heard to roar. Well, cough on 6 of its 8 cylinders. Rough it may be, but the V8 will play a big role in their business plan. There'll also hope for a good return on the 17-inch alloys. The easily removed roof could play a role in a restoration project, whilst the rolling chassis could prove attractive to hot rod or kit car enthusiasts. George has decided to break with tradition and perform some routine maintenance operations before beginning to strip.
Ben was moaning about that engine, but it's understandable it's going to run rough. It's been stood around for years, so I've had to have all the spark plugs out. They're corroded, so I've cleaned them all up so you can get a nice spark, a real good connection. Nothing that's going to conduct electricity if it's rusty. Right, go on then, give that a try.
Dad, there was a motor that I wanted to keep for myself. This might be the one.
We are petrol heads at heart, and that's a V8. It's roaring. That is a machine.
Ben was originally far from enthused with the V6-powered Thunderbird, but he appears to have found at least one component to get excited about.
Wow. How can anyone not want this? Frankie, this is amazing stuff, mate. I mean... OK then, mate. Well, let's get the engine out, shall we?
Yeah.
In fact, the electric seatbelt is just one of several potential moneymakers on the T-Bird. The hot rod boys might turn their noses up, but the supercharged V6 engine could still find a home in a kit car. The tidy leather interior is in good nick, and the mint-condition exhaust could attract one of the handful of UK Thunderbird fanciers. But nothing will be shifted without alerting the part-buying community. So up go the braking ads.
All right, Frankie, I'm rearing to go. What inquiries have we had, mate? What sort of interest?
None.
OK, so the adverts you've put on the internet, how many hits have they had?
You want the truth?
Yes, please.
None.
None.
George and Sheldon's vet is already looking like a good buy. There's been an inquiry about the roof. Apparently, it's easily removable.
Tell you what,
yeah,
this ain't a really good design, is it? To go through all this to get the roof on and go through it off. In this country, by the time you've got the roof off, it starts raining.
You imagine going down a Californian highway with that roof off, with the sun.
And the wind in your hair. You ready? Here you go, mate. Cop hold of that.
Go on, ready?
Hey.
Got it?
Yeah.
Does she look good with her top off?
Steady.
We'll leave the double entendres there. Potential buyer Wesley has arrived on site.
I'm just after the roof because I've got a crack in my one and it's leaking in water quite bad when it's out in the rain.
You good, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. See you brought her down with you. It's near enough the same colour. Well, have a look. I know the paintwork on her's not too great.
It's lovely.
A little bit scabby, but yeah.
I'm happy with that.
I'm looking for 1.5, mate.
1.5, bit much, mate. I was thinking more like 50.
Nah, come on, you ain't going to get it for 50 quid. Come on, it's going to rain. I want to do a deal, and I want to get back inside and finish off my tea.
How about 60?
Nah.
But I'll tell you what, I've got 75 on me. Is that all right?
Tell you what, you call it 100 and we got a deal.
100? Just got him.
Yeah? Lovely. All right.
£100 sale is a good start, but Sheldon's got a long way to go before he's recouped his £1,200 outlay. Meanwhile, over in Happy Valley, Ben is trying to remain upbeat.
Seriously, do you reckon we're going to be able to knock anything out on this motor?
I tell you what, we are definitely going to sell something. There's going to be some turn up for the bucks. I can feel it.
You will stand by me, if it all goes by side, though, won't you?
Oh, no, definitely not. No, I mean, it is all your fault, Frankie. I mean, you've lumbered us with this, you lummox.
It's a bit strong, isn't it?
And so while Ben dismantles, Frankie sells.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I've got a Ford Thunderbird. Yeah. No, not that one, no.
Or rather, tries to sell. There is a difference.
No, it's a 93. Yeah, that's the one. Don't go like that, please. Yeah, you don't want to buy any parts, do you? Well, anyone else you know that does?
One of the problems with this Thunderbird is, despite its vast size of a small American state, it is tremendously difficult to work on and find anything. It's packed in there. So I've had to cut a small inspection panel to see the engine mounts. Mechanics do not have an encyclopedic knowledge of every single car ever made, ever. So sometimes it is a bit suck it and see. We do a little bit, we cut a little bit, we do a little bit more. That's just sometimes how it goes.
Frankie's phone canvassing might have drawn a blank, but the braking ads he placed online earlier have had an impact on the international market.
Geezer on the internet fancies the exhaust in the gearbox from Austria. All that caper. £250.
Ben will be pleased.
But the problem is, I mean, the bolts are completely accessible. There's about 20 foot of it. And to get the gearbox, exhaust, then the fuel tank, then the prop shaft, then all the engine, for the sake of what? Nothing. Look at all this. I don't know how they made it so inaccessible to say it's so big.
So what are you trying to say?
It's a lot of work.
I don't like it no more than you, Ben, but unfortunately here we are, and our ship is sinking fast.
First of all, the exhaust has got to come off, but all the bolts are hidden and they're all seized. Last rubber.
Looking good there, son, looking good.
I've eaten more muck today.
He's done it, that boy, he's done it. Oi, oi.
Beautiful. Number 2, the petrol tank has then got to come out in order for the prop shaft to come off, so that we can remove it from the gearbox, so we can set the engine and gearbox out together.
I know it's a lot of graft. I know that. I do appreciate his efforts. At this moment in time, we ain't knocked nothing else out.
If they can satisfy the Austrian buyer, Ben and Frankie will have taken a big step in their pursuit of profit. George and Sheldon have flogged a roof, but are in need of more sales. Fortunately, a couple of punters are on their way to check out the Corvette's alloys. The trouble is, the alloys are perfectly happy to stay where they are.
That's going to be a problem.
How hard do you think they're going to be to drill out? Do you reckon they're hardened bolts?
I bet they're quite hard. You can see someone's had a go at it with a chisel already.
Well, you know what, mate? That's your department. I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to go and see if I can drum up some business.
Put the kettle on. One of the problems you get when you're buying a second-hand car is you don't always get the locking wheel nut key or the locking key for the security plate that covers the wheel nuts. And that's the problem we've got with the Corvette. So what you've got to do is drill them through the centre. Because these are designed to stop people stealing your wheels, they make them a very hard steel. So chances are you're going to break a few drill bits.
Those wheels are worth a lot of money. They really could do with refacing, which means they basically go on a glorified lathe and it recuts the face of the wheel, and then they'll treat them and re-lacquer them and they'll look as good as new.
Little beaut.
My situation is that I haven't got the time to get it done. I might just have to end up selling them sold as seen. Whoever gets them, once they spend the money on them, they will look top-notch.
Let's hope East London body shop owners Tej and G appreciate all George's efforts.
Basically, we normally go for unique cars that are not really out there, or go for Leary colours like this one. Well, the Corvette wheels are going on a Mark III Golf. It's going to have a full respray, similar to something like this, but not such a Leary colour, just a basic silver.
All right, Tej, G, just take a good look around and see what you think. There's a couple of little curb marks on them, but nothing that a refurb won't sort out.
You think a refurb can sort that out? That is really bad.
That's really bad?
That's really bad.
OK.
You can't take chrome off like that easily. Yeah, what price are you thinking?
I'm thinking around about the 350 mark.
Ooh, I was coming looking at spending only about 230, if that.
230.
Look at the condition of them. A lot more than elbow grease, sort that out.
There ain't that many of them about, and they've got great tyres on them, and I think what I'm asking is a fair price, really.
You take, what, 250 for them?
Call it 275 and you got yourself a deal.
Gee, what do you say?
They do need a lot of work, but...
Oh, yeah, 275 sounds good to me.
You happy with that?
Yeah, we're good.
Top man. Pleasure doing business with you guys.
To squeeze £275 out of those two canny operators represents good work from Sheldon. Across the yard, Frankie and Ben's Austrian internet buyer has proven to be an Alpine time waster. So it's good night Vienna to the £250 deal. Undeterred, Frankie is back on the blower.
All right, let's talk about a bit of dough then, shall we? Well, you tell me. No, I'll tell you what, I'll tell you. The geezer's phone back, fancies the engine, £450. I mean, I would have liked to have got more, you know what I mean? A nice few quid more, but and he's taking a gamble. I mean, he ain't know the engine running. And to be honest with you, nor have I.
Arm yourself with ease. Chop anything that
moves.
Yeah, that's it.
You name it, I'll play it, son.
It's all coming, isn't it?
There's one side going down.
Unfortunately, Francis is no help whatsoever. Neither moral support, physical support, or any sort of support.
I don't want to urinate in your parade, but should it be off the stands?
I'll give you 2 guesses, Frankie.
No. Just seems to be hanging about like my hemorrhoids. Something's moved there. All right, the car ain't brilliant, you know, but my heart's in the right place, you know what I mean?
Frankie, hoses.
That, hoses. Here she blows, look at that, look.
Oh, Frankie, don't be a chump, take the lump. Go on. I've had enough.
With the engine out and a possible buyer lined up, Ben and Frankie's business plan is again displaying potential.
Frankie, what a day.
Bit of scampi and chips, something like that, eh?
But day one belongs to Sheldon and George. It's day 2 out of 3 for our 2 teams of dedicated dismantlers, who are competing to see who can make the most profit from scrapping an American muscle car. Sheldon and George paid £1,200 for their Corvette Crossfire and have already shifted the roof, together with the 4 alloy wheels. Frankie and Ben, on the other hand, have been having a nightmare with their £900 Ford Thunderbird, as deals have fallen through left, right and centre. The bad news continues for the hapless duo, as the punter who showed interest in the V6 engine yesterday proves to be as flaky as the paintwork on Frankie's office.
All right. Thanks very much.
Will things pick up as Thunderbird fanatic Mark arrives on site? Well, they can't get much worse, can they?
My name's Mark. I'm here for some parts for my Ford Thunderbird V6 3.8 supercharged.
Mark's after some lights, a mirror and a small selection of body trim. But with no sales to date, Frankie is keen that he leaves with a little more than he bargained for. In fact, the shiny domed salesman is preparing to use a few mind games to bundle the exhaust and radiator into the deal.
Even before you come through them gates, I just knew. Something told me that you're going to want that little lot there. I knew it. Look, that, right? For that, 200 quid. Now, you're going to want that, ain't you? No, you are. I can see it in your face. As we speak, right, look, all that, right, me and you're going to take it, ain't you? Now, come on, I know you are. I know it. Look, here, look, see, look, there, right.
All of it.
All of it. 200 quid. Here we go.
Go on then.
Come on in. Let's see the dough. Let's see the colour of the dough.
One job lot of parts sold for £200. Ben and Frankie are back in the game.
Didn't quite expect to buy as much as I did, but still at the end of the day, parts are quite rare, so I was quite glad of it.
George and Sheldon know that their big seller will be the Corvette's throaty V8. But aware that there's also money in the fiberglass body, the guys are taking extra care as they remove the bonnet. As George begins the arduous task of removing the engine, Sheldon takes a call that could radically change their plans.
You want the gearbox, you want the rear axle, you want the suspension. 1,500 quid, you ain't going to get that at 1,500 quid. I will drop it off at yours, 1,750, not a penny less. Yeah, I thought you would have. You'd have been mad not to. Yes. Get in there. George, whoa, George.
What's up, mate?
Stop working, mate. How much you taken off for this so far?
Not a lot. I mean, there's a few little bits. Why, what's up?
I've just sold the engine, box, axle, everything, all in the chassis.
So we don't have to take the engine out now?
No, we don't.
Lovely. So we've got to put it all back together. You took all this off. Where's all the bolts for this?
On the floor.
Where are you going to get them then?
You're funny. Today's been a good day. Fella's interested in the engine, gearbox, back axle, major plus.
The call came from a manufacturer of bespoke hot rods, who wants nothing more than the Corvette engine, gearbox and rolling chassis. So George and Sheldon still have a big stripping job ahead of them if they're to seal the deal. Finally off the mark, Frankie's keen to shift more stock. The seats are one of the few positives in an ocean of negatives for the Thunderbird. The problem is they're electric. They're covering the bolts, and there's now a distinct lack of electrical power in the engine bay to move them. Cue a simple solution from Ben. Or if you're Frankie, magic.
He'd pulled out these two wires. Well, he connected them up to the terminals on the battery and then wallop. Zzz. I can't believe it, Ben, what you've just done. You've just rigged it up out of nowhere. I can't believe it. I mean, I looked at him like he discovered fossils or something, dinosaurs. Because normally, I mean, I'd have walked away from that and said, no, it can't be done. But you've just proved me wrong again. It's just constant. I can't deal with it.
I'm welling up here, Frank. What is he impressed about? I've hooked a battery up to a motor and he's acting like I've just discovered electricity. Kid stuff.
Electricity might be a bit too scientific for Frankie, but he'll surely have no problem with the physics of yanking the seats out.
Jim, Poxy. All that.
With the seats out, it's time to go to market. And before long, Frankie's dealing with an inquiry that requires him to think on his feet.
No, the seats are still in it. No, they're immaculate, honestly. No, all right, well, look. If you're happy with that price, then I'm happy. If you're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, lovely. Geezer phoned up, fancies the body shell, all the interior, the seats and all that game, but everything but the engine. I mean, what's wrong with these people? 500 quid, I mean, yeah, lovely, you know, for that little lot. Anyway, I'll have this, cut the tin. Go and let old Chisel Chops know the good news, Ben, I suppose.
The buyer wants a complete interior, which will involve Ben bolting the seats back in. But that's not the real problem. The £500 price tag is conditional on a complete body shell.
Do you remember that inspection panel we cut to get the engine out?
Yeah, but he ain't going to worry about that. He's going to come down to something else.
So he wants a body shell? A full body shell?
Yeah, so he said.
Because, I mean, what we've got is sort of 90% of a full body shell.
He might not notice it.
Are we hoping this fella's going to be blind?
Will he notice it?
I think he might do. There is sort of the front of the car missing. I don't know what the fella's going to think when he gets here. I think he might be a little bit miffed.
Looks like Frankie needs to get back on the phone to rescue the deal.
How much of a problem? Well, there's a little bit of a blemish on the front of the bodywork. But what about them seats, though? Can't you have a look at those seats?
So, another deal bites the dust. This is turning into Frankie's Strippers Horribilis. It's the third and final day of our American muscle car stripping challenge. Yesterday, Sheldon agreed a whopping £1,750 for the engine, box and stripped-down rolling chassis of the Corvette Crossfire. But for the deal in principle to become cold cash, the vet requires some serious stripping, and time is running out. First up, it's the interior, and some good news for Sheldon.
When I bought the Corvette, as far as I was concerned, the interior wasn't worth a dime. Wesley came down, who bought the roof off of me for his Corvette, and he then proceeded to tell me that the seats alone, without the upholstery, just the frames, they go for up to £90 each. And there's an awful lot of people out there that will reupholster those seats in all sorts of different fabrics. So yeah, those seats are going to see another life. And a few more bums in them.
Next up, it's the potentially valuable glass. Valuable if it comes out in one piece, that is.
You ready to work up a bit of a sweat?
Really?
Come on, you big guy.
It's smoking.
It's meant to. You need to keep that up on the glass.
I just don't want to hit the screen, because now in my luck,
no.
I'll hit the screen and it'll just go crack. I can't really begin to explain the tension that I was feeling, because any minute I was just expecting to see crack.
Sheldon's not suddenly developed a love of American automotive glazing. This is a man so tight he was last known to buy a round of drinks in 1998.
It's like basically watching 150 quid blow away.
Watch that pillar. Try not to lean on that screen with your hand, mate.
Oh. Hey! Another job well done, George.
Hey.
Finally, the body shell needs removing. But with time the enemy, subtlety is not required.
when it came to the back end, I thought we'd had everything off. Everything was in place just to lift that thing up and pull it off.
What's holding it?
But nothing ever is that simple, is it?
I'll tell you what it is. It's these floor tubs. They're catching on the drive shafts.
If we cut them along here, all the way round square, that should do it, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Ready?
Go for it, man.
Cool.
George, doing what he does best, power tool out again, he just cut them out.
Sheldon's being very modest. There are 2 real men on the job here. Well, 1.5.
Yeah.
Oh, for God's sake, mate.
I hate spiders. I'm not afraid or ashamed to say it. I hate them, and I hate them with a passion.
Did you see the size of that?
I think he wanted a piece of you.
Yeah, I could have been holding the crown jewels, I would have dropped them.
Oi.
Arachnophobia may be a problem for Sheldon, but during this strip, Frankie has developed an aversion to Ford Thunderbirds as deals have fallen through left, right and centre.
That's a 93.
But could salvation have arrived in the form of bespoke furniture makers Paul and Alan?
Sort of thing we're looking for with old car seats is obviously it's got to be leather.
Check.
Good quality, good condition.
Check.
Also a decent colour, either got to be black or red.
Hallelujah! This should be a piece of cake.
What's that thing there for now?
That's a base.
Right.
That's what the seat sits on.
Right.
That's it. Don't know what you're doing.
No.
No.
Not at all.
Well,
Are you helping us, Frankie?
No, put it in there like that.
It's
Look.
Frankie, you see.
Oh, I'm only trying to help out. Al? Alan? Don't fit very well, do it? What, this goes on the doings here? Look at that, look.
This is like the test base, and then we'll just...
Oh, hold up, it's gone over, Al.
He didn't have a clue, did
Yes,
he?
I'll help you,
Hopeless.
but
What a hindrance.
Yes,
It was...
help me, please. No, help me.
We don't need that. He should have just left us to it, really.
OK, so he's no interior designer. But then this is a money-making challenge, not a home makeover show.
Look, let's talk about the money here first.
Come on, then. Let's talk about money.
Let's talk money.
To you, £350.
No, sorry. There's 200. There's 200. That's all I've got, and that's all we got with us.
I know we ain't settled the price, right? But look, I ain't got time to mess about, right? I'm going to take it, right? There's no negotiations anymore now.
It might have been a difficult strip for the big man, but he stuck to his guns, and £200 is a good return.
I want to pay 200 quid for them, but then I'm not buying them, am I? You know, and they are from up north.
Meanwhile, after George's heroic stripping, Sheldon has been able to courier the Corvette engine, box and rolling chassis to the buyer. He's decided to tag along himself. And guess what's on his mind?
I'm only coming down there really to pick up my money, and I'm quite intrigued to see what he's going to do with my old Corvette.
The vet's fate is in the hands of Darren, an expert when it comes to automotive Americana.
We do classic restorations, custom builds, servicing and maintenance work for American cars.
Well, you must be Darren.
Hiya, mate. How are you?
Sheldon, nice to meet you,
Nice to
finally.
meet you.
Very impressive stuff.
Thank you very much.
Very impressive. Oh, she's lovely. So what you got planned for my little Corvette?
I'll come and have a look.
Come on, then. My. Darren, what have you done to her?
What have you done to her?
I was a bit gutted to start with, but you know what? It's nice to know that she lives on in another creation.
We're going to take the motor out of here.
Yeah.
And some of the components, and we're going to transplant them into this pickup over here.
To create one heavy Chevy.
So basically, we've chopped out the old chassis and we've put a bespoke front end in. So you get power steering, power brakes, good drivetrain, you know, nice and comfortable to drive.
A fitting final resting place for the Corvette. But for Sheldon, there's only one happy ending.
$17.50 we agreed, wasn't it?
Yes, mate. It's all there.
Darren, you're a gentleman.
A fantastic deal. That puts Sheldon and George in clear profit. And if that wasn't enough, Sheldon's also managed to get a little bonus thrown in.
Yeah, you want to take one for a spin?
Oh, are you joking?
No.
Oh, wow.
Well prepared small block, about 440 horsepower.
And you're going to let me loose?
Yeah, we're going to let you have a little go, yeah.
There is a God.
For 3 days, our 2 teams of scrapping scrappers have been dismantling a couple of American muscle cars. Having forked out a substantial £1,200 for their Corvette C4 Crossfire, Sheldon and George have excelled, shifting virtually all of their strip parts. Frankie and Ben initially struggled with their £900 Ford Thunderbird, but sales have started to roll in. That said, they still need a big sale to have a chance of winning. There's a big lump of a V6 sat in their garage, which has generated no interest from punters. But fear not, Ben has a cunning plan.
So we're here just down the road from the workshop, and there's something big going on down here. There's cars, there's trikes, there's bikes, there's everything down here. Frankie's lumbered with this motor, and he needs a bit of help. I definitely think I can find a buyer for that Thunderbird engine tonight. The trike boys are here, they're big old lumps. They don't look like they're too picky, to be honest, so I think I'll be lucky tonight. I'll flog it, easy.
Ben has a hunch that the V6 could find a new home in a monster trike. But probably not that one. Time is in short supply, so Ben makes a beeline for event organiser Nigel, who's got good news.
I've got a friend who's got a problem, and I've got to help him out.
Yep.
I got this big old Ford Thunderbird lump. 3.8, supercharged. It's a big old lump, and I need to flog it. These trike boys, they do like them big, don't they?
That'd probably be one of the biggest engines in the trikes down here.
It would be.
It would be a bit of kit, yeah.
Do you know anybody?
There's a lot of people that would like to get their hands on that engine.
Right.
I reckon tonight could be your night. If you have a look round, someone will want to rob that engine.
I think we've found someone who might have our engine, so fantastic.
The buyer declined to be filmed, probably ashamed of owning a Thunderbird V6, but didn't decline to part with £450. Good work from Ben. And that last-minute sale proves to be the final transaction of our transatlantic challenge. Anything unsold must now face the crusher. The few remaining body panels from George and Sheldon's Corvette are made from fiberglass and therefore have no scrap value. So it's a single low-carb snack of Ford Thunderbird for the crusher. With scrap prices currently at £135 per metric tonne, the weight of 1 metric tonne gives them £135. Do the math, as the Americans would say. The weigh-in complete. It's time to compare profits.
That's the first time I've seen a motor look better crushed than it did before.
Josh, look, just take it easy on us. It's been a traumatic experience for us.
It has, hasn't it? Look at the state of it.
We talk about pound notes here now, right? We parted up with 900 quid for this Thunderbird, right? Total sales, 1,210 nicker. That makes a clear profit, I might add. 310 softs.
Things started badly with the purchase of the Thunderbird and proceeded to deteriorate. But credit where credit's due. Ben and Frankie stuck to their guns and managed to secure a return on seats, engine, and an assortment of parts sold to enthusiast Mark. Internet sales of the wheels, lamps, and wing mirrors contributed a further £170. After such a shaky start, any profit represents a result.
George and I, we paid £1,200 for our Corvette. Total sales, £2,295. That gives us a profit of £1,095.
Where Frankie picked a wrong 'un, Sheldon's choice of vehicle proved to be inspired. Early sales were encouraging, but it was the bulk sale of engine, box and rolling chassis to hot rod builder Steve that made the difference. An internet sale of the doors for £200 was the icing on the cake. It's a well-deserved victory for Sheldon and George.
All right, so I bought the wrong Thunderbird. Anyone can make that mistake.
They really have ended up looking like Lady Penelope and Parker. So Thunderbird's quite apt, really.
I'm flabbergasted. I'm over the moon. I can't believe we sold anything from that lump of lard. I am quite frankly amazed.
In life there are winners and losers. You've seen those two. Say no more.
Since the making of this show, all the parts sold have gone on to enjoy a new lease of life in other vehicles. Mark is delighted with his new radiator. Wesley is struggling to get the Corvette roof out of the boot of his car. Paul and Alan turned down Frankie's offer to help convert the Thunderbird seats into an upmarket armchair, and Tej was chuffed with the Corvette wheels. But fitting them on a golf estate left him a little tired. All's well that ends well.
Brand new Strippers Cars for Cash is back tomorrow night at 10. Join the conversation at Nat Geo Channel UK on Twitter.
Are these scrap cars or potential pots of cash?
And at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's about money.
All will be revealed as two teams of automotive recyclers buy scrappers that they'll break for maximum profit. This will be the ultimate test of their mechanical skill and deal-making know-how.
500?
2,500 quid.
There's fortunes to be made.
Love it.
But only by those who can handle the pressure.
Thing won't move.
Let's get it on. To claim victory in today's challenge, the teams must amass maximum profits from breaking a Super Mini. With responsive handling and excellent fuel economy, these small but perfectly formed runarounds have become popular with motorists the world over and are perfect for use in congested modern cities. With a budget of just £1,500 to pick up a scrapper, the teams will need to be at their sharpest. They'll have just 3 days to dismantle their donor vehicles at this licensed breaker's yard before selling the parts for top dollar. The team to record the biggest profit will win. It's a big challenge that requires some big names from the world of scrap. Team 1 is George Percy and Sheldon Nichols. Deconstruction is the realm of George.
I really enjoy ripping the motors apart. But you've got to have finesse. I'm not an animal.
The spanner is his scalpel and the wrench his forceps as he forensically strips the most valuable components. Turning parts into profit will fall to Sheldon.
For me, it's definitely all about the classics.
The forecourt is his stage as he plays the leading role in the drama of the deal.
Glad I'm sitting down.
They'll be up against Frankie Otway and Ben Szymanski. Leading the charge to dismantle is Ben.
Stripping some of these nice motors down, keep them running, keep them trucking for another 40 years.
Enthusiasm, knowledge and first-class technical skills make him the man who can when it comes to breaking bangers. Buying and selling falls to Frankie Otway.
I like coming out in front, no matter what it is. As I stand now, I walk away.
An upbringing around the markets of London's East End has given him a seventh sense for making money from motors. With a budget of just £1,500 to play with, our team's first task is to decide on a target vehicle. And Sheldon is like a dog with a bone.
But there's so many out there. There's the Corsa, the Fiesta, Clios, Micras.
No, George, you know what? It's got to be a Mini.
No, it don't have to be a Mini.
It's got to be a Mini. No, an actual Mini.
No, it
George,
can't be a Mini.
A classic Mini. Do you know how many enthusiasts are out there? You don't see Minis on the road nowadays.
Why does it have to be a Mini?
If we can find a nice, clean Mini that's got a clean shell, believe me, mate, we'll clean up.
So what are they going for?
It's got to be a Mini.
When Len Lord, boss of the British Motor Corporation, told his design team that he wanted a proper miniature car, he kick-started the development of a true game-changer. The first new Austin 7, as it was originally known, hit the road in 1959 and revolutionised the layout of the mass-production motorcar. Its combination of transversely mounted engine and front-wheel drive was a totally new concept, whilst every component was designed to produce a car that was small on the outside but large on the inside. With its simple, fun styling, the Mini was one of those cars that people just loved. And by the time the last one rolled off the production line in 2000, over 5 million had been sold. Older model Minis have become collector's items, ensuring a strong demand for spares. But before they can think about breaking and selling, George and Sheldon must find an unloved vehicle within their £1,500 budget.
Well, if that's how you feel, thanks very much. You have a great day too. And you've got all the documentation with it. And if I come down, I won't be disappointed when she runs well. Lovely. Thank you very much for your time.
George and Sheldon have headed to Croydon and a Mini lover's paradise. Head honcho is Mike Dickey.
We specialise in classic minis, restoration, repairs, servicing. We love them, our customers love them, we love our customers.
The chaps have come to see a sorry-looking Austin Mini that's reached the end of the road.
It's a 1985 Mini City 998cc.
Are you having a laugh? It ain't got no wing mirrors. Look at that, I put my finger through that. Oh.
Let's have a look and see what we can do. We've got an interior.
Where's the carpets?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, George.
All right, well...
I'll tell you what, let's see if she runs first and foremost.
Well, that's a bit better. We've got an intact engine. Fire her up.
Come on, Georgie. It's turning over. Do your magic.
It's got the coil lead off. Go on then, try that.
That's it. Oh, look at that.
All right, that's a bit more...
That's pretty promising.
That's a bit more
Well, she runs. Well, at least she runs, George.
Well, in the loosest sense of the word.
You've got the doors, you've got the rear quarters, you've got subframes, you've got drums, you've got discs, you've got calipers. We've got money here, George. And at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's about money. And it's a Mini.
Here we go again.
It's a Mini. He hates the word Mini than the name Mini. So I've really stuck my neck out for this one. And I so can't get this one wrong.
Meanwhile, Ben and Frankie are preparing for their own shopping spree.
The original Fiat 500.
Come on, Ben, do better than that.
Cleo Williams, there. Quite a nice little runabout.
I don't know where you've been for the past 20 years.
No. What about the classic Mini then, Frankie?
I like the sound of the Mini, but not the old shape.
Original easy peasy lemon squeezy.
You've got to go for the new shape, I'm telling you.
The new BMW Mini. So you want us to back for the Germans this time?
Ben, the birds love them. They do. You won't regret it, I'll tell you.
BMW's takeover of MG Rover in 1994 was driven by their desire to obtain the Land Rover's four-wheel drive technology and the Mini badge, a brand they considered to be extremely powerful. In 2001, just a year after the original ceased production, the new generation Mini hit the road. This car bore little resemblance to the original. Bigger and heavier than its predecessor, the new Mini boasted mod cons like aircon, heated seats, electric windows, and an engine manufactured in Brazil, not the UK. None of this mattered to consumers, who continued to buy Minis regardless of the changes, underlining the marketing power of that famous badge and body shape.
Hello, mate. Is that Billy? Hello, mate. Look, my name's Frankie. I'm phoning up about the Mini. You still got it down here? Have you? Blinding.
Ben and Frankie's search has led them to Surrey and an insurance write-off Mini Cooper, complete with saleable chrome, half-leather seats and up-spec'd extras. To secure it, they'll have to lock horns with sales manager Billy.
The car they're coming to see today is a Mini Cooper, 51 plate. It has vehicle damage on it. It has been burnt on the outside. I recommend it does get broken 4 parts. I'd like around about £1,800 for it. I'd be happy with £1,500 just to get rid of the stock.
Looks like a stick of asparagus, doesn't it?
It's still the pretender of the throne, Frankie. It's not the real Mini, is it? What's wrong with it, then?
Hold up. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Look, have a look, have a look.
What a tragic story. Look, it's trying to set itself on fire, Frankie. How's that happened, then?
Don't know. I do like the old Minis, I won't deny it, but I mean, that one there looks like it's been through Gas Mark 10 or something.
Oh, look at that, Frankie. We got a runner.
It don't sound too bad, do it?
I've had a good look around that Mini and it's mechanically completely sound. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know if someone just tried to set it afire or what, but they've not succeeded and we've got a lot of parts to sell now, so that's good.
It's as clean as a whistle, isn't it? It's a square little motor, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got to agree with you, Frankie. It's a bit of a rotisserie chicken, but mechanically it's
rotisserie
completely
chicken,
sound.
I like your style, rotisserie chicken.
You reckon you can get these parts out? You reckon you can get them shipped out? Do you know a man?
I've got a few things up my sleeve, and I think there's a punter out there somewhere. There's always someone out there for someone.
Back in Croydon, Sheldon is talking turkey with Mini Maestro Mike.
Well, as it is, Sheldon, we're probably looking at about £12.50.
I wouldn't pay nowhere near £12.50.
No?
I'd struggle to give you 500 quid for it.
Really? You can probably buy a bucket, if you're lucky,
Yeah.
for 500 quid. Non-running, that's the sort of thing that's out there. Supply and demand.
Come on, help me out, Mike.
So you're looking at sort of seven
I'm
and a half?
saying 7...
We're not a million miles away. I'm going to look at 9.
I think we could have a deal at 8.25.
I'll take your 8.25.
8.25?
Done. Sorry to see it going, but pleased that all the parts are going to go onto other Minis.
In Aldershot, Ben is giving Frankie a pep talk.
This is our baby now, so it's sort of up to you. You've got to deal with this fella, get the price right down.
Yeah, I know what you want,
Right.
but it ain't easy, is it? You know
Frankie,
what I mean?
come on, I'll leave you to it, fella. Do the business.
It's all about the approach in my mind. I think that if he comes across in the right manner and I think he does the right thing, leaves a little bit on the other end for me, I'll be more than happy. I'm not going to waste your time. 8,500 quid.
Can't do it.
I mean, what is it, Bill? I mean, is this something against me? What's that?
No, not
I said
at all.
something,
Look
have I
at
upset
it.
you or
It's a
what? I
genuine
mean,
£1,600.
60,
You buy
no,
it.
no chance, Bill. No chance.
Give me your best
We're
price.
talking 2 different languages. I'll give you £1,000, that's your lot.
My boss would sack me. Can't do it.
I'll give you 1,300 quid, that's your lot.
£1,400, slap me hand.
I might have to have a lay down on the strength of this. 1,400 quid.
Kids can eat, you got a lovely car.
One Mini Cooper, well cooked on one side for 1,400 quid.
Frankie.
I've got it.
Go on.
1,400 quid.
1,400 quid? Oh, my God.
I feel like chuck away Charlie.
Oh, good God. He must have been big. Was he 16'4"?
The biggest geese you've ever seen in your life, I've got to tell you.
With 2 cars purchased, it's a battle of the minis, and the teams now have just 3 days to dismantle their scrappers before flogging the parts for maximum profit. Anything left at the end of the challenge will be weighed in for scrap value and mercilessly crushed. Before the stripping commences, there's time for our teams to inspect each other's minis. Talk about a lack of imagination.
Let's have a look at it then. The state of it.
What's that all about?
It's like something out of Scarface, isn't it?
It's jumping out at you, look, it's screaming at you, look at it, look.
Yeah, put me out, put me out.
That's an anti-dazzle
What a
mirror,
diamond
that.
in there.
Anti-dazzle?
Anti-dazzle.
What, just like the paintwork, yeah?
Sheldon, have a look.
Yeah, it's nice,
Smells like you had a barbecue in here, mate.
No sabotage, George.
Did you bring your marshmallows?
No, mate.
Have a little toasty up on
It's
the
already
side?
been toasted, isn't it?
Toasted.
That just ain't doing it for me, lads.
Ain't got to do it with you,
Ain't
George.
doing
We've got
it for me,
boys
mate.
queuing up here, brother. Don't you worry about that. It's right, Ben, isn't it?
Queuing up.
That's right.
What, behind us?
Blinding, blinding. Let's go and have a pop at your little motor then, shall we?
Feel free. Come along.
Here, Frankie, don't you sneeze. You blow these bloody doors, you look at this.
Hey,
What's
look,
this?
easy with the footwork, mate. Wait, this is a classic.
What have you
This
bought
is a-
here? Have you bought a car or a Calander here?
Hey, mate,
Yeah, older.
when you become as old as what this car is, if you still look as good, we'll talk about it then.
Hey, he is as old as this car and he's running fine. Let's have a look at this.
Steady.
Bit sparse, lads, no carpets, no interior.
You listening? You listening?
I'm ready.
All right, okay.
I'm ready.
It's like a sewing machine, mate.
Hold
Listen
up.
to
Yeah,
it.
what, like a singer, you mean?
All right, she needs a bit of time.
Bit of time?
She needs a little bit of time.
Well, how long we got? Now have a look underneath there. Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at the goods underneath here.
Oh, look.
998, mate.
Oh, 998. What's that? The Battle of
998.
Hastings?
It stings, doesn't it?
Quality.
Quality.
Quality workmanship, my friend.
So, Sheldon and George have parted with £825 for this 1985 Mini City. Its bodywork may have seen better days, and the interior is minimalist to say the least, but it's a bona fide classic. Ben and Frankie have also plumped for a Mini, but it's a far more up-to-date model, manufactured after the BMW takeover. they paid £1,400 for this lightly flambéed 2001 Cooper. Despite its appearance, it's packed with parts that should have mass market appeal. The guys hope to cash in on desirable accessories such as rear spoiler, bumpers, and seats. Whilst the engine and exhaust system are all in good nick and should sell. Both teams now have just 3 days to strip the modern and vintage Minis of their most saleable parts. Ben reluctantly agreed to Frankie's choice of a modern Mini Cooper, and the big man is having one last go at drumming up some enthusiasm.
Just feel the chrome. Look at it. Look, rub your fingers over it. Look. I mean, look, the door panels, Ben, the glass, the spoiler. Look at it. Look.
Frankly, I'm overwhelmed. What is it? All for the downforce down the Mulsanne Straight? Gee.
You do make me laugh, Ben. I mean, look at the wheels, Ben. Look, they're blinding. Look.
What? All two of them?
Yeah, but Ben, you've got to think about the bigger picture. Look, they're bringing out that new Mini scooter next year, aren't they?
A little far-fetched, perhaps, but with breaking ads posted online, potential buyers could turn up at any time, and it's vital the guys have got something to sell when they do. The Cooper's bodywork ranges from mint to barbecued, but even the burnt doors could sell, and their removal will give access to the lucrative interior.
Right, Frankie, simple 4 bolts, 2 at front, 2 at the back. Get these seats out. You flog them. Oh, hang on. What's this?
10p.
2 bob.
Only £1,399 and 90 pence to go, Frankie.
I can't believe it.
Here, have me tool. Sort of go take them front 2 out.
Thing won't move.
You're making this look very easy.
What's the...
Oh, Frankie, lever on the right.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Right, that goes down there like that, doesn't it?
There's going to be some sort of cables beneath, so... Got Frankie away.
Lovely.
That was too easy.
You're all right in there, Ben. You don't want some water wings or little baby's chair, do you?
No, I'm sort of soaking up the ambience here.
I've got to be honest, I'm knocking my pound out again, look. Look, I'll tell you what...
None of this again, Frankie. No.
What is it, Ben?
Sort of...
No.
It's already back. Calm.
Oh, it's back?
Calm.
Right.
Can you not see it?
All right, here we go. That's it.
That's it.
How's that look, all right?
Beautiful.
Look at that.
Ben is perhaps wisely continuing to strip alone, allowing Frankie to greet the day's first punter, Nick.
Hold up, Ben. This is Nick. Come down and have a look at a couple of doors and a couple of wheels. Look at that, look, blinding, brand new, look.
Yep, that's lovely.
Look at that, you fancy
You got
that?
some chrome bits as well?
I've got a couple of little chrome bits, as that happens. Look. Look at that, look.
I'll give you a 1 for it.
Well, you come down on a budget or what? Look, I'll tell you what I'll do. Take that, the 2 wheels and the door. I'll tell you what, don't take liberties with me, Nick. I'll throw that bit of chrome in there for you for this, right? 180 quid, all done.
Yeah, all right, that's the deal, mate.
You got yourself
Not
a
a
deal.
problem.
Right, come on in, let's have some dough. Oh, yeah, lovely. Lovely.
60.
Lovely.
80.
Handsome.
100.
Gorgeous.
20.
Wonderful.
40.
Blinding.
50.
Beautiful.
60.
Nice.
70.
Love it.
80.
Gorgeous. God bless.
All right, cheers, mate.
Well done, Nick.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, George and Sheldon are preparing to begin stripping their Austin Mini, and Sheldon isn't afraid to give himself a pat on the back.
Oh, George, I tell you what, I'm so excited about this car. When I'd done a deal with this fellow, I said to him, throw in some bits and pieces, because there were little things like the hubcaps were missing and the door mirrors. That looks like that's a little bit of you, doesn't it? Hey? What you got in there? What's that exhaust all about? What's that saying?
It looks like you have thrown bits in here, isn't it? Look at the state of it. Look at
That looks nice.
That's a nice exhaust. We'll sell that, won't we?
Isn't it? Oh, that's lovely.
That's a single exit, 1 into 2.
Yes. In fact, the old Mini is packed with marketable parts. The engine and gearbox should attract plenty of interest from the enthusiast market, as will hard-to-get original accessories such as the chrome bumper. And if the guys find the right buyer, they might even be able to shift the body shell. George begins the dismantling process, and he'll need to get a move on. Sheldon's braking ads have already aroused some interest. I'm Graham Hathaway. I run a company called Graham Hathaway Racing. I've been involved in race cars all my life. I'm a race car preparer, manufacturer, etc. And we've come today to buy some parts for my grandson for his Mini, for his autograss car, so he can go racing. We're looking for like an engine and a gearbox and subframes, etc. And basically we want to pay as little as we can, really.
As you can see,
it's in good order.
She's got great calipers on her, and these discs are brand new.
Oh, well, nearly.
They've probably done a mile or two.
Okay.
A mile or two.
Okay.
She's got brand new brake hoses.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit more about your race car.
At the moment, he's got just a standard 1 litre Mini, which is all we can use. It's only just standard parts, and it's for 12 to 17-year-olds. So it's for juniors. It's very, very good. It's a very good starting point for motorsport.
Lucky young man.
Yes,
wow, that must be so exciting.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing.
So all we want is, we need to build him a new engine, a new gearbox for this year. So we want something fresh.
Right, so are you happy with what you've seen so far?
Yes, I am. Yeah, it looks fine.
Yes?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Great. So putting the money aside for a moment, the engine, rear cross member, front cross member, those are the bits you're interested in?
Absolutely, yep.
Lovely. Call it 715.
Okay.
And we'll have a deal.
750 a deal.
Yeah, happy with that?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, you just bought a new engine for your new race car. Look after it and take care, OK? You will drive safely, but fast. That's what we like to hear. Great stuff. Blinding deal. Fantastic fella, grandson champion. Great to see those bits going to be reused and going to be going really fast.
A £750 sale on day one is a dream and means the Mini is already close to recouping its £825 purchase price. Of course, Graham won't cough up the cash until the engine, box and subframe are free from the rest of the car. But George isn't worried.
I mean, from a mechanic's point of view, these are a doddle. These are one of the easiest cars you're ever going to get to work on. The bits are pretty much going to fall off. You reckon that's going to pull off? Yeah, so I said they were easy. Bit of a doddle to work on, really. Had a bit of a wrestling match with the steering wheel, but that's nothing.
Across the yard, Frankie's in his state-of-the-art sales suite, come third-hand porter cabin, and fielding a left-field call.
It's a bit unusual, isn't it? Well, I just feel like a little bit lost with what you're trying to ask for. Gotcha. All right, yeah, that's all right. I've got all the details. Yeah, Ben, these are details. One of those and one of those. They're all down there. I've got to go. Hello, mate. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, what time?
So Frankie just charges in with this bit of paper. It's got some dimensions on it for the rear lights cut out. You know, he wants a couple of panels off the back of the Mini cutting out. What for? I've no idea. Usually I'd be really annoyed at him, but I get to play with my new toy this time. It's the plasma cutter. So the plasma cutter, it's a big boy's toy, it's brilliant. What it does is create a high voltage spark which ionises the air around it. Compressed air is blown out the tip, gets ionised and creates temperatures of over 16,000 degrees Celsius. Very, very hot. And it just cuts through that metal like butter.
With the panels expertly cut to size by Ben, it's time for Frankie to hit the road and find out exactly why someone might want them.
Some geezer phoned up, said he fancied 2 back panels off the Mini, so I got hold of Ben, I said, shut them 2 bits up, I've got a buyer on the phone, a punter. He said something about he wants to refit them in another motor. Nothing like the Mini. I don't know if this geezer's off his nut or what. I mean, he could be a little bit weird, but I don't care.
Well, potential buyer Lee looks sane enough, and he's certainly got some tasty-looking motors in the garage.
I've always been interested in cars. It's always been my hobby, always messing about in the garage and doing bits and bobs and different projects. I always like to try and do something that somebody's never done before. So with the MG, we've had it in the family for 36 years now, I think. It was my father's before me. I want to try and do something a little bit different and enjoy a bit of fabrication and try and blend some of the Mini parts into the MG. What I'm looking for is the rear quarters. I've already got the rear lights, but I think without the actual metalwork it's going to be a bit too difficult to do. So what I need now from Frankie is the metalwork so we can blend these into the existing wings.
Love what you're doing, love the sound of it, Lee. I've got to tell you, a little bit concerned. I just want to make sure that I ain't come up on a wasted journey, make sure that these lights that you bought fit properly. Because I was a little bit worried about it. Yeah, look at that. Bob's your uncle and Sid's your sister. Look at that, look. Let's talk about a few quid, Lee. I know you don't like it, but, you know, that's the name of the game.
Yep.
25 quid each, a pony each, 50 quid all up, right? A bullseye.
What about a tenner?
I can't do a tenner, Lee, I won't lie. No, I walk away. As I stand now, I walk away, 25 quid each now.
OK, 25 quid.
You got a deal. Well done, brother. God bless you.
Thank you.
That brings day one to a close, and both teams have had a blinder. It's day two of our Super Mini Stripping Challenge, in which the teams must generate big profits from breaking small cars. With hundreds of models to choose from, both teams imaginatively chose a Mini. One old, one new. Ben and Frankie parted with £1,400 for a fire-damaged new generation Mini Cooper. On day one, they managed to recoup some of that outlay by selling the doors, 2 undamaged wheels, and rear panels. George and Sheldon shelled out £825 for a 1985 City. They had a dream day one, selling the engine, gearbox, and subframe for £750. And when the buyer, Graham, phones up to check on his purchases, there's more good news.
Yeah. You're going to put other parts on that shell and use the engine and stuff for your grandson's car. That would really please me, actually. What sort of money did you have in mind for it? Graham's sitting down. As you bought the other bits, I could do it for 6. 500? Put your name on it? Great news. OK, no problem. All right, see you soon. Take care now. Bye. George! The shell's gone. So he wants to buy our shell as well. We've ended up saving 2 Minis, and yeah, I'm ecstatic. Yeah, fantastic. What a great day.
A great day for the sales department. The Mini City is well into profit. But with the clock ticking, the chaps have a lot of stripping to do. Job 1 is getting the engine out. Luckily, Sheldon's on hand with some time-saving tips.
Do you want to start taking the rad out?
Yeah, you've got to take the rad out. The rad will be all right easily. You'll get clearance on that.
Are you sure? It's a bit tight.
Yeah, you ain't got to take it off. Too much drama.
OK, we'll have to take it slow.
Take the radiator out.
Do you want me to go fast or slow?
Easy. Easy. Yeah, whoa. Go on. Steady, steady.
Look at that.
So he told you that rad will be all right, mate?
Got to give it to you, mate. You was right.
Nice little job.
Across the yard, Ben and Frankie are finding that the engine in their new generation Mini Cooper is far more reluctant to be rehomed.
So you think it's going to be straightforward, Ben?
Nah, it's never straightforward.
Just don't think I'm going to get my old big old hands in there.
Not them sausage fingers, Frankie, no chance.
No, I know. They do get it all in one short space, though, don't they? Like really tight, innit?
Yeah.
You know? But why did they have to sort of change the engines then, Ben? What's the matter with the old engine, you know, the old Mini?
The old classic Mini, well, Frankie, it's progress, isn't it, mate? I mean, this engine's got 3 times the power of that one, nearly, you know. It's just the way it is. Every engine's got more powerful, more efficient. It's technology.
But why, Ben?
Why? Why? Well, you know, the old Go Juice, it's getting a bit expensive now.
I can't get my head round it.
No. Cost you a fortune to run one of them old Minis if it had the same power as this. This exhaust manifold should just come off and the engine should come out, but, you know, should. And gonna, I'm not too sure.
With Frankie as his glamorous assistant, Ben's really got a struggle on his hands here.
10 mil.
10 mil.
That's the one, Ben.
No, it's the one with the smaller sort of
smaller
square.
one. We've got a smaller doings, have we?
Can't see what we caught on.
Something's just dropped away there.
Yeah, that's the exhaust.
The engine in the new Mini is bigger, heavier and more awkward than George and Sheldon's.
Right, that's got it, Frankie. I'm ready to sort of utilise your brute force. Get on the thing.
Hold tight, Ben. It ain't going, Ben.
Right, hang on.
It's also far more complex mechanically, and its removal requires considerably more unbolting and disconnecting. And when things aren't going your way...
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Want me to keep going?
Yeah. Have we got any more pints? Yeah, come on, Keith. Ah, finally.
I'll tell you what, it's a good job that was easy.
Easy? For you, maybe.
It was pretty straightforward, though, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was. It was just a bit snug, that's all.
Frankie can forget having a breather after his exertions. As a potential customer, Lloyd has arrived on site.
I'm after parts for my Mini Cooper, and I would like, namely, an exhaust, and I would like a wheel arch liner and some cosmetic bits for my car.
I see you got a little fella on board. What's the strength of that, then?
I've got a new one coming. That was for the old one.
No, you ain't. Have you really?
Yes.
You're in the wrong gaff. You should do a deal with Mothercare. So, look, what's the best you can do? Come and be straight at me. I'll tell you and you can meet me halfway. Come on.
Best I can do with you is 110.
110?
Yep, 110.
Why did you go to the 10? I want to ask that question. Why?
Why did I go to the 10? Because I thought the 20 would have been too much.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
You put me in the right spot here. I've got to be honest with you, Lloyd.
Yeah.
Look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do here.
Yep.
If you've got £110 on you now, you've got a deal. Right. He's got the lot there. Look, how about that? Lovely. Well done, Lloyd.
Thank you.
God bless you and good luck to you. I don't know what's happening with me. I must be going a little bit soft. He's turned up. I couldn't believe it. His missus in the motor. I felt a little bit sorry for him. You know what I mean? So I said, look, I'll tell you, we'll have a deal. I've had to drop my pants down, £110. I'm gutted. But, you know, my heart rolls over my brain sometimes. I'm a human being. You know, what do they think I am, Danny? Just an animal? I'm not.
It's the final day of dismantling. George knows there's plenty of money left on the 1985 Mini City and sets about liquidating the assets.
The windows and rubbers on this car, they're not brand new. And if you do get a replacement pattern part, they're just not the same, they're not going to fit. Someone's going to be really pleased that we've got these bits.
He's also been doing a bit of detective work.
We think that this little car spent the first part of its life somewhere hot and dry. I mean, there's several reasons that indicate this. How solid it is, it's definitely not been used on salted roads with loads of rain. And the rear quarter, it's all sun-bleached, and so's the back parcel shelf. And the other thing about this little car, if the mileometer's to be believed, it's only done 62,000 miles. And I think that's genuine.
George and Sheldon have already sold most of the parts from their original Mini, but Graham, who's offered £500 for the body shell, won't part with a penny if it's not stripped in time. With the Mini expertly stripped, it's time for Sheldon to deliver the shell and engine. But he's having one of those days that salesmen dream about. The phone just won't stop ringing.
Hello, good afternoon. How can I help you? What was it you're looking for? Yeah, that's still available. Don't make it any later because I won't be around otherwise. Take care, bye.
And Mini enthusiast Neil doesn't need telling twice.
I'm after a petrol tank for my little 1988 Mini. I've done well over 100,000 miles in it, and it's turned into a bit of a long-term project. But it's got a few holes in the bottom of the tank now, and it needs fixing.
There you go, Neil. I think that's right, isn't it? That's the one?
Yeah, it's the right size, yeah.
I was thinking, what, 35 quid?
No, I mean, it's got to be worth 20 quid. It's going to have some rust in there.
I haven't got an awful lot of time. I'm not going to quibble over 15 quid. Call it £25 and take it away from me.
Yeah, go on then.
25 quid?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Have you got money now?
There you go.
25 quid. Lovely. Sorry to be in such a rush, but as I said, I was just going out.
Okay.
Thanks a lot,
See you
mate.
later.
Bye.
Cheers.
Sometimes there's no point haggling over peanuts, especially when there's big money to be collected.
Well, today I'm off to Graham Hathaway Racing to make sure our lovely little Mini gets delivered safely in one piece. I'm really pleased that this car's going to a good home. Really am. So, yeah, I think we're going to have a really good day today. I'm looking forward to it.
The majority of Sheldon's takings have come from his bulk deal with Graham, so it's vital that the Mini engine and shell are delivered safely.
All done.
Thank you. Because the Mini has never been involved in an accident, Sheldon is legally able to sell the shell to Graham. But the transaction does require an exchange of paperwork.
So, you happy with £500, Graham?
I'm happy with £500, yes.
Lovely. Well, there you go. There's the V5.
Thank you very much. And there's the money if you wish to count that.
Oh, smashing.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Fun.
Having finished in the office, Sheldon steals a cheeky glance at the cars in the garage, and it begins to dawn on him that Graham Hathaway is no ordinary punter. He's a motor racing legend.
I'm so loving being here today. This guy is a living legend, and any self-respecting petrolhead would give his eye teeth to be where I am. This guy started racing at the age of 17, and by the age of 19, he was British champion at autocross. He then went into rallycross. Guess what? Became British champion. He then transferred his skills to the track into touring cars. And yeah, guess what? His first championship race, he won that as well. This guy, everything he seems to touch when it comes to motorsport, he just smashes it. He's unbelievable. This guy races cars. He's managed racing teams all over the world. He says he's retired, but he's not. He's looking after cars for friends and for people all over the place. He's got a Honda here at the moment from the 90s, ex-touring car. Apparently when this car was new, it was over $500,000. It's in his blood. And you want to see this 1942 Willys Jeep that Graham's fully restored. It's absolutely incredible. And now Graham's managing his grandson, Aidan, who's winning races left, right and centre. Obviously a chip off the old block. Don't be shy, you know, mate. Just tell me when you're going to be doing a hard left or right. Well, I feel like a Marine. Right, Aaron!
Back at base, Ben and Frankie still need some serious sales if they're to turn a profit on their modern-day Mini Cooper. With only a few hours left to strip, Ben needs to concentrate his efforts on saleable parts. Luckily, he knows where the money lies.
We're taking a couple of airbags out of this Mini. Once you've had a prank, once you've had a crash and the airbags have gone off, that's it. They're one use, one time only. So if we take these two good units out, they'll go into a crash Mini if someone's repairing one.
Ben appears to be keeping his cool under pressure, but will Frankie manage to do the same when he locks horns with fellow East Ender and car dealer, Ricky?
Well, I need a part for my Mini Cooper. I need a subframe, including the steering column. We normally buy car parts, around from around these areas. That's it, really. This is why I need it, because I bought a Mini Cooper and it's got a bit of a smashing at the bottom. That's it, you know what I mean?
£250, don't mess me about, I'm a busy man. Listen, I've got another punter on the phone. I can't hang about here all day. Now listen, no, hold up. £250, you can have it, take it away now, come on.
I can buy 2 Minis from 250.
All right, then come on, don't mess me about, come on. What sort of money are we talking about here? I'll tell you what, £175.
No.
175 quid, come on, I've got to go.
I'll give you 140 and then that's it.
Look,
No,
listen, look, I've got to go, look.
But look at it, it's...
Don't worry about it. You'll be in and out, listen, you'll be in and out here like a blue bottle with a runs. Come on, listen, give me 160, 160, take it there, cash boss. Now, don't mess me about.
150 and you got yourself
160.
Come on, let's pull it out, come on, let's pull it out.
10 is a tenner.
No, come on.
I can't do bedrooms with people like that. You want it or don't you?
All right, come on, come back here. Come on, let's talk about it. Come on, why don't you get upset with me? Come on, let's talk about it.
I don't stand for no nonsense. Cash now, 155, I'll take it.
How much is this?
Yeah, that do.
Yeah?
You enjoy yourself. I don't like it.
All right, no problem.
Ben and Frankie will need to sell at quite a rate if they're to turn a profit. But for George and Sheldon, the good times continue to roll.
Well, I was sitting in the office and I've heard this sound of something very fruity pulling up on the forecourt.
That sound was created by this fully restored Austin Mini, belonging to enthusiast Joe, who's on the hunt for chrome.
It's a 1330 1275 bored out, and he's put a lot of love and care into it. It's just a lovely car. Be happy with the bumper. Have a good look round her.
Yeah, no, that's good.
The chrome on her, as I said over the phone, was really good. Maybe a little bit of polish, and that'll bring it right up.
Yeah, that'll come up lovely. Brilliant.
I actually feel like giving it to you. But I know what I had it advertised for, but how about 20 quid?
20 quid, I can do that.
Yep.
Yeah, that looks
Lovely.
good. Thank you.
Smashing.
Cheers.
The 3 days that the teams have been given to dismantle their Super Minis has come to an end, and it's time to sell off any remaining parts to save them from an unceremonious end in the jaws of the crusher. Sheldon and George have enjoyed seeing parts from their 1985 Mini City going on to breathe new life into a host of other classic Minis, and have next to nothing left to sell. It's been harder work for Ben and Frankie, who still need to sell parts if they're going to recoup the £1,400 they paid for their new generation Cooper.
Of course we still got it. I'll tell you what, it's a nice little Mini. Yeah, look, we'll have it ready for you when you come down, right?
Fortunately, Frankie's phone bashing appears to have paid off. First, he shifts the airbags, then the rear hatch, and interior trim, before the troublesome Cooper engine sells for £300. Minutes before feeding time at the crusher. On the menu today, a single course of Mini Cooper, as George and Sheldon manage to shift every major component on their 1985 City. With scrap going at £150 per tonne, a weight of 460 kilograms adds another £69 to Ben and Frankie's profits. But will it be enough to seal victory?
Gentlemen, it's that time again. What's going on, boys?
Big lumps, big lumps, big lumps. You ain't got a lot left, have you, son?
Sheldon, I'm disappointed. Classic Mini Easy Street, mate. You've got so much left, I can't believe it.
What? A door mirror and 3 hubcaps.
Well, there ain't a lot there, ain't a lot going on, is there?
We fancied a bit of a challenge.
Well, you got one then, and you still got most of it left by the looks of things.
Nah, we're all right, we're in front. Ben,
Just a bit of scrap there, mate.
Tell you what this is? It's a clear-up operation, mate.
All right, then, come on, and let's see the damage, then.
Gentlemen, we bought our classic Mini for £825. Total parts sold, £1,350, which gives us a total profit of £525. 525.
Graham Hathaway proved to be the customer from heaven. He paid £750 for the engine, gearbox, subframe and brakes. He then coughed up a further £500 for the body shell, guaranteeing a profit for George and Sheldon. A phone buyer snapped up the seats, glass and rubber seals for £55. With profits assured, Sheldon took his foot off the gas, selling other parts on the cheap to like-minded enthusiasts. But will he regret not driving harder bargains?
We bought the motor for 1,400 quid. Total sales, 1,894 quid. We made a profit of 494 nicker. And I won't deny it, I'm devastated.
The £1,400 price tag was always going to make it difficult to turn a profit on the new generation Cooper. But Ben and Frankie stuck to their guns with a series of sizable sales at site and on the road. Phone and internet sales also played an important part, with items such as the gearbox, airbags, rear hatch and interior trim accounting for an impressive £1,025. A valiant effort, but not quite valiant enough. George and Sheldon are the Super Mini Kings.
I come in cold, ain't down to me. Down to him. Chisel chops.
I cannot believe we've lost to those two. I'm absolutely gutted. But, you know, Frankie doesn't help. He's blaming me for this, and it was him that wanted the new Mini. So, you know, what can you do? Never mind.
Well, I mean, I'm quite pleasantly surprised. I mean, I never thought that we'd beat them. They had that new Mini and we had an old one. Sheldon's got to be over the moon. We've got an old car back on the road.
Perfect story with a perfect ending. That's what classics are all about.
Since the making of this programme, all of the parts sold have gone on to live again in other vehicles. The Mini City shell and engine are settling into a new life in competitive motorsport. Neil is trying to find time to fit his new fuel tank, but he has been busy doing things like this. He insisted we show that one. And the chrome bumper from George and Sheldon's Mini has been grafted onto Joe's vintage classic. There you go, he's pointing at it. That's reincarnation for you.
Brand New Strippers is back at the same time next week. Join the conversation at Nat Geo Channel UK on Twitter.
An old saying in the scrap trade says, there's money in the metal.
We will flog this bit of kit.
That theory will be put to the test as two teams of profit-hungry vehicle dismantlers are challenged to make as much cash as possible from breaking a scrap car.
You got it on you?
Yeah.
You got it, son.
You're saying all the right things, didn't you?
It's the ultimate test of mechanical know-how and salesmanship. Cars get stripped.
Right, stop!
Cash gets splashed.
60 quid, you're going to lose it for a tenner.
I would.
And sometimes it gets a little out of hand.
Son, hold up, calm down.
Today's challenge requires the teams to get to grips with fuel-injected classic hot hatchbacks from the 1980s. With many of these game-changing pumped-up runarounds starting to acquire cult status, there's never been a better time to capitalize on the growing demand for parts. At the end of the day, cash is king, and the winning team is the one to turn the biggest profit from a budget of just £500. But with a mere 3 days to break the cars, they'll need healthy doses of skill, judgment,
Now, don't tell me that you don't want no parts of it, because I know you do.
and a little bit of luck to come out on top.
The bits are flying off.
Hoping to prove their scrappage credentials at this licensed breakers yard are two teams dedicated to making a packet from end-of-life motors. First up are George and Sheldon. George Percy is the man who takes top billing in the spanners department.
Tell you what, there's not a car on earth that you can't make money on, if you know what you're doing.
Selling falls to Sheldon Nichols. He's the scrap game's best-dressed man, which isn't hard.
Sales? When it comes to sales, I see myself as an iron fist in a velvet glove.
Hoping to take them down are Frankie and Ben. In charge of all things mechanical is the technically creative Ben Szymanski.
I'm an artist. The spanner, my paintbrush, the wrench, my pencil.
The East End of London has produced some of Britain's leading business brains. It's also the birthplace of Frankie Otway, who's in charge of sales and marketing.
I draw my inspiration from the man himself, Shakespeare. Make way for the tomb is now open. Loosely translated, that means sell, sell, sell. Sells itself, doesn't it, that motor? You know that. You know that.
With a budget of just £500 to play with, it's time for the teams to get down to business and hatch a red-hot purchasing plan.
I tell you what, Frankie, there's only one car for me. Golf GTI Mark II. 1.8, 16 valve, the genesis of a whole hot hatch era. And I tell you what they do. They take the Mark II engine and stick it in the Mark I, then you've got the lighter chassis, more powerful engine, fantastic car. We will have no problem selling these bits. I'm excited, Frankie. I like the old GTI. It's a beautiful little car.
We're going to have a cold shower or something.
Well, I will after this. I will.
You do make me laugh, but yeah, I do like the Golf. I do like the Golf. It's a nippy little motor. I've got a few pals that got one or two of them, yeah. I reckon I could place a few of the parts.
When it comes to hot hatches, many will argue that the genre-defining car was, and still is, the Golf GTI. The many incarnations of the Golf since its launch in 1974 have made it the third biggest selling car of all time, behind the Ford F-Series pickup and the Toyota Corolla. In 1986, the Mark II Golf GTI became the first of the range to come with an optional 16-valve engine, which gave it a top speed of 129 miles an hour and a 0 to 60 time of 7.9 seconds. The good news is that it's already become a bit of a classic, with a solid fan base of enthusiastic owners keen to keep their cars on the road.
Hello, mate. I'm phoning out about the Golf GTI. You still got it? How much mileage you got on it? 200,000? Yeah, lovely. Sounds all right to me, yeah. Whereabouts are you?
Frankie and Ben head off to see a Mark II Golf GTI that's in permanent retirement on a Northamptonshire farm. And Frankie's about to find out why farmers don't wear cheap loafers. The farmer looking for a sale is David.
I've got a 1987 Golf GTI that I'd like to sell. Just use the farm truck most of the time now, so just like to move it on.
Tailgate on these, Frankie, rust out badly. This one's not too bad. We will flog this bit of kit.
Hoping to get around £500 for it, or as near to as possible.
He's given us 2 alloy wheels. What's happened to the other 2?
Well, I don't know. It's not my concern. It ain't my concern. I want to buy the motor.
It could be, Frankie, if he's crashed it.
No, it ain't my concern. You've got to get stuck into it. Don't worry about all that ponced up stuff. Get stuck in. Let's have a deal with the geezer.
Well, Frankie is very optimistic about this VW Golf, and I am not. I am realistic.
Hold up.
What do you reckon?
There's a medallion, look. That's got to be a go, isn't it, straight away? Look, that's 50 shops, isn't it? Surely, look, 50 quid straight there, look.
50p?
Yeah, Ben's got his sort of reservations about this motor, but they do sell and they move. These are like an old farmyard dog, these little motors.
Yes, practically identical.
Right, let's have a look. These wheels, not too smart, I'm not liking them. These red trim grills, these sell, but it's not sort of big money, Frank. It's sort of 10, 20 quid.
Well, I've got to be honest with you. I think you're getting caught up in it a little bit. I think you should slow down and look at the bigger picture here.
Frankie's talking a 700 quid break in it for no chance. But I'm perfectly happy. If Frankie wants to pay over the odds for it, fine. I'll do the work. I'll strip that car down. I'll break it.
I know there's some scabby little bits on it, but I quite like it. And I mean, they go.
There is some pan notes, Frankie. Keep being some, not very many. Let's have a look inside. Come on.
Back at the yard, George and Sheldon's discussions could lead you to think that there's only one make of car out there.
What does it for you? Something a little bit racy, a little bit tasty.
I'm a Ford man, ain't I? I've had that RS Turbo. I mean, they're a diamond, aren't they?
We ain't going to get one of them for 500 quid though, George.
Yeah, but you're a Ford man as well. I mean, you've got that Mark 1 Escort.
Yeah, but we ain't going to get one of them either.
Fiesta XR2i, Escort XR3i. There's going to be loads out there for us to sell in bits to. You can guarantee that. There's a real following for these.
So what you're saying is a Ford Escort Mark IV XR3i? Yeah? For old time's sake?
It's got to be, isn't it?
Come on then, man, let's do it.
Very much a competitor to the Golf, the much-loved Ford Escort is the 5th biggest selling car of all time, with global sales of 20 million. When the XR3i was introduced in 1983, it was an instant hit, capitalising on the success of its uninjected little brother, the XR3, which had so excited the nation's boy racers. Earlier, uprated Escort models like the Mark I RS 2000 command asking prices of up to 30 grand, suggesting that the XR3i could be the next Ford to achieve true classic status. That's music to the ears of anyone looking to unload second-hand parts.
Well, surely there's got to be a little bit of movement on that price. There's not.
All right, and it's off the road, yeah? OK.
With George having sourced a car for the right ballpark figure, it's a trip to Suburbia to check out an XR3i hatchback. Or at least that's what Sheldon thinks.
This is it. Little Jim.
What part of the challenge said convertible? Out of all the hot hatches he could have thought of, or we could have bought, he's got a cabriolet.
Right, nobody say hairdresser's car. It'll just make things worse. The car isn't owned by a hairdresser. Sorry, I'm not meant to mention hairdressers, but private dealer Matt.
They're coming to see it's a 1988 Escort XR3i convertible. I quite often buy cars, you know, do them up, sell them on, try and make a bit of profit. I bought it about 6 months ago and I thought perhaps it could be a little project for the summer. Once I bought it, I realised there was probably a bit more than I wanted to do and probably bit off a bit more I can chew. So I decided I'd just buy something else for the summer instead.
Every time I give you the reins, we go off course, mate.
What's so wrong with it then? Look, that's the same as a hot hatch. It's got to be a couple £100 in that engine. The XR3i engine, or the CVH, Ford's fitted them in so many different models. They fitted them in the Ford Fiesta, the Orion, the Escort, even a Sierra, although the engines were modified to fit each different one. This engine we can sell to loads of different customers.
Marvellous.
Looking round it, flood of old memories started coming back. I done my apprenticeship on these when these were brand new, mate.
I built one of these. I built an RS Turbo. That's the same block as an RS Turbo.
Wind in your hair, eh?
Well, you'd be worried about your hat, wouldn't you?
There is the advantage of getting some money out of the roof, whereas we wouldn't have got that out of a hard top. So I see the method in his madness, and I think it's going to be a decent return for a little outlay.
Someone put it in gear.
Meanwhile, back on the farm, Frankie and Ben are about to hit the road. Well, rutted track for a test drive.
Right, Frankie, let's take her for a little test drive, eh? Oh, second gear.
What, ropey?
No, the gears are fine. Synchro goes on second in these.
I mean, is it necessary to go through all this mud?
Yes.
You reckon this geezer's going to do the right thing here, or what?
What's the right thing? Give us it for now.
I've just had a look at that little motor you've got there.
Yeah.
I ain't being funny, Dave. See that little lake over there? Mm-hmm. That's where that belongs. I'll give you 50 quid for that little motor. That's your lot, Dave. Take it or leave it.
They're getting quite desirable now.
Desirable? Do I look dopey or what?
You want an honest answer?
I'll give you 1.5, right? 1.5, Dave. Now come on, don't do it. Don't do it, Dave.
There's absolutely no chance you're taking that out of here for 150 quid. I'll be fair, 400 quid.
400 quid, Dave. No, Dave. No, it's all right you nodding, Dave. Don't keep nodding, Dave. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
If you don't want to hear it and you don't feel comfortable, then you'd better go off.
Go off? Go off? What do you think, I'm a firework or what? Go off! Dave, I'll tell you what I'm going to do with you now. I'm going to give you a once-in-a-lifetime offer, right? You're going to have to take this. 360 softs, right? Bosh. In there, I'm holding, look, wallop, right? 360. How's that, bruv?
Go on, then. Yeah. That's
lovely, lovely. Here, Dave, look.
So, Frankie and Ben are now the proud owners of a classic Mark II 16-valve Golf GTI. One careful owner and heaps of character only a life on a farm can give. All for just £360. Back in the burbs, Sheldon is negotiating a deal for a hairdresser's car. Sorry, said it again.
What do you reckon then? What are we talking?
I'll give you 250.
Oh, it's got to be 300.
Come on, mate, help me out.
Oh, I just can't do it, honestly. 300 quid's where I've got to be on it, really. I mean, I give more than that for it, and, you know, it needs to be gone. I think 300 quid's fair.
All right, mate. Georgia's got some explaining to do. All right.
That's one Escort XR 3i Cabriolet with no connections to hairdressing. That starts beautifully, even when in gear. Bought for £300. All I need to do now is spend 3 days taking it all to pieces and then sell the parts. How hard can it be? So, having splashed the cash on two aged hot hatch heroes, one of which is actually a hairdresser's soft top, our two teams of scrappers have just 3 days in which to dismantle their motors in order to make the maximum profit from the parts. Any leftovers will be weighed in for scrap and then crushed. The team with the biggest profit are happy winners, leaving the other team as sad losers. But before the scrapping commences, it's time to let the dogs see the rabbits.
Hold up, not these two again. Here, you ain't smiling, or is it wind? Blinding little Escort, isn't it, eh? Little hairdresser's motor.
I see you two with the wind in your ear.
Well, George, you know, he's coming out in sympathy for me, isn't he?
Oh, that interior is beautiful. Sheldon, is that what they call box fresh?
Nice soft top look.
Yeah, soft. There's a lot of soft stuff going on here, isn't there? What, no badge?
Don't need it. People know what they are.
Really?
The chap was obviously ashamed, Sheldon.
Oh.
Sheldon, I do see they've adopted the traditional driving position for one of them.
Let's have a look inside it.
Has this an immobiliser?
Come on, man. I thought you was a car man.
I don't steal them, I only buy them.
Go on in.
Are you ready, Frankie?
Go on, Sam.
You like a bit of that, don't you?
Turn it off.
Ben, grow up, man. Come on. Let's have a look at this.
Are you having a joke with these wheels?
What, the old Emma Pills? They're lovely.
What, for a clown's bike or something? You are having a laugh, aren't you? Look at the state of them seats.
Georgie boy, they would go in any old people's home or a coach.
I mean it. No, they're lovely. They're goers.
Tell you what
They're
that
goers.
is. Man felt sorry for them, needed to give him a bit of extra money, look. Smells like an old farmer's market in here.
There is a reason for that, boys.
No, I've got to turn that off. Oil lights on. That's a warning, mate.
Warning? Big warning. Warning you shouldn't have bought it.
So Frankie and Ben coughed up £360 for this farmyard runaround. Yes, it might look like it was dragged through a hedge backwards, and for all we know, it probably was. But at the end of the day, this Golf GTI is a motoring icon. Once it's had a scrub down, it should yield a host of quality German parts. Sheldon and George's Escort Cabriolet cost them a mere £300. And while Sheldon might have preferred a more traditional hardtop, George's push for something softer may pay off. Because in addition to the usual suspects of engine, gearbox and wheels, that soft-top roof may prove to be a game winner. Both teams now have just 3 days to strip their hot hatches / hairdressers' cars of their most valuable parts. And it looks like Sheldon's day has started rather well.
Yes, mate, listen, it's no problem. I'll have them bits off there. I'll have the bits off the car by the time you get down there. No problem. Yeah, they're in fantastic condition, yeah? All right, mate, look forward to seeing you. Take care, yeah, bye. Tell you what, mate, phone ain't stopped ringing. I've been getting emails, faxes, texts.
So am I forgiven?
Let's wait and see. Let's get her up in the air. The bits are flying off.
With a customer already en route for the wheels and body trim, their removal takes priority.
I'm Aaron from Guildford, and I need the parts for an XR3i I'm restoring.
I'll tell you what, mate, this kit was put on with security bolts and security screws, and it was a complete and utter nightmare getting them side skirts off and getting those arches off. So I ain't letting it go for stupid money. If you want to talk sensible money, I'll talk sensible money. You want the lot, you want the wheels, you want the tyres, so let's talk proper money. Where are you at?
200.
All right, mate. Yeah, you got a deal.
All right, mate.
Top man.
That's 4 wheels and some body trim sold for £200. Across the yard, it's a frenzy of activity as Frankie and Ben start to dismantle their Golf.
We'll come back to that one.
Ben and Frankie parted with £360 for their Mark II VW Golf GTI. They're pinning their hopes on that iconic 16-valve engine. Soon-to-be classic seats and the electrics.
Now, what about these wires, Ben? We've got to be double careful with them. We don't want to lose any money on them, do we?
Yeah, the loom is worth a few bobs, so I'm going to sort of label it up, slowly take it out without snipping anything, Frankie, so I'm going to have to keep you away from it. Now, the problem with the old wiring loom, also known as the devil's knitting, is that it's an absolute nightmare to plumb back in once you've taken it out, if you don't label it. Stop! Stop!
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Right, this wiring loom needs to be labelled. Have you ever tried putting one of these back in? It is a nightmare. You've got sort of 30, 40, 50 connectors and you've no idea where they go. So, spend sort of 60 seconds labelling it and make someone's life a lot easier.
What you don't understand...
No, you don't understand.
No, you don't
understand.
No, let's get it right. What I'm trying to say here is that you don't understand...
You don't know what you're doing. I understand.
Well...
As anyone who has kids will tell you, if you want them to play nicely...
Thank God for that.
It sometimes helps if they don't share a room.
Yeah, hello, mate, yeah. 16-valve GTI, that's it, Golf, you got it. I don't suppose you fancy any parts in it, do you?
Well, when I first saw that Golf, it was looking very low. I thought the suspension had collapsed, to be honest. But once we got it into the workshop, there was a little hint of yellow, a little hint of red. Ventured underneath, rubbed a bit of dirt off. A set of lowering springs and coilovers, fantastic. Some of these kits, you know, fully adjustable, height, damping, all that kind of stuff are worth thousands of pounds. Unfortunately, after a bit of research, this one was worth £240, brand spanking. So, not as good as it could have been, but it's a little something, isn't it?
A little something that ends up getting £120 on the internet. When it was launched in 1987, this 16-valve version of the GTI had a hefty list price of £11,873, which raised one or two eyebrows. In today's money, that equates to over 27 grand. Nonetheless, it proved popular, and there are plenty of punters who still yearn for its 16-valve engine.
Yeah, my theory for that old VW 16-valve engine, I fancy it's going to go into the old, you know, the old Mark 1, which had become a bit of a classic now. It could even go into the old VW Jetta, which is another result, but why they want them, I don't know. I mean, I do know why they want them, but why don't they just go out there and go and buy something special, something a little bit decent? Hold up, excuse me. Hello?
So, what's the big thing about 16 valves?
I don't know, Ben, but I've got a funny feeling you're about to tell us.
Well, making power out of an engine is all about getting air in there. Metering fuel is not a problem. We've got injectors that can deliver precisely the right amount of fuel, no problems. It's getting the air in that's a little bit tricky. This is a 16-valve head, and it basically means you've got 4 valves per cylinder, 2 for the inlet, 2 for the exhaust. This 8-valve head, you've got 1 inlet and 1 exhaust. What 16-valve heads do is make better use of the area they've got available. If you look on the 8-valve head, you've got loads of wasted space because you've got 2 side by side. You can't go any wider than that, so all this space there is doing nothing. In a 16-valve head, you're using a lot more space in terms of valve area. Now that leads to a higher power potential. So the reason people are so keen on 16-valve engines is if everything else is the same, they can give you more power.
Having now warmed to the prospect of breaking a cabriolet, Sheldon seems to be having a flurry of prospective punters.
My phone ain't stopped ringing, emails coming through, texts, faxes.
Phone, internet, fax, carrier pigeons, smoke signals. How it got to him, I don't know. But Sheldon has had an inquiry about the Escort's doors. So he needs them off. Yesterday.
He's buying them though, yeah?
Yeah, if he comes down and they're off the motor, if he comes down and they're still in the car, the possibility of him buying them is going to be a little bit remote. So how much longer is it going to be?
As long as it takes, and it ain't exactly an easy job, is it?
I've done my bit, I've sold the doors. I need you to do your bit and get them off.
You come with ear defenders?
Do you know what?
You be quiet and go back in the office and leave me to get on with my job?
Do what you need to do to get these bloody doors off.
Well, if you can do it better, get in here and I'll get on the phone and I'll sit there, have a cup of tea
George,
and all that
you
lot.
couldn't do what I do.
Anyway, after that lover's tiff, the doors come off and are couriered to the buyer, putting a very useful £80 in the pot. After the drama of the doors, it's onto the carpets.
Don't be put off by a little bit of dirt and dust on that carpet. It looks a bit grubby, but it's nothing that a good clean wouldn't solve. I've seen carpets go for like 50, 60, up to £100, and that carpet's got no fag burns in it, it's got no rips, no tears. And I've got £50 minimum. Can't find a hammer.
Well, I mean, if the tools are put away clean and tidy, you know?
You got some front talking about cleaning tools and putting them away.
What about your office? Your little snoring room?
That is the hive of activity, mate.
It's a hive of something.
Centre.
Right, don't worry about the hammer, I've got it.
All right, mate.
Bit of shampoo, a good scrub, and that'll be, well, average. It's funny what people will pay good money for. Take the aged rubber door seals.
All those rubbers on the convertible, we need to take them off really carefully. You can probably get non-genuine parts, but they're just not going to fit the same as the originals. Just a little bit of care, a little bit of TLC and attention. Don't rush these things. They're going to come off eventually.
George is true to his word. And the buyer of the doors also snaps up the seals for 20 notes. Meanwhile, Frankie has a customer who might end up wishing he hadn't shown up.
Hi, I'm Charlie. I'm from Epsom. I'm looking to buy a front bumper and some partial shelf supports for my car so I can restore it to its former glory. I just wanted to change the front bumper to a more moderner look so it improves its looks. And the price I'm looking to pay is around £40.
Thanks for coming down, Charlie. Look, I've got to tell you, very nice of you. Look, you got yourself a blinding little deal here.
Nice one.
I'm not going to talk about money to you. I'm not going to give you the chance to get a word in edgeways. It was lovely of you. That's going to cost you 50 quid. Now, don't waste any time. Now, come on.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh?
35.
35, turn it. No.
50 soft. Now, come on, Charlie. Part up. Come on, boy. Look, I know you're holding. Look.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll help you out. Look, hold up. Look, I got you.
hey.
No, I got you. Look, hold up. Look, hold up. What you got here? Look, hold up. 50, 55, 60. No, I'll tell you what I'll do.
Yeah.
I'll put the tenner in a post. Anyway, God bless. Look after yourself. I'll see you later.
I've got me bits.
One bemused customer, essentially mugged for £60. Unless anyone believes Frankie will post that tenner. At the end of day one, both teams have already seen cash rolling in. But with 2 days still to go, it's all to play for.
Same again tomorrow then?
Yeah, onwards and upwards.
It's day 2 out of 3 for our ultra-competitive scrappers as they battle to dismantle their respective hot hatches. Having paid £300 for an Escort XR3i Cabriolet, Sheldon and George have recouped their costs by selling the wheels and trim, as well as the doors, with seals. Frankie and Ben paid £360 for their Golf GTI and have so far sold the shock absorbers, parcel shelf supports, and front bumper. But Frankie knows it's going to take more than that to win this one. Problem is, his sales patter is lacking its usual impact.
Yeah, those seats, that's the ones with the stripes, the multiple stripes. That's the ones you got on, boy, that's the ones.
Well, Frankie's sort of really high-pitched today. He's lost his voice, sounding like a 12-year-old schoolgirl. Quite annoying, really. Apparently he was at the Dogs last night, lost his voice and a load of cash as well, apparently, which is why I sort of tend to avoid these nights out with him.
Yeah, sorry about the old absence, the old voice. I was down at the Dogs last night and trying to give a little dog a bit of vocal encouragement, and it all went a little bit wonky. And anyway, here I am. Geezer phones up, he fancies the seats out of VW, you know, the stripy ones. Apparently, they're meant to be a little bit hard to find these days. I mean, what do I know? It's coming cold again, haven't I? Anyway, it's coming down. He fancies it. I suppose I better drink this up and get out there and do it, I suppose.
Tea drunk, it's time to spread the good news.
Hold up. Stop, Ben, stop. Turn it in with that game. I've got a geezer coming down. Fancies a Davis, doesn't he?
The what?
David Pleats, the seats. Come on, Mush. He's cottled right up. He's got a right few quid wrapped round him. What do we need then, Ben?
But as they dismantle, the boys discover an unexpected passenger.
So that comes forward, do it?
Pull up, fold down like
Look at that, swooped right. Hold up, look.
What is it?
Can't believe it, look. His little legs, look, he's pegged it, look, he's brown bread. Look, he even stands up, look.
Oh, it's a little lollipop.
I can't believe it. He's upsetting, isn't it? We could probably do a deal with David Attenborough, couldn't we?
He would love it. He would love it. Lay him to rest. Good night, sweet prince.
Love his little heart. I can't believe it. Oh, it's devastating, devastating.
All very touching, but there's a bloke called Rupert who's waiting to do some shopping.
I've come to buy some seats for my Mark II Golf. I need a new set because my driver's seat snapped the other day as I was driving along.
All right, Ruth, thanks for coming down, son.
Sorry, Frankie, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Here they are, as you can see, look.
Yeah.
Right as nightmans, look.
Yeah, looking all right, yeah.
All right, there's a few stains, you know, but I mean, there's been a bit of action on it, but it's nothing special, you know what I mean? We've got to get rid of these today, right? Because, you know, stock's building up, you know, I've got people to see and all that game. To you now, right, I want to see the pound notes.
Yeah.
100 quid, 100 softs.
All right, I could do 100.
You got it on you?
Yeah, you want to see it?
Yeah, let's have a look then, son.
Here you go.
You got it, son.
That's 4 slightly stained seats sold for £100. Across the yard, Sheldon has got a potential customer for the roof.
Well, you can reserve it with a credit card. I could take a credit card to take a payment for it. Do we fit? Whereabouts are you? Just took a call from a lovely woman. She's got an XR3i convertible, but apparently her roof's seen much better days. She's interested in the roof that I've got. I've told her it's got 1 or 2 little nicks on it, but she's really interested. Thing is, she wants us to fit it to her car also. I think it'll be worth our while. Thing is, we've got to go to Brighton to do it. I think it'll do George and myself a bit of good, actually, getting out of there, leaving the Spanners and having a day out by the coast.
So, with cash to be made, the removal of the roof now takes priority.
Believe it or not,
the XR3i Cabriolet actually weighs more than the XR3i hardtop, and the reason for that is because it's got a lot more strengthening in the body shell to stop it from twisting. Because it weighs a bit more, what they've had to do is beef up the suspension, and they've done that by giving it harder springs and also heavier dampers to allow for a body roll and also going over humps and bumps in the road. So next time you see a Cabriolet on the road, don't think it's the same car just with the roof off of it. There's a lot more under the shell that you can't see.
Having agreed a fee of £80 for the roof, including labour, Sheldon and George arrive in sunny Brighton to fit the aforementioned roof onto the car belonging to Lucia.
My name's Lucia. I'm an artist and a maker, and I sell my wares here at my market stall in Brighton. I used my Escort for my work car, and the roof's gone, so I need a new roof because all the water comes in and wrecks my stock.
No, they don't know what a maker is either. Well, it is Brighton, I suppose.
Tell you what, George, you start without me. I'm going to go and get a local newspaper, see what sort of motors they got around here. They're bound to be a lot cheaper down there than what they are around our way. So you start without me, and I'll be with you in a couple of minutes.
Well, don't be long, because these are heavy.
I won't be, mate. I'll be with you soon.
No prizes for predicting that this can only end one way. Badly. Back at the yard, one-man sales machine Frankie is mid-call. He's negotiating a price for a package that includes the gearbox, exhaust, injector pipes and metering heads.
We done the deal over the phone. If I could have shook his hand, I would have done. Anyway, I fancy £250. He wouldn't stand for it, but why would he? You know what I mean? 205 sovs. 205 sovs. I mean, I don't know where that puts me at the moment, but we've got to be in front a little bit, haven't we? You know what I mean? So anyway, he's coming down.
And here's the man he's sold it all to.
My name's Ian, I'm from Wagon Wheels down in Southampton. We're a company that specialises in on the Mark II Golf GTIs.
Oh, it's those seats again.
Yeah, we're buying a few bits and pieces that we use for customer cars because we do a lot of restoration and maintenance for people.
Ian, thanks for coming down. I enjoyed that little conversation on the phone earlier on. Love it, love it. You've got all that little there parcelled up to you. So as agreed on the phone, a strange old number, but 205 sovs. Bosh, to you. Are you happy?
I'm happy.
You got any direct round you or what?
Yeah, I brought a bit with me.
Well, let's have a look at it then.
Now everyone's happy. That's the deal concluded for £205. Back in Brighton, George has been left on his lonesome to fit the Escort roof.
Sheldon, it's George. Where are you? So there I am thinking, oh great, this is a team effort. And then he slips off, makes out he's getting a newspaper.
That's the Brighton Pavilion, designed by the architect John Nash. That's an ice cream. And that's a lovely bag.
He's gone 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I'm calling him.
Honestly, my mechanic's doing it now. He's fixing it for me right now as we speak.
Sorry, I don't know who they are.
Two hours have gone by, comes swanning back, thinks everything's going to be lovely.
All right, mate.
Where have you been?
Where have I been? Well, I don't know what that was all about, really. You've done a good job. It looks pretty well, doesn't it? How did it go?
I don't even want to talk to you. Lucia, I mean, what a lovely woman. I'm sure she was over the moon with the roof. It looked great. But I reckon that 80 quid should have gone in my pocket.
George is a lovely fella. He did a great job. Roof looks fantastic, but I don't know what the other bloke does.
Neither do we. Anyway, that's one Escort roof sold by Sheldon and fitted by George on his own for £80. Do you remember that wiring loom that caused so much friction between Ben and Frankie?
Right, well, this is the last of it. This is basically the nerve system of the car, Frankie. All the information that you need and the car needs runs through these copper wires. That loom that we took out of the inside of the car, that controls sort of brake lights, indicator lights, your aerial, all those sort of things. The two that we took out of the engine bay, they sort of take information from the engine sensors, coolant, temperature, engine speed, all that kind of stuff, take it to the ECU, and the ECU sends back signals to the injectors.
saying how much fuel they need to inject. I mean, it is very complicated, but without all this stuff, your car would just be going nowhere, frankly. You can see how messy it is, can't you? You can see how difficult it would be to put back in. So we put a few labels on and make it easier for whoever's going to buy it.
So am I right in saying, and just say like the average punter on the street, you know, a young kid trying to sort of do a bit of a do-up job on his motor, you'd be able to pick that up and go, right, boss, so he knows where things are going?
Yeah, just about. It'll make it a lot easier, definitely.
Which is good news for the internet buyer who spent £52 to secure it. Now that he's back in close proximity to an engine that needs removing, and an XR3i one at that, George is in an altogether happier mood.
Injection was a big thing in the 80s, and almost every manufacturer had a hot hatch with an eye on the back. All good?
Yeah, it's all good.
Before that, you had carburetor systems, and they relied on the fuel being sucked in because of the engine stroke, whereas the injection had a nozzle with fuel that sprayed, and you got a much better burn. What's happening inside that XR3i engine is that the fuel is being atomised into a fine mist, and then you could get more power out of it. Nowadays, pretty much every car's got a fuel injection system. You get more efficiency, more miles per gallon, all controlled by a computer. It's a finely tuned machine.
Fuel injection or not, the Escort engine hasn't attracted any buyers. Luckily, the gearbox has.
My name's Kevin, I'm from UK Gearboxes. I've come to buy this gearbox to be reconditioned and sold on for a profit. When we're buying a gearbox, we're looking for any cracks, any damage to them. We will buy a broken gearbox, but the price has to reflect that. In an ideal world, I'd pay £30, but my limit on this sort of box would be £50.
Call it 75 quid, mate.
Couldn't go that far, I'll give you 30 notes for it.
Come on, look, I'm busy, I've got to go out, I've got a motor to go and pick up.
I'll meet you in the middle, I'll go bullseye.
Tell you what, 60 quid and you got yourself a deal.
Couldn't go that far, I'd rather go home.
Come on, 60 quid, you're going to lose it for a tenner?
I would.
You'd lose that box for a tenner. I've left the speedo drive in, the release bearing, that's been changed when the clutch was changed, and you got the reverse light switch on here. That's a tenner,
All I'm
the
going
reverse
to do
light
is
switch
take
on
that
its own.
back and recon it, it's on the shelf.
Well, look, you're going to sell that box and you're going to make money, yeah? It's different if it's for your own motor. I'd probably say, all right, mate, fair enough, have it for a bullseye. But you're going to take it, you're going to make money. I'm in the business for making money, not losing it. You're going to make a few quid off of it. Come on.
I'd rather not buy it, because it's going to sit there.
All right, meet you halfway, 55 quid then. Come on. Don't going to lose it for a fiver.
Do a deal.
All right, nice one. Are you paying for it now?
I'll give you the cash now.
Smashing.
Cheers,
Nice one,
mate.
mate. Sorry, dash, but
All right, mate. Good luck.
I would give you a hand, but...
No, mate. Cheers,
All
mate.
right, mate.
Bye,
Cheers.
mate.
One gearbox sold for £55. The 16-valve Golf GTI engine has been surprisingly difficult to shift, and Frankie's decided it's time to bring in a middleman. To locate his go-between, he'll be taking a trip down memory lane. He's come to Nottingdale in West London. These riding stables were once home to the yard where Frankie's dad plied his trade as a rag and bone man. This was where the young Frankie was first exposed to the raw excitement of striking a deal.
He had a few hard times, my dad, and he went through many a period where, you know, he was down on his luck. He had a few bad moments, and one or two of those was when he was away in prison here and there, but he always came back to what he knew best, and it was always about selling to him. And all the totters and rag and bone men used to come from all over London, all the scrap dealers, and come down here and, you know, lay their goods out and knock them out.
Although much has changed, there are still one or two characters here who Frankie calls upon to help out from time to time. And one of them is Mick. Frankie's hoping that one of Mick's many contacts will be interested in the Golf engine.
How are you, man? You all right, son?
Yeah, not bad.
You well, mate?
Good.
Yeah. I've got a VW engine in the back here.
Yeah?
I'm trying to unload it. You know where I can place it, anyone?
I'll have a look at it. Where is it?
See it down here?
Yeah, Christy.
If you fancy it and you can place it, then you can take it off me.
I might have someone for it.
These are the people that you can talk to personally, have a one-to-one thing with them, and before you know it, you've got a deal without even no handshakes, nothing. It's just a given that you're going to knock this thing out, you're going to give someone a little drink, and you're going to move on. Everyone's happy. There's no questions asked, and that's the way life was, and it should come back again.
After a few calls, Mick seems confident of finding a buyer.
I'll pay you in, Frank.
Yeah, you know it makes sense, Mick.
All right, later. Here.
Contacts are king in this game. A point proved when Mick calls Frankie with good news. The GTI engine has gone for £150. With another day gone, it's all too close to call. It's the third and final day of dismantling for our two teams of sparring strippers as they dismantle a couple of racy hot hatches. Sheldon and George paid just £300 for this Ford Escort XR3i Cabriolet, and their sales ledger shows returns for wheels, roof, doors and gearbox.
Do it, Dill.
Right, nice one.
Ben and Frankie secured their Mark II Golf GTI for £360 and have shifted the seats, gearbox, bumper and engine. But Frankie's not finished his selling rounds just yet.
Yeah, a bit of an unusual Saturday today. I'm off to a pro boxing gym. It's going to be a bit of a laugh. I think me walking in a gym, a professional boxing gym with a door off a motor. You can imagine what that's going to look like, can't you?
A bit weird? For Frankie, this is no ordinary sales trip.
The boys I'm about to see are the Upton brothers, all pro boxers, all doing very, very well. I've known these boys since they was babies, really, tiddlers, you know. I used to look after them, so I think from my point of view, it's a lovely little treat for me.
Just because Frankie looks on the boys as family doesn't mean he'll pass up the opportunity of making a quick buck. He's heard that one of them needs a new door for his Golf following an accident. As ever, his opening gambit is on the high side.
Because I love you, right? 250 quid.
Are you having a laugh or what?
No, I'm not.
But nothing ventured?
You're a few sandwiches short of a picnic, you are.
And I know they're going to give me plenty of jib and all that game, start giving me a slap or trying it on and all that, but under normal circumstances, I wouldn't stand for it, but you know. I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to walk out of here empty-handed. And I don't care who gets chipped. Boom, hold that, bosh, have that. See that, see? You don't learn that in the ring. Right, so who's got the dough then? I'm not interested in the money. Not with these boys. I'm not going to give them an easy ride, don't get me wrong.
40 quid, otherwise I'm going to stick that round your head.
Well, forget about the abuse. I'm going to take it and accept it as usual, right? Because I'll suck it up. 40 quid, you've got a deal.
That's one door sold for £40.
It's a part of who's got the dough then?
The old man.
What did he want at the start? 250, right. I'll give you the 40, the other 210, you jump in the ring with the boys.
No. Tell him, because he knows I'll smack him, Tone.
Done.
I'll do the lot of you. I forgot to mention, actually, there's more than two of them. There's 5.
Come on, son. Go on.
Hold up, calm down. Yeah, but I took 250 quid off them. No. Well, I say no.
With the final bell having rung, it's time for the unsold car parts to be weighed in for scrap. The Escort is the heavyweight in this bout. 600 kilograms brings George and Sheldon a return of £84. It's a more middleweight performance from the GTI, with 480 kilograms netting Ben and Frankie £65. Of course, it's total profits which matter, so who's going to deliver the knockout blow?
Well, I see you finally managed to get all the mud off of it then.
Where there's muck, there's brass, you know that.
That's very easy to talk the talk.
Oh, you want to see the walk, George? Here we go, boy, look, have a look at the old 1s and 2s. Hey, yeah, boo, bar. Wallop, here we go, look. We paid, parted up, 360 solves, right or wrong?
Right.
Total sales, do you want to tell him or shall I tell him?
You tell him.
891 Sovereignos. That makes a clear profit of 531 nicker.
There was certainly life left in this old farm dog. With engine, gearbox, seats and bumper all selling. Thanks to Ben, shock absorbers and that neatly labelled wiring loom were snapped up on the internet. But have they done enough to secure a victory?
We paid £300 for our XR3i. Total sales, £645. Gives us a total profit, £345.
George's decision to buy a soft top over a hatchback proved to be a good one. Roof, exterior trim and wheels sold easily, whilst doors, seals and speakers made a valuable contribution. Ultimately, though, it wasn't quite enough to claim victory.
I don't know what you want me to say. I'm disappointed. I've done my half of the work. Sheldon and I are going to be having words.
Well, it was never in doubt. The Ford was naff in the 80s, it's naff now. But the Golf, the GTI, it was a winner then, and it's a winner today.
Yeah, the old VW Golf, couldn't believe it. Had a right touch, had it right off. Four-sprung dirt technique, as they say on the advert. Or was that that was an Audi, wasn't it?
No, I'm being mugged off.
Since the making of this programme, all the parts sold have gone on to enjoy a new lease of life. Ian just loves what the spare exhaust and injectors have done to this Mark II Golf. Lucia's new roof is keeping whatever she actually does make nice and dry. And Charlie's still waiting for Frankie to send his tenner. Don't hold your breath, old son.
Brand new Strippers is back at the same time next week.
How much cash can be generated from a scrap car?
Brilliant engine in that car. It can go in so many different models.
We're about to find out in the ultimate car stripping competition. Two teams of dedicated dismantlers will scour the country for scrap vehicles that they'll strip bare before selling the parts to the highest bidder.
150. Would you go 6?
Money will flow.
110 quid.
60 quid.
It's all up on offer, the lot of it.
And sparks will fly.
We're in this together, ain't we?
We'll stop talking and work.
Let battle commence. Today's challenge will see the teams attempting to turn a profit by breaking a sporting legend. These are the thoroughbreds of the motoring world, true drivers' cars with a loyal following, so the team should have no trouble in placing parts. But they'll only have 3 days to strip those parts at this licensed breakers yard. The team to turn the biggest profit will be the winners. Vying for bragging rights in the Ultimate Breaking Challenge are two teams of turbocharged strippers. First up are Ben Szymanski and Frankie Otway. The team's breaker in residence is Ben.
Sometimes you've got to be a little bit destructive. Sometimes you've sort of break out the fire, break out the angle grinder, cut it apart.
With a keen eye for saleable parts and the mechanical skills to match, Ben's the perfect man to strip a car against the clock. Frankie is a one-man sales department.
These mechanics that go on about nuts and bolts and this, that and the other. When I see a car, I see money. I don't see nothing else.
As sharp as he is bald, what Frankie lacks in hair, he makes up for with deal-making acumen. Ben and Frankie's arch-rivals are George Percy and Sheldon Nichols. George is the man who can when it comes to breaking a banger.
It's not about ripping everything apart. You got to know what you're doing. We've got to sell this stuff.
Don't be fooled by the clean-cut appearance. George is a dyed-in-the-wool grease monkey who's been in the scrap game for years. Monetising mechanical booty is the realm of Sheldon Nichols.
The art of selling, people have got to buy you before they buy anything off of you.
His career in car sales has seen him doing business in Europe, Canada, the United States, and Stanmore. Though mostly in Stanmore, to be honest. Our team's first job is to decide on a sporting legend that can be purchased within a set budget of £1,000. And that price ceiling is causing a few headaches for Ben and Frankie.
Oh, what are we going to get for that sort of money then?
I don't know. I'm a bit stumped. What do you fancy?
I know what. If you like sauce, you'll buy a Porsche.
Oh, a Porsche. We're not going to get a 911 for
I'm not talking about a 911, Ben, am I? I'm talking about a 944, aren't I? I mean, I know it's a poor man's Porsche, but a Porsche, isn't it?
Do these poor men have the dough to buy pieces from us?
There's loads of 944s out there, Porsches, all over the place. They even put the parts into VWs. We're going to make a few quid on it. Anyway, let's have a look in here. How'd you spell Porsche, anyway?
Poor man's Porsche is an unfair tag for this bona fide sports car. The development of the 944 was, however, driven by Porsche's desire to offer a somewhat cheaper alternative to the iconic 911. A 1982 launch price of nearly £13,000, that's almost 38 grand in today's money, was hardly bargain basement. But owners were buying a true thoroughbred. The car combined stunning looks with towering performance from its 2.5-litre, 4-cylinder water-cooled engine. Base models accelerated from 0 to 60 in 7 seconds, a time that dropped to under 6 seconds for turbocharged models. This is a genuine collector's car, and there should be plenty of punters looking for spares. But as ever, buying a half-decent scrapper in budget is a big challenge.
Frankie, there's none in there, mate. I've checked already.
Yeah, well, you might not have looked hard enough, eh?
The cupboard's bare, mate. The cupboard's bare.
No thanks. What sort of money are you looking for it? Whereabouts are you?
Ben and Frankie have heard of an aging 944 way beyond the point of economical repair, and they're heading south into deepest, darkest Sussex to check it out.
Nice parking, Frankie.
Then we're in the middle of the countryside, son. What are they going to know?
The man currently holding the car keys is scrap and crash-damaged vehicle specialist, Rich.
The car the guys come and see is a A-Reg Porsche 944. It's had 19 care and owners.
How many?
We'd be looking anywhere from sort of like the realms of sort of about £650.
It looks like we come down to earth with a bump when I said a Porsche.
You weren't quite expecting this.
I had one of these.
You had one of these?
I had one
Was
of
it
these.
this nice?
Well,
these were famously galvanised, so they don't rust. Apart from sort of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there.
Right.
And there. The body panels would have been worth some money. 200 quid for the wings, 75 quid for the boot lid, 100 quid for the bonnet, but everything's rusted away.
I think he's thinking, what planet is he on, you know, for a start off. I don't think it's going down too well. I know you don't want to laugh, but you got to laugh.
Yeah. Shall we have a little test drive?
Come on in, mate.
I mean, we've got some oil pressure, so this engine might last, you know, to the end of here.
Hold on, I've got a seatbelt on?
Nah. Right, forward.
Here we go, son, here we go. Oh.
Oil pressure's all over the place. These engines are sort of notorious for leaking oil out of various crankshaft seals, and when they get down to minimum, you launch the engine fairly quickly. So I wanted to make sure that the engine was still a going concern, really. We've got a first gear.
Yeah, should you
We've
try
got a
backwards or
reverse.
what?
We've got, yeah, go on. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Does it?
Yeah, yeah, we're away.
OK, so we're not selling the rear view mirror or driver's side mirror. My prognosis on the 944 engine is it's OK, it needs a bit of a refresh. It's not short, it's running on all 4 cylinders. There's many negatives on this car, we know that, but there are some positives. These wheels, nice bit of retro, there's a few quid there. Engine and gearbox, shift them no problem.
It's still a Porsche, Ben, isn't it? And I really do think we are going to make a few quid, and I think I should just get the geezer out here and have a deal with him.
Yeah, go do a deal, Frankie.
All right, mate. As far as I'm concerned, the car is definitely not worth no more than 500 quid. So if I pay $1 over that, then I know I'm in trouble.
Hardly the Porsche that Frankie was dreaming of. But will reality match fantasy for George and Sheldon?
I don't even know where to start, mate.
What we're going to touch for a grand? You got your Aston Martins, Ferraris, they're all out the window, mate.
What can we get this Italian?
Alfa Romeo.
We're going to get half decent one for a grand, though.
GTV. It's got to be a GTV. They ain't old rust buckets, are they? And all them bits, they're interchangeable. You can fit them on loads of different Alfas.
For some drivers, a sports car just has to be Italian. Produced between 1995 and 2005, the GTV, or Gran Turismo Veloce, Fast Grand Tourer in English, was the car that re-established the sporting coupe tradition of Alfa Romeo. On release, the GTV was universally praised in the motoring press, and its twin-spark engine was considered by many to be the smoothest and most melodic 4-cylinder power plant in the world. Of course, mechanics are only half the story when it comes to sporting legends. A fact appreciated by the Pininfarina design team, who produced a car that oozes class and style. With plenty of Alfa addicts out there, the guys should encounter a strong demand for spares.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm ringing about the Alfa. It's gone. All right, thanks very much. Is that figure negotiable?
Yeah, I'm calling about the Alfa GTV that you got listed. Yeah, all right, we'll be about half hour.
George has got a lead on an affordable Alfa GTV that's outstayed its welcome at a specialist dealer. To nick it at the right price, they'll need to win over owner Rick.
The Alfa GTV doesn't make sense to us to repair. The car is currently advertised for £500, but there is quite a value of parts left in the car still.
Appearances can be deceptive in this game. The Alpha's non-rusting composite body panels help give the impression of a motor in mint condition. In reality, a whole host of pricey repair jobs stand between this car and an MOT. In the trade, this is a designated scrapper.
Oh, that's quite nice. So this is what you brought me here today for, is it?
No, it's not this one, mate.
You sure?
This is pretty much MOT'd and road legal.
Oh, that's a shame. God, look at those seats. I could sell those seats all day long.
It's £1,500, mate. This is our little baby here. Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, she's straight, isn't she?
It's £500 it's up for.
That's all good.
It's not a lot,
I
is
think
it?
there's a few quid there to be made.
I'll tell you what, it's these little bits, mate. That fuel filler cap, these cables in here.
Yeah.
Mirrors, headlights, all them bits.
I think you've picked a winner, Georgie.
For the bonnet.
Let's see what's going on under here.
Brilliant engine in that car. It can go in so many different models. The 145, 146, the Spider.
It's an Alpha at the end of the day, and it's still got some good bits and pieces on it, and I think we'll do all right out of it. 500 quid, I don't think we can go far wrong, mate.
Meanwhile, in Sussex, and with very few, actually make that no, alternatives to consider, Ben and Frankie have decided to go for a distinctly unloved Porsche 944. She's no peach, so Frankie will need to pay bottom dollar if they're to turn a profit. But salesman Rich is not running a charity.
So look, I'm going to say this to you, Rich. I'm not going to mess about with you.
Yeah.
180 quid.
Can't go that low, I'm afraid.
380 quid.
Can't do it, I'm afraid. It's going to have to be 500.
420 quid. Come on, you've got to do a deal. Come on, Rich, please.
As is you. 4.5, and we got a deal.
4.5?
4.5.
Good boy. You've done the right thing.
Nice
Trust
doing
me,
business.
Rich. Lovely, Rich.
If you like your Porsches old, rusty and rough as guts, that's £450 well spent.
Go on. We're now the proud owners of a Porsche.
How much dough?
4,500 quid.
You ready for the concrete jungle, Frankie, are you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, it's beautiful around here, mate. I don't know what you're talking about.
Meanwhile, Sheldon's got a strategy prepared that's all about getting some additional extras.
£500 is what you want for it, and £500 what I'm prepared to pay for that car.
Okay, cool.
And with that engine, we don't know if the cam belt's been changed or not. I need the cam belt kit, and I need specialist tools to change that belt.
Well, cam belt kit's not cheap. Well over £100. I can lend you the tools.
Okay, so £500, and we've got ourselves a deal.
Okay.
Lovely.
Good work, Sheldon. £500 for a GTV with a cam belt kit included in the price.
Oh, George. I am very, very good.
With maximum profits in mind, both teams have returned to base with their sporting legends. They'll now have just 3 days to break their end-of-life speed machines before selling the parts stripped for maximum profit. Anything that remains unsold will be weighed in for scrap prior to facing a bit of remodelling, courtesy of the Crusher. Before stripping begins, there's just time for the teams to inspect each other's vehicle of choice.
You boys, you really ain't getting this, are you? You really ain't. It's about making money, not making us laugh.
Hold up, chisel chops. What they got here, Ben? Have a look at it, will you? Look.
Sheldon.
Knock yourself out.
Sporting legend.
Have a look.
Yeah, we will. Don't you worry about it.
You have a look. Knock it.
You've bought the wrong car, wrong engine as well. 2 litre.
Oh, please.
Listen to this little gin. There you go.
You can smell it. You can smell it.
I'll tell you what, there's more life in that hat than there is in that engine, I'll tell you.
Let's have a listen at your one then.
Give
What
it
have
to
you
him,
got?
Ben. Go on, both barrels. Let them have it. Go on, don't be shy, Ben.
What's that you got?
Gentlemen.
Gentlemen.
A true sporting legend here.
What,
2.5 litre Porsche engine, a real Porsche engine, not the van engine.
Listen to that, listen to that.
Are you believing this?
An enthusiast
Let him
car.
finish, let him finish.
A real sports car.
You know you bought the wrong motor.
No.
Look at that.
You're trying to convince yourself.
Look at this, George. That's not
I've got
rust.
my hand through from the
That's
top.
not rust, George. No, this car knows it's a sports car. It's lightening itself. It's making it
It's giving it
faster.
to you. No, see what I mean?
Where's your wing mirror then? Does it go so fast
Yeah, that's
that it
weight
fell off?
reduction as well. That's weight reduction.
Let's hear this quality German engineering at its best.
Look at that seat.
Oh.
Sheldon, it did run, and we went for a long old test drive, didn't we?
We did, as it happens, yeah, we did.
Oh, you
Yeah,
know
I'll
what,
bet.
boys? They try to convince themselves that they bought the right motor.
Do you know what, lads? I didn't think you'd give it to us so easy.
Go on, sling you what the pair of come.
So, Ben and Frankie have become the 20th owners of this 1984 Porsche 944. Its bodywork ranges from average to utterly dreadful. The interior's a disgrace, and the 2.5-litre engine couldn't exactly be said to purr, but it is a Porsche and only costs £450. George and Sheldon had pinned their hopes on this 1998 Alfa Romeo GTV with its 2-litre twin-spark engine. They paid £500 for the Italian stallion, and to the naked eye, it looks as though they've got a bargain. But potential is nothing if it doesn't translate into cash. Having negotiated a spare cam belt to be included in the purchase price of their GTV, it's pretty clear the guys see the engine as a major sales item. However, axles, wheels, and a host of electrical items could all help produce a healthy profit. Both teams now have just 3 days to strip their sporting legends of their most saleable parts.
George was more excited about this car than I was. To be fair, I think he's picked a pretty good car.
This car is pretty much a dream. There's not a bit of rust anywhere. Nothing's seized. It's all going to just come apart and sell all them bits.
Go on, mate, it's all yours.
George and Sheldon have stormed into the dismantle and removed the wheels at breakneck speed. But due to a schoolboy error, they're now experiencing a little technical difficulty known in the trade as a cock-up.
So, mate, we come across a problem. We can't get the doors off because the ramp's in the way. Chop it then.
You reckon?
Well, I don't really want to, but...
There's no point chopping it and then we sell the doors and everyone's
Well, I want to unbolt it, but you're not going to unbolt it because the wheels aren't on. You can't get the doors open.
Yeah, but that's how it is. What we should have done was left the wheels on the car so we could manoeuvre it, so we could open the doors wide enough so we could get to the check straps to get them off.
Should have, but sadly didn't.
Well, we've managed to get the doors off. They're on the bench now. George can get to work on them. Hallelujah. There's so much money in those doors. You've got window winder regulators, you've got electric window motors, you've got central locking motors. It's worth George taking his time and stripping those doors down carefully.
That's one tidy pile of parts that can now be handed over to the sales and marketing team, or Sheldon, as we call him. It's fair to say that Frank and Ben were all mouth and trousers fronting up to George and Sheldon, but are they still as cocky in the comfort of their own workshop?
In its day, the 944 was a pretty decent car. It was a nice handling motor, but nowadays, they're not so desirable. And this particular model that we've bought is an absolute pig.
This little German porker might have a few body image issues, but it did only cost them £450. And the engine, wheels, and seats are all potential sellers. So it's not all bad. And even Ben has found something to admire on the 944.
Now, although we've bought a very, very sheddy example of the 944, Porsche did actually do it quite well. It's a rear-wheel drive sports car, and usually you have engine here, gearbox here. But there's no gearbox here. Sort of in pursuit of perfect handling for this car and the 50-50 weight distribution, they put the gearbox right at the back here combined with the differential. Basically, 50-50 weight distribution gives you a decent handling car, and that's what Porsche have done. It's an engineering decision that's paid off because it's a lovely, lovely handling car. If it wasn't, you know, shot to pieces, really.
No, you had to go and spoil it, didn't you? Anyway, no time to waste.
To get this old 4-cylinder Porsche engine out involves quite a lot of faffing. You've got to attach it to the engine crane, forward a bit, up a bit, forward a bit, just to get it off that shaft. It is a lot of faffing about.
All right, do you want me to give it some welly then, or what?
Yeah.
Right, that's it. Come on. I've got to tell you.
Oh, I have silvered away. Look at that. Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
What?
The next time I make a decision to buy one of these, you should chin me immediately.
What? Well, Frankie, there it is, mate. My work here is done. You got to flog it now. What are we going to do with it?
I'll think the same.
Over at the other workshop, with the door issue well and truly behind them, Sheldon and George are about to tackle an engine of their own. With the engine forming such a large part of their sales strategy, the guys are keen for its removal to go as smoothly as possible.
I'm pretty sure that's a dream to come out. There's only some bolts down the back, a couple up the front, it'll pop down through the middle.
I've grown up listening to people in the trade saying, Alfa, stay away from them, oh, they're expensive to work on, can't get parts for them, ain't got much room to work around them. It's not the case.
Look at that.
That's our money, mate.
Oh, I knew it'd be easy. You can see it.
Next person who tells me about Alphas, I can tell them differently now.
Nuts and bolts, mate, nuts and bolts.
With the engine out, now might be a good time to find out what it is about a twin-spark engine that makes people like George get so excited.
On a normal car, it'll only have one spark plug and it'll ignite the fuel on the compression stroke. But on this car, because it's got two spark plugs, it'll ignite the fuel on the compression stroke and the exhaust stroke as it runs back down. So it burns the fuel that's originally injected and the unburnt that's left.
You can see why Sheldon spends so much time in the office. In Frankie's office, internet ads have sparked interest from potential buyers.
Oh, look. I didn't want to show you, but here I am.
Oh, this is a big old list, Frankie. Let's just see what we've got. Exhaust, £25.
Yeah.
Have you seen the exhaust?
I ain't worried about it.
It is knackered.
Right.
Fan knob, £3.
I'm not here to worry about things like that.
Well, obviously not, no. Petrol tank has got a hole in it, so we won't be getting £10 for that. Spoiler, 50, yeah.
I'm glad you're getting excited about something.
Yeah.
You know, I thought I was wasting my time at one point.
Cassette holder, is that a question mark?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if there's one in there, got to be honest. I did say there was.
Hang on. Well, objective assessment here. No.
Oh.
Rear light, £10. Water pump, 20. Off that engine, the water pump, yes? How much you get for the engine?
Is it on there?
No.
Right, well, I ain't sold it.
No.
That went well. Frankie is beginning to realise that the 944, like the mullet, was a lot more fashionable in the 80s than it is now.
To be honest with you, I was a little bit surprised, but, you know, we can't sell it at the moment, so I've got to make do what I've got in front of me. No, it's not a 911. No, it's a 944. I've got to tell you, this is a go with this little motor. It's a 944. He put the phone down on me. Well, of course they're good, Nick. I wouldn't have them otherwise, would I? Yeah, I'll do a deal with you. What do you mean, no? I won't lie, I'm getting a little bit worried about this.
Well, Frankie's obviously made a mistake buying this car. It's his problem, he's got to sell these bits, but I'm just a bit gypped that I've got to take them off because there's no point.
I've got some doors, I've got some wheels, exhaust, engine. It's all up on offer, the lot of it. What do you mean, what model is it? Oh, dear.
Frankie clearly enjoys a snack. On the menu today, humble pie.
You know, I know I've bought a wrong one. I know it. I'll hold my hands up. Look, it's not like me, but I thought I'd better come clean. I can't get any punters.
What, none at all?
No.
Oh, gee. What you sold so far?
Nish. Nothing.
Nothing at all. What am I doing all this work for?
Hands up who likes 944s. Yeah, thought so. The attentive amongst you might have noticed that the other lots haven't sold anything either. That's because Sheldon has been hatching a cunning plan.
Hiya, yeah, thanks for calling back.
I say cunning plan.
No, I'm sorry.
He's left a message for some bloke to rig him back.
Yeah.
Just taking a call from the fella who's heavily involved with the Alfa racing scene. Now there's a massive meet coming up where there's going to be an awful lot of Alfa enthusiasts, racing teams. There's a possibility that we could go there and sell every single bit of this car.
Holding out for one big payday is a bold strategy, and not without risks.
Realistically, what's the likelihood of it happening?
It will also involve a huge amount of work, because Sheldon's contact has suggested the best chance of selling the body shell, wheels and steering for top dollar is to have them all still connected. Trouble is, he and George have just made an absolutely smashing job of unconnecting it all.
You got any of my bolts?
Because of the deadlines, if this doesn't come off, we've got no time to do anything else, so it's a do or die situation, really. And I've got to try and convince George that it's a good idea. I just thought I'd get your take on it.
No, I love it. I mean,
Yeah.
we could get rid of everything and come back with nothing.
This is a massive risk. It's like playing poker with the last bit of money you got, and I've put everything on one hand.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it.
Right, let's get this back on, yeah?
Yeah.
Got it.
So it's decided. Wheels and axles back on. Across the yard, Frankie has just had an idea.
Hello, love. Yeah, it's Frankie. I was thinking about one of them look lovely on your wall in your restaurant. A proper feature, yeah. No, I mean it.
With this idea, he is completely on his own. I'm having nothing to do with this.
Imagine the punters eating their breakfast underneath it. Lovely.
He thinks that he is going to make a big profit by turning that rear windscreen into a fish tank. So these fish, how are we going to keep them in?
A sheet of ply, 8x4, Bosch, a nice seal, couple of clamps. It's a blinding little idea. What do you reckon?
Frankie, I'll believe it when I see it, mate.
Yeah, Ben thinks I'm a little bit crackers on the quiet. The glass is an ideal going concern for a fish tank. A pal of mine done this for his kids with tropical fish. It's a going concern, and it's a nice, unique piece. I don't want to start destroying our profit.
So much of a going concern that Frankie has already sold the concept to a cafe he knows of. The agreed price was £180 for the finished fish tank. But the cafe owners have gone cold on Frankie doing the work. With the labour costs out of the equation, they've settled on £80 for the glass.
Who's making it?
Oh, one of our friends said he'd do it for us. He's a designer, kind of does that kind of thing. So he doesn't seem like the creative type. I'm not sure how it would come out, and it would just be a shame if it went wrong, you know? Sorry.
I was quite excited about doing it. I'm quite upset over it, I've got to be honest. 80 quid, part up, let's have the dough.
That's it.
That's it, love. It is all there, innit? I ain't got to can it, have I?
No.
One rear windscreen sold for £80. That left field idea gives Ben and Frankie the first sale of the challenge. It's day 2 out of 3, and our two teams of duelling scrappers are battling to make top profits by breaking their notion of a sporting legend. Sheldon and George splashed out £500 on a very tidy Alpha GTV. They're holding out for a big potential payday at a race meet. In other words, they haven't sold anything. Frankie and Ben paid £450 for this clapped-out Porsche 944. After a disappointing start, Frankie's imaginative scheme of selling the windscreen for a fish tank has netted them £80. Frankie hopes to add to that tally, courtesy of James, who's interested in the rear valance and water bottle. He's also arrived in time for afternoon tea.
A cup of tea, Jay. I'd offer you one, but I've only got one cup, see? Let's talk about business here, look. Them 2 water bottles, that bumper down here, look. I fancy 120 quid, didn't you?
No. About a score for the bottle and about 30 quid for the cracked valance.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do here, Jay, look. Since you're a nice geezer and I like you, 80 quid, that's your lot. That's it. Take it or leave it.
50 quid, I'm thinking, realistically.
We're in a different world here, Jay.
Are we done then, mate?
No, we ain't done, Jay, because I don't believe you're at the bottom of your negotiations and you're not playing a straight game with me.
60 quid, that's where I'm at.
All right, 60 quid, you got a deal. Good boy.
So, first £60. Not a fortune, but still more than Sheldon and George have banked. They're holding out for major sales at an upcoming Alpha race meet. When Sheldon did the deal for their Alpha GTV, he negotiated the inclusion of a new cam belt, plus the loan of specialist tools to fit it to the engine.
If that belt snaps, or it's got too much play in it, then what happens is the valves and the piston, they touch, and it bends the valve or it snaps the head off. And it's pretty much end of life for that engine.
And this is where the specialist tools come in, to lock things into place. Because if you get any of these cogs out of position, it'll be like the inside of your engine is having a massive punch-up.
And if you notice, you look very carefully, they're slot together just like a jigsaw puzzle. They lock those cams in rock solid.
Do I have to warn you not to try this at home? No, thought not.
Once you've got the belts on, there's a specialist tensioning tool, and it's like a little T-bar that you put in, twist, and there's a pointer that you line up so that it's the correct tension on that belt. If it's too tight, it can snap, and if it's too loose, it can jump a tooth, and the timing will be out.
With the new cam belt fitted, the boys will be confident of finding a buyer when they get to the race meet.
You got it?
Nah, mate.
Our race team insider has told Sheldon and George that they'll have a better chance of shifting the body shell if they present it complete with running gear and wheels. That means more work.
I'm just a bit frustrated because we've taken our time to pull this car apart, and now I'm finding myself having to put it back together, and it's not 100% sure that we're going to sell these bits.
Right. Hang on. Are we going to put these bumpers on as well?
Nah, mate.
Why not?
Because the whole idea...
Hurry up.
Cool, right. The whole idea was to strip this thing, and now we're finding ourselves putting it back together again.
Yeah, but if we put the bumpers on, we've got a complete car to show them, rather than bits of a car.
Yeah, well, we've got a complete car to show them, but with the bumpers in the boot.
The tensions are running high. It's no one's fault, really.
George is, you know, he wants it done meticulous, and I just want the bits sold, and I need them sold, and I want it gone. See, we could have put the wheels back on.
And that's what I wanted to do.
No, that's what I wanted to do. You made a big hoo-ha and a big deal of putting the wheels on.
That's why we ended up cutting the doors. I'd rather unbolt things, wouldn't I? That's why I wanted to put the wheels back on.
Well, anyway, they're on it anyway, aren't they?
No, I knew it'd be me.
It's always you, George.
Hello? Yeah, it's me, Frankie. Yeah, look, listen, I've got this 944 Porsche we're breaking. I just wonder if you fancied, you know, the front spoiler come bump, you know, with all the number plate, the sort of elevated flashlights and all that game. Look really nice, really, honestly.
Having already achieved success with one unusual scheme, Frankie has now managed to sell the concept of something equally, creative.
I tell you what, you know, Frankie, he's gone. He's now giving the car a nose job. He says to me, Ben, architectural feature. That's how he's selling it to himself, I think, not to me.
Ben, get some of this, will ya?
What you want, Frankie?
I'll tell you what I've got to do. I've got to take the last couple of inches off of this, and that's it. We're away with the front bit then. Right, let's get it out then, shall we? That's it. I'm off to see an old mate of mine now, Terry. He wants the front end of the Porsche. I think he's going to be over the moon. I'm sure he is, as it happens. All right, Tel, so, hold up.
The customer who Frankie's press ganged into having this little number is an old friend of his called Terry, who runs a mobile phone shop in Amersham.
The way Frankie described it on the phone was it's something that could, you know, this super duper Porsche front bumper that could go up in the sign and sort of be moulded into our sign.
Because Frankie made this sound so utterly amazing and iconic over the phone, Terry agreed to pay £120 up front. What was he thinking?
As soon as he clapped eyes on it, he just didn't seem to be into it. I don't know why.
Up a bit. I sort of wanted to see what it looked like in the window and sort of in the shop and up higher and lower, just to see if it could sort of go somewhere.
Hey, look, bump. That's done, isn't it?
A deal's a deal. Unfortunately, I still have it. I've said I have it, so that's my word. We just have to find somewhere to put it and struggle on with it, I think, really.
So Terry is now the unhappy owner of one Porsche front end, sold for £120.
Yeah. No, it's not a problem. No, the bits are all there.
Sheldon has just been made a £360 offer for an assortment of parts, but he's not turning cartwheels. And with good reason.
I've just had a call from two fellas who are interested in the cross member on the Alpha and the wheels. So now I've got to wheel it back in and take it all off again.
Wheels on, wheels off. Ever had a sense of déjà vu? Still, it's way too good an offer to turn down. The two buyers are Massimo and Anthony, who've turned an Alfa Romeo love affair into a business, servicing and restoring any type of Alfa from the 1950s onwards. And yes, this award-winning 3-litre GTV Cup is one of theirs.
We've come to pick up parts for a GTV 2-litre twin spark, rear axle and front subframe. We've also come for the tyres and headlamps.
Hopefully you'll find them as I described to you on the phone.
It was worth making the trip, let's just say that.
Definitely, because you're such nice fellas, I'll give you a hand loading up.
That sounds lovely, mate.
Okay.
You in? Yeah, that sounds nice. Well, it's a good climate to California, so... We were basically trying to source these parts for quite a while, so yeah, extremely happy.
That's wheels, axle, subframe and headlamps, sold for £360. Some relentless cold calling has rewarded Frankie with a buyer for the seats from the 944. But he has a hunch there's a bigger deal to be done.
I've loaded up the motor with the alloy wheels, so I'm going to do a little job lot and parcel it up for him.
The potential buyer is Mike from Wareham in Dorset, who does some remarkable things with these little beauties.
We specialise in classic VWs, old classic camper vans and Beetles. We renovate them to full spec. We're looking to buy some Porsche 944 seats because they fit nicely into the nice early VW camper vans.
I brought the seats down with me.
Yeah.
As you can see, they're blinding, look.
Definitely need reupholstering.
Anyway, Mike, look, what we're going to do, I'm going to throw those wheels in because I brought them down here as part of a little parcel.
Right,
a little job lot, see? You're not going to refuse them, so here they are. 385 softs.
For those?
But what do you think then, Mark?
150, come on. Let's do a deal.
I'm not letting you have these for less than 300 quid. That's a carpet.
Quid.
I'm going to take it in power notes. I don't want no moody ones.
200. I can't say fairer than that, can I? 200.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do here, right? 250 quid says you own them seats and you take them wheels and you get on with it, right? And we can move in a different direction between us. How's that?
Sounds good to me. We're going to shake on that. Cool.
250 quid, that's it. God bless you, Mike.
Sold to Mike, the campervan man, for a very respectable £250. It's make or break for Sheldon and George. They've come to the renowned Snetterton racetrack in Norfolk, where the Alfa Romeo Championship is taking place. With various classes of different Alfas racing, it's attracted enthusiasts and teams from all over the country. But will the boys' hopes of hitting pay dirt at the event come to fruition?
All right, mate, how you doing?
Sheldon, seemingly devoid of any form of inhibition, immediately sets to work. But his shameless sales strategy is making George cringe.
I can see you're busy, so maybe I could...
come back later.
OK, lovely.
Right.
Speak to you soon. Take care.
Sheldon, they're trying to work, mate.
Yeah, but there's always time to make money, mate.
Oh, these guys have got work to do.
One of the key reasons the boys opted for their GTV was its versatile 2-litre twin-spark engine, which can be fitted in a variety of Alphas. And it isn't long before Sheldon gets a bite.
But I've got some Alpha bits that I'm trying to sell. I've got an engine. It's out of a GTV. It's a 2-litre twin-spark.
Yep, OK.
And I've got a body shell. Can I interest you?
Yeah, the engine might be of interest because we use a standard twin-spark in this car, so... Yeah.
OK.
This is Neil Smith. He runs a race team and just happens to be on the lookout for a new engine for an Alfa 147, driven by his teammate and partner, Emma Karwacki.
I'm looking for a spare engine as a backup for Emma's car for this season. If we have an engine fail, we can get one put in and get out for the next race as quickly as possible.
Emma is the champion driver in the 2-litre Class E section, which uses exactly the same type of engine that George and Sheldon are looking to sell.
Racing's great because it's not females against males, it's just drivers against drivers. Alfa Romeos are really quirky, each one's individual and you just don't know what you're getting when you jump into your car. To see Sheldon walking around in his hat and just looking a bit like a dodgy dealer, it's a kind of a worrying thing, but no, I think we might come up with a good deal.
Here's the engine.
Do you know how many miles it's done, or?
I think it's done just over 100.
OK, so probably wants a bit of a freshen up, but yeah, OK.
And I've got a shell over here. Don't know if I could interest you in that.
Yeah, the shell, we don't race a GTV, but it might be worth moving that on to one of the guys. It's always handy to have a spare shell if you race the same car.
Despite alienating half of Snetterton, it looks like Sheldon has got himself a potential deal.
I was hoping somewhere around the region of about 7.5.
To be honest, second-hand engines, 100,000 miles, I would say.
It's guaranteed. I've got the service history with it. I've changed the belt.
Guaranteed to put in a race car?
Put it this way, I can guarantee you that it doesn't smoke, that it doesn't knock.
I would be looking to pay about sort of 500, to be honest. I wouldn't want to pay much more than that, really.
If I leave the flywheel and the clutch on it, would you go 6?
Has it got all the alternator and everything on as well?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go in the middle with you, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can we have a deal on that?
Yeah, we'll have a deal on that. Why not?
Lovely.
OK, brilliant.
Great stuff.
The engine looks very good. It's got all the bits and pieces on it we need. And Sheldon's put a whole new cam belt kit on it for us as well, which helps. It's, it's £150 cost we haven't got to spend on the engine. So, yeah, it looks complete and should do well.
One 2-litre twin-spark engine with new cam belt sold for a very healthy £600. And the day's still far from over. For 3 days, our two teams of gorgeous strippers have been dismantling a couple of sporting classics. Frankie and Ben initially struggled with a Porsche 944 that was well past its sell-by date. Luckily, they only spent £450 on it, and some imaginative schemes from Frankie have helped to supplement their other sales. Sheldon and George spent £500 on an Alfa GTV and shifted all the running gear plus the engine. Having come to a big Alfa race meet on a selling spree, they're looking to offload the body shell. Its body panels are made from a lightweight composite material, making it of limited scrap value.
We don't mind Sheldon being here, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid like trying to sell something just before a race.
It's just before a race, and Sheldon's in the paddock trying to sell something. He spotted former England football star Luther Blissett, who's now transferred his sporting talents to the racetrack.
Sorry, gentlemen, can I just have a quick word with Luther?
Sometimes Sheldon, he's desperate to sell these things, but he don't pick the best time.
So what's this, is your first race? Or
My first race with this, yeah, within the championship, yeah.
Couldn't believe it, turned round and there he was, Luther Blissett, wow. Well, as soon as you're finished, I'd like to talk to you because I've got some bits that you might be interested in.
The man don't want to buy used car parts, he's just going out for a race.
Some people might say it's unorthodox, some people might just say it's downright out of order, but you know what? That's what I'm about.
Having hassled the man who once scored a hat-trick for England, has Sheldon scored an own goal? Well, surprisingly, after the race, Luther is only too keen to speak to Sheldon. But it's not a case of what he can do for Sheldon, rather what Sheldon and George can do for him. Or to be more specific, his charity, Team 48.
Since I started Team 48, one of the main things behind the project was to get youngsters that normally wouldn't get involved in motorsport and get them involved, whether to be, mechanics, technicians or whatever aspect.
I do motorsports at Southgate College in North London, and to be able to come down here on a race day is a big opportunity for me and the rest of the team.
Sheldon and George have decided to donate the Alfa shell for the students to work on.
We didn't want to see it crushed. It was too nice to crush, and
we'll do that for you.
Even ruthless salesmen at the top of their game have a softer side. So does Sheldon.
Those kids in that college, that's exactly what they needed. I mean, I was one of them not long ago. I would have been over the moon. It's brilliant.
With the donation of the body shell to the college, George and Sheldon have nothing to weigh in for scrap. Frankie and Ben, on the other hand, have rather a lot to wave a tearful goodbye to. But it's not all bad news. 700 kilos of scrap nets them another £100. But the only numbers that matter now are the profits for each team.
Right, gentlemen, this should be interesting.
Oh, Frankie, I think this is going to be a close one.
What's that?
It's a badge.
What about the rest of it?
Sold the lot.
You sold the lot?
Sold the lot.
I mean, ain't you got nothing else to bring to the party? I mean, there must be something bigger than that, mustn't there?
What, something like that?
Well, yeah.
Let's see your money, Frankie.
Want to see my money?
Yeah, let's see your
I'll
money.
tell you what we've done, shall I? We bought the motor for £450, right? Total sales, 720 softs. That makes us a clear profit, hold up, 270 softs.
Having made the case for the Porsche, Frankie quickly discovered that buying cheap lumbered them with a car as popular as a UK entry in the Eurovision Song Contest. But some lateral thoughts and imaginative schemes started to claw the money back. With a flurry of more traditional motoring sales coming in towards the end, have they done enough to soothe the initial pain?
Come on then, let's see your dough then.
Is that it? Go on, tell him.
We paid £500 for our car. Total sales, £1,160. That gives us a total profit of £660.
What'd you make of that then?
It ain't always about the money, is it?
Oh, really?
What is it about then?
Having held out for an all-or-nothing sales trip to the racetrack, the guys decided to sell the wheels and running gear to a specialist dealer. But it was the decision to replace the engine's cam belt that helped the team hit real pay dirt when they sold it to the race team. And that was enough to clinch it.
Alfa Romeo? Bellissimo.
Well, the Alfa, I mean, I championed it from the start. I'm over the moon. But what a lovely ending.
Well, you know, I can't say I'm particularly surprised, and you can only sort of work with what you're given, can't you? And I got given a complete pile of...
Porsche. Don't even go there. German rubbish. Anyway, it's all right if you want a fish tank. Not that I'm going to be making it.
Since the making of this programme, almost all the parts sold have gone on to enjoy a new lease of life. Tony and Massimo have put the Alfa axle onto another GTV. Nice straight back when you're working. The Porsche windscreen is yet to become a fish tank for the cafe, leaving the fish in more traditional accommodation. And in Wareham, Mike the campervan man just needs a few more spares to complete his next project. There's an old saying in the scrap trade, there's money in the metal.
I do like it. I think it's workman's offer, didn't you?
That theory will be put to the test, as two teams of profit-hungry auto-obsessives are challenged to make as much cash as they can from breaking a scrap car for parts.
180, 45 quid, 250.
2.25.
Lovely.
It's the ultimate test of mechanical know-how and salesmanship.
This I don't want to pay any more than 800 quid.
Relationships will be tested.
Well, how's that my fault then?
I didn't say it was your fault.
It sounds like it.
Cars abused. And sometimes it just gets weird. Today's challenge requires the teams to turn maximum profit by breaking a 4x4. Boasting four-wheel drive, raised ground clearance, big wheels and beefed-up suspension, these go-anywhere workhorses have a tough life. That's good news for our teams, as spare parts are in constant demand. The bad news is that they'll each have just £1,000 to pick up a 4x4 past its sell-by date, and a mere 3 days to break their off-roaders at this registered vehicle recycling centre on the Thames estuary, before selling the parts to the highest bidder. The team with the most cash at the end of the challenge will be the winners. Hoping to prove their scrappage credentials are two teams dedicated to making a packet from end-of-life motors. First up are Sheldon Nichols and George Percy. Leading the charge to strip the valuable components is George.
Some people can't work under pressure, you know, against the clock. I like it, it drives me.
A lifetime of breaking cars has made him one of the speediest spanners in the land. Attempting to turn parts into profit is Sheldon.
What makes me a great salesman? Let's have a deal and find out. I've got the money in my pocket.
That'll do for me.
If there's one thing this dapper doyen of the deal loves more than motors, it's money. They'll be going head-to-head with Ben Szymanski and Frankie Oatway. Dismantling of the team scrappers will be led by Ben.
Always spanned on motors. For me, it's sort of like a Zen thing. You're sort of completely focused on the task at hand and not thinking about anything else.
A petrol head since childhood, Ben can perform an auto-autopsy with the precision of a Harley Street surgeon. As quick as Ben can strip parts, his teammate Frankie will be going all out to sell them.
Where's he gone then? There's always someone out there that wants something that you've got. The minute you start talking about money, you see the blood drain from their face. All right.
Frankie is 19 stone of deal-making perfection. First on our team's to-do list is to choose their donor vehicle. And George is far from impressed with Sheldon's grasp of the genre.
I'm thinking Land Cruiser, or even still Range Rover.
Range Rover? You know what that is? That's an expensive jewellery box, mate. We've got to have a Land Rover.
These cars are a lot of money, George, and they go on forever. You need to convince me, George.
No, mate, I'm not having it. We're buying one of them. That's it. I've rolled over on a few things. We've got to have a Land Rover. We're going to make some money out of that.
Broad shoulders time, is it?
Broad shoulders? I'm not even worried, mate. That's it. That's what we're buying.
If ever a car was developed to suit its time, it was the Land Rover. After the end of World War II, steel was in short supply, and Rover were unable to get enough to build their new farmer's Jeep. Their solution was to build what would become the Land Rover from aluminium. In 1948, just 1 year after the project had been signed off, the Land Rover went into production and a landmark vehicle was born. Ironically, Rover saw the Land Rover as a stopgap vehicle that would remain in production for no more than 3 years. Over 60 years later, Land Rovers are still being produced and working hard all over the world. This is a bona fide classic, with an army of enthusiasts dedicated to keeping older models on the road, making it a great choice of scrapper, provided they can find one for under £1,000.
I'm ringing about the 4x4, the Land Rover, but I'm not prepared to pay the price that you've got it advertised for. Thank you very much for your time.
Sheldon's search for a scrapper might have drawn a blank, but George loves his Landies and is well connected in the 4x4 world.
All right, George, what's this here?
Well, it's a mate of a mate. He's got a yard down there. He's got a load of Land Rovers. I think this will be a 2.5 litre turbo diesel. Yeah, just as I thought. I'll start her up and we'll have a little listen.
The yard may belong to a friend of a friend, but will owner Matthew be offering mates rates?
What sort of money do you have in mind for it?
I'd have to have 25 for it.
I've got £1,000 on me.
I could take £1,000 as a deposit.
I think we'll have to call it a day. All the best. Bye now. As my mum used to say, every day's a fishing day, not every day's a catching day.
Well, mate, how'd you do?
Not happening, mate. Not happening.
I've got to say, I have got a little ace up my sleeve, and it ain't a million miles away from here. Sheldon's going to be happy with this one.
Will Frankie and Ben's search for a breakable 4x4 prove any more fruitful?
I think, look, we've got to go for middle of the road. Something like Mitsubishi Shogun, something like that. They're an honest workhorse, Ben.
Well, yeah, that's it, Frankie. They are cheap, but I think they're cheap for a reason. You know, runners are 1,200 quid that'll go all day along these things. They've got 150,000 miles on. They'll put another 100 on them, easy. And who are we going to sell these bits to?
There's millions of people out there, Ben. That's the beauty of these motors. They're all over the gaff. We're going to come out in front. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
On your head be it, Frankie.
It's always on my head. That's why grass never grows on a busy street, boy.
If the Land Rover represents a no-nonsense approach to the off-roader, the Mitsubishi Shogun, or Pajero as it's sometimes known, was the first 4x4 to double up as both a family vehicle and off-road workhorse. But don't confuse the Shogun with some of today's image-only Jeeps. It's considered a first-class towing vehicle, and souped-up Shoguns have won the arduous Paris-Dakar Rally a record 12 times. First-class reliability could restrict local part sales, but Shoguns are very popular in West Africa, where rough road conditions and the absence of official parts dealers have created a market for imported spares. Frankie and Ben might need to look overseas for sellers, provided they can even find a donor vehicle within budget.
Look, I'm phoning up about that Shogun. That's too much. No, we're talking different languages, yeah? Tell her. What sort of dough you take on it? All right, I'll see you about 4 o'clock, right? All right, tell her.
Let's go, mate.
Frankie's made contact with a private seller who's hoping to shift to Shogun. And Ben has set a strict purchasing policy.
This I don't want to pay any more than 800 quid.
800 quid?
Yeah.
So what are they hoping to get for their £800?
Well, looks a straight motor, doesn't it?
Owner Andy has all the details.
It's a Mitsubishi Shogun, and it's got 282,000 on the clock.
It's been to the moon and back, Frankie.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's a great car. I really like it. You know, all the gadgets inside. It runs lovely. I'm really pleased with it, to be honest.
When you see a nice little touch like that, you've got to go for it.
We don't want to spend more than 800 quid, you know. It's pretty simple. And Frankie's got to do the business.
I'm not going to mess you about. Straight in, 6,500 quid.
No way.
If I said you 780 quid, what would you say?
I still say no.
I just can't see where you're coming from.
Offer me 1,100.
It's just too much, Andy. I can't go there. It's just too strong.
If you want it, you'll pay that little bit extra. Make it £1,000.
I don't want to say it, but I'm going to have to part ways.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's the way it goes. I can't do no more.
George and Sheldon also rejected a 4x4 on the grounds of price. And George has persuaded Sheldon to take a short trip across Surrey to check out a landy that should be within budget. Laying in wait is sales manager Des.
We're a salvage agent. We act on behalf of a couple of insurance companies, and basically they instruct us to collect vehicles. You've got 4 insurance categories: A, B, C and D. A and B can't go back on the road, but C and D can be repaired and put back on the road. The vehicle you come and look at today is it's a Land Rover 90 which has been rolled. A little bit of damage across the top, but as a result it's been categorised as a category B, therefore it can only be sold on for parts. The vehicle's currently up for sale for £1,200. Well, obviously we're open to negotiation on that.
George, what have you got me here to look at?
This is what we need to be buying, mate.
What am I looking at here? Is there any money in this?
2.5 litre turbo. Leather seats, they're heated.
All I can see is a lot of dirt and an expensive dry cleaning bill.
I know Sheldon might not be into the Land Rover, but my heart's right in it. I'm going on safari. And I think gradually he's going to come round to my way of thinking. This is what I'm talking about.
For me personally, it was a non-starter. It didn't excite me, but George, he loves them.
Look, all this roof and that, we're going to sell that, definitely. Them wheels, they are going to make a bomb.
Some jokers put a price in there, £1,200. Don't worry about that. I'll sort that one out.
I definitely know what I'm on about, so I ain't even worried. As long as he can get it the right money.
The sort of money I'm looking at is about £700.
Can't be £700. Best it could be is about £1,000.
You're up there, I'm down there.
Yeah.
We've got to meet somewhere in the middle.
You're going to have to come up a bit further than that. £950.
£850, and we'll shake hands. I've got the money in my pocket.
If you've got the money in your pocket, then you must have at least £1,000 in your pocket, so £900.
£875, and let's shake hands and let's do it.
That'll do for me.
All right, happy days.
What'd you get it for?
£875, mate.
Lovely.
Never thought I'd feel this way about a Land Rover.
Having pulled out of a private sale, the pressure is on Ben and Frankie to find a donor vehicle. And their search has led them to a breaker's yard outside Cambridge, where the grand fromage is Terry Charlton.
We specialise in dismantling Mercedes, Chrysler Jeep and Mitsubishi vehicles.
And natural-born salesman Terry can even find positives in this tired-looking 1989 Pajero.
The vehicles come to us as an end-of-life vehicle. The owner decided that it was no longer viable to keep it on the road.
Who lived in this together at Dom?
I'd like to see £400. The right person would probably pay somewhere between £300 and £500 just for the engine.
A couple of £100 on this, mate.
Hang on, I can't stand this. Frankie, mate, what sort of plum is going to buy this lemon?
The engine's a goer, right? All right, I know it's a little bit rough, but you strip it down, you leave the rest to me.
Well, I'm not happy with it, but Frankie's sort of adamant that we can sell these bits.
If Ben wants to worry about what I'm going to pay for something, then that's his problem. All I know is I want to make some money at the other end, and I'm going to do it. I really like this. I've got to be honest with you, though. Money-wise, it's bottom dollar, I'm afraid. £200.
It's got to be approaching £400.
Now, let's shake hands on £325. You'll have it now, and we drive this up today.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
You're all right
I'm
with
good at
that?
that. Yep.
You got yourself a deal. Well done, Terry.
Okay.
God bless
Thank
you.
you
Well
very
done,
much.
Terry.
Give me the news, Frankie.
Just bought that motor. 3 1/4. Well, say something then. I hate it when you like this.
In the battle to make maximum profit from breaking a 4x4, both teams have returned to base with their over-the-hill off-roaders. They'll now have just 3 days to strip their vehicles before selling the parts to the highest bidder. Anything left on the vehicles after 3 days will face death by crushing and contribute only scrap value to the team's profits. Before stripping commences, the teams have a chance to inspect each other's 4x4 of choice.
What's this?
Oh my good God, look. Where'd they find it? Under a skip?
What have you bought here? This is shocking.
Bank of England, that is, mate.
Have a look at that roof, look. What's that? Ain't a through lounge, is it?
That's air conditioning, mate.
Air conditioning.
Don't worry about that, mate. We've even got leather. We've got heated leather at that.
No, give it to these boys. These seats are nice. It's the only nice thing on this thing. Oh, look at this.
Oh, have a look.
Is that pound notes going up in smoke there, boy?
When it comes to stripping it, okay, these parts are just going to fly off the shelf.
I can't bear it, I can't bear it.
I'll put it away, Frankie, that's awful.
Look at that, brand new glow
Because
plugs.
you don't know what you're looking at. That's a piece of cloth. That's engineering, mate.
Waste of cash is what I'm looking at.
What is this you've been about here, eh?
Listen, have a look in here. You can see, you can fully understand why we bought it. Now, have a look, look.
No, you're right. Look at them seat covers. That's the best thing on it.
First aid kits, you name it, it's all in there, look.
You need a first aid kit. It's a weapon, isn't it?
You're doing rubbish clearances for the council or what?
And you got the front to laugh at our motor.
Look at that. That's the best thing you get with this, look. A straw hat, look. Hey!
Pull up this bonnet, Georgie boy. Let's have a look under it. Let's have a real laugh.
Yeah, it's on the move, look. Hey, oh, look, look. Look at that, look.
Now, George.
That's a gem. We better turn that off, mate.
George, I'm surprised at you, Frankie.
Best thing I've seen is that straw hat.
The positives of this are, lads.
The positives.
It was very, very cheap.
What have you done?
So, Ben and Frankie have decided that minimal outlay is the key to profit. They've shelled out a measly £325 for this Mitsubishi Pajero. She might wheeze like an asthmatic dragon when started, but having paid so little, the guys will only have to flog a few parts to make a profit. George and Sheldon coughed up £875 for this lightly rolled Land Rover 90. Despite spending far more than their opponents, they'll be hoping an army of Land Rover enthusiasts will be beating a path to their garage looking for much sought-after original parts. To be more precise, the guys will be looking for a payday from the wheels and tyres. With most Landies working hard for their keep, there should also be a demand for front and rear axles. The canvas roof might be a bit tatty, but that shouldn't prevent a sale. The engine and gearbox should also make a valuable contribution. It's day one of dismantling. Job one for Sheldon and George is the removal of those valuable wheels. And Land Rover devotee George likes what he sees.
I think that's got wheel spacers on that.
Got it, mate?
Yep. Now we've got the wheels off. Have a closer look, you can see it's got wheel spacers. They're a metal block that sits the wheels out wider on the road, so you get a bigger footprint. Makes them more stable so they don't wallow. They're worth quite a bit of money, so I'm quite pleased at that. I'll tell you something interesting about these, Sheldon.
Go for it.
Well, you know what they're called a 90, don't you?
I have no idea.
It's the distance in between these wheel hubs, the centres. It's 90 inches. Well, actually, it's not exactly 90 inches, it's 92.9 inches.
Really?
And the 110, they are exactly 110.
George is like a walking encyclopedia when it comes to cars. He's the sort of fella you really would want on your team if you were having a pub quiz.
This suspension, this wasn't always like this. This used to have leaves on this, and they changed this in 1983 to the coil spring suspension because it's much more softer on the ride.
This weekend, I'm definitely taking you out, mate. You so need a little bit more rock and roll in your life.
Don't know what you mean. Sheldon might think it's boring, but I like cars. It's not exactly a fault, I don't think. I just know my job. There's nothing wrong with knowing your job.
Sheldon appears to have escaped any further fascinating facts. He's busy posting the online ads that alert potential trade and private buyers to the breaking of scrap cars. Land Rover estimate that 75% of all Defenders ever sold in the UK are still on the road. So there should be plenty of punters out there. And it's not long before the phone starts ringing.
Yeah, the Land Rover wheels are still available, yeah. They're fantastic wheels and tyres. You won't be able to fault them if you come down and look at them, hence the price. All right, mate, see you when you get down there. Bye.
With the wheels sold for £440...
Hello?
Sheldon's now dealing with an inquiry for the spacers.
They're advertised for £150. And if you come down between now and tomorrow, you can have them for 90 quid. Not a penny more, not a penny less. All right, lovely. What's your name?
George and Sheldon are off to a flyer. Across the yard, Frankie is also out of the blocks, displaying some rare enthusiasm for physical work.
Just get the big lumps out, the big lumps. Don't be a chump, take the lump. I've got to buy already teed up. Hold up, real way. That's it.
I've absolutely never seen Frankie so excited, so full of beans about getting an engine out of this big, dirty, nasty Pajero, covered in muck and rust. I've no idea why.
I just know there's stuff happening around this engine that I know that we're going to make some money out of this.
Never say that, Frankie. Don't jinx it.
Having paid so little for the Pajero, Frankie is hoping a handful of sales will put his team in profit. The engine and box have had a hard life, but that shouldn't deter exporters with clients in the developing world. The wheels and tyres should prove attractive to off-road enthusiasts, while sought-after accessories such as bull bars and the roof rack will top up the coffers. The engine is the key to success for Frankie and Ben, but as they continue to prepare for its removal, Ben just isn't getting with the programme.
Lovely. You can see it now, can't you? Hey?
Oily, dirty, nasty mess. 2.5 litre turbo diesel produces less horsepower and less torque than a modern 1.6 TD Fiesta. It's pants. But he's loving it.
When somebody breaks your heart. One of the reasons I'm so confident about this motor is because I've got a contact over here who ships them out to Africa. They can't get enough of them, you know, the engine, the gearbox, get them back on the road and they'll have a lifetime of service out of them.
Frankie is hoping to follow an established trade route. Over 19.5 million vehicles, parts and accessories were exported to West Africa in 2011. But the engine and box aren't going to Africa or anywhere whilst they're still inside the Pajero. Luckily, Ben's on the case.
We're only after the sort of running gear, engine, gearbox, both axles. So we could just unbolt that body because it's on a ladder chassis, so it's a separate body, separate chassis. Lift it all off and we get easy access to all the bits we want.
Oh. Sounds like a plan.
Right, how's it looking at the back?
That's looking good now, Ben. Hold on a minute, Ben. That's it.
Lovely.
Done.
In theory, the Pajero body shell should now lift clean off, leaving the running gear, engine and gearbox on the axle stands, allowing Frankie to send the engine off to Africa with a car exporter called Yasser.
That's it, Ben. It's on the move. That's it. That's it.
It's not sounding good, Frankie. I don't know, mate.
No, it's all right, Ben. It's all right. I can see it.
Oh, hang on, Frankie. No, mate. No, stop. Look at this.
Oh, what's the matter?
Off the floor, off the stand.
Oh, how'd that happen?
We charged in like a bull in a china shop, Frankie. Hell for leather, and this is what happens.
Well, we're writing it now, Ben.
Across the yard, George and Sheldon are also encountering a few problems in removing the body shell of their Land Rover 90.
Land Rover traditionally have got a ladder chassis, which means it's got lots of runs all the way up it. It's a pretty standard design and easy to come apart. But with a vehicle of this age, you're going to get bolts that are red rusty and seized solid. There's no choice but to cut them apart.
With the offending bolts gently persuaded to play ball, it's time to lift the body shell. But when the clock's ticking, nothing ever seems to go to plan.
Lift that out.
This ain't looking good, mate. Good. Hold on. Hold up a minute, mate. I can hear a load of creaking. My God, the ramp's going through the floor.
That's all right.
Mate, it's still got a slave cylinder pipe attached to it and an earth strap.
Why don't you cut it then?
Well, pass the cutters and I'll cut them. He couldn't see what I was seeing, and all he wanted to do was press that button and get the lift up.
I can't do your job as well as mine, can I? Well, he's a good bloke, but he just panics too much. I don't see what the problem is. I know my job, and I know that was safe. There's all these bits connected, and it's pulling this side down.
No, he's pulling this side down because the floor's rotten and the ramp's going through it.
Well, how's that my fault, then?
I didn't say it was your fault.
Well, it sounds like it.
You know, sometimes he gets out of his pram a little bit, but I love him. I love him. He's a good boy.
Are you clear?
I'm clear. Are you clear?
Crystal.
Mission accomplished, isn't it? Come on, give us a smile, George. That's better.
With our loving mechanical couple smiling again, it's time to strip more parts and listen to another masterclass from Land Rover enthusiast George.
Our Land Rover's got checker plate all along the bottom. And these normally get bashed up when you're going off-road. So it's going to be worth a bit of money for us to take them off. Some of them are screwed on. I mean, they're easy to get off. But it's the ones that are rivets that can be a bit tricky. the best way to get it out is to knock the steel pin out in the middle. Drill straight through the middle once the pin's gone, and it'll pretty much fall off.
With the checker plate off, George can turn his attention to removing the body panels, giving access to more saleable components. And just in the nick of time, 4x4 specialist Barry has arrived on site.
The parts that I'm after today are to convert a Defender that doesn't have power steering to power steering. 50 quid is a fair price for that. We're in the trade, that's what we'd give any day for those sort of parts.
You know what? I'll let you have it all for 80 quid, mate.
I can't do 80 quid, mate. I really can't.
What do you mean you can't do 80 quid?
No, not on that.
What, you want to give me a bit more?
Afraid not, no. I see that at 50 quid.
Oh, come on. Where do you think you're going to get all of that for 50 quid?
From you. And you can keep the box.
That's £300 worth of equipment there.
Honestly, 50 quid. 50 quid cash. It's done.
Cash?
Cash.
I would hardly spend it in bars of gold.
No.
Pound notes.
Pound notes.
Oh, do you know what? It hurts. Go on.
Go on. We're done.
Yeah, I've been done. You ain't going to want a hand putting it in the van,
No,
are you?
I'll load it. I'll load it.
Mate.
All right, cheers.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Enjoy fitting it.
Yeah, will do.
I've just let some bits go that's going to make so much of a difference to driving a car for little to next to no money.
I think it went well. I think, you know, he had his price, I had my price.
If it was a different day and if I'd sold most of the other bits off that Land Rover, maybe I wouldn't have done that deal.
He might have really been able to push him up a fiver, but he weren't going to get any more than that.
Feel violated.
Sheldon might be feeling the squeeze, but he's already 3 sales up on his opposite number, Frankie. At least the Pajero body is now ready to be lifted.
Well, that's a relief.
And with the boys being solely interested in the working parts beneath it, the shell is dispatched in a manner best described as unsubtle.
It's beautiful, it's like a ballet, that.
Frankie bought the Pajero with a specific customer in mind. More specifically, Yasser, who specialises in exporting 4x4 parts to West Africa.
All right, Tel. I've been trying to get hold of that geezer, that Yasser. You got his other number? All right, give us the number. Hello, mate. Look, Terry, give me your number. I'm looking for Yasser. What do you mean he's gone? And where's he gone then? I can't believe it. All right, mate. I'll see you later. Yeah, this import-export business ain't what it's cracked up to be. I mean, I've been blown out more times than a windsock. This geezer, Yasser, he's disappeared. Vanished. What's that all about?
It's a bit like this, Frankie. You've insisted on buying a shed of a Pajero, then worked your partner like a slave to remove the engine and gearbox for a buyer who's done a disappearing act.
I'm not going to complain about it. There's always going to be someone out there. There's always somewhere else. I'm just a little bit gutted about Yasser, that's all. He has let me down.
It's day 2, and our 2 teams of automotive recyclers have just 3 days to dismantle their scrap 4x4s before flogging the parts stripped for maximum profit. Sheldon and George parted with £875 for an insurance write-off Land Rover, and after a fantastic first day, they've already sold the wheels, wheel spacers, and the power steering assembly. Frankie and Ben paid £325 for a rough-as-guts Mitsubishi Pajero. They had high hopes of exporting parts to Africa, but total sales currently equal 0. A big export deal with his contact Yasser fell through, so today Frankie's utilising his little black book.
Hello, Ted. Yeah, it's Frankie. Look, you got them geezers' number? You know the geezers that sort of ship that stuff over to Africa? You know, the Pajero, 4x4s and all that game. You still in touch with them? What's their number? Come on, Ben, liven up, sweep up, son. Look, it's all about presentation. Look at the state of it, look.
This ain't my field, Frankie, sweeping up.
We can't let them see it like this, can we? Let's be honest about it.
With a site visit hastily arranged, the boys need to get the Pajero power plant looking as attractive as possible. And that's quite a task.
Have you sort of heard the expression, you can't polish here? What's the name, Frankie?
It's covered in mud. It looks like it's been parked in a field forever.
or the bottom of a canal, I don't know.
This deal could be the big one. After yesterday's disaster, a decent sale here could easily cover the cost of the Pajero and perhaps even put it in profit.
This punter can't see this. Look at the state of it, look. You can grow tomatoes in here, look.
Let's hope 4x4 parts exporter Patrick can see through the mud.
Just looking for engine to export, hoping to get it for a cheap price.
Thanks for coming down, Patrick. Look, I'll tell you what, have a little mooch about. Engine, gearbox, wheels, clean as a whistle, look. Sawdust, I throw all the dust into nothing. 700 quid.
Nah, that's a bit too much, mate.
What sort of dough you got in you?
A fiver.
500 quid?
Yeah.
I don't want to do it, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do here. 550 quid. Engine, wheels. I'll tell you what, even the ball bars, how's that?
500 quid, you got a deal.
500 quid?
500
You've got a
quid,
deal.
mate.
You got any dough on you?
Yes, of course I have,
Come on,
mate.
let's part up this, son.
There we are, 500 quid.
Answer.
Clever deal-making from the follically challenged Londoner. He threw in the bull bars but managed to keep hold of the more valuable gearbox. More importantly, having only paid £325 for the Pajero, that single £500 sale has catapulted Ben and Frankie into profit. But keen to increase takings, Frankie has hit the road.
Geezer phoned up this morning, wants to wipe my motor off the Pajero. 30 quid he mentioned. 30 quid, yeah, he's got some chance, especially when he told me he needs it for the MOT. I might have a few more quid out of him. I'll see how I feel when I get up there. Mind you, it's a farmyard, so anything can happen. I've got to be honest, I can't wait to get back to London.
Grass, farmyard animals, I don't think he's got a clue. I don't think he's seen a cow before, so a bit of a learning experience for him today, perhaps.
As Frankie arrives at a deserted farmyard, it looks as though his bad luck has returned.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Hello, mate. Yeah, it's Frankie. Look, hurry up, mate. We ain't got all day. All right, give us a call back when you get this message. Ta-da.
George and Sheldon have enjoyed considerably more good fortune than Frankie. And their Land Rover 90 continues to yield more valuable parts. The tailgate, like the body panels, should prove attractive to enthusiasts, provided Sheldon can get it off.
You're struggling there, mate.
Being beaten by a 30mm nut.
I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but if you unslip this, it all slides that way.
Just go away, please. Please, just go away.
Having paid £875 for the Landy, the boys need some decent sales to get their noses in front.
Thanks, mate, but no thanks.
And the removal of the engine gives Sheldon another big lump to take to market.
Ready?
When you are.
How's that going?
Yeah, she's out. All right, steady, George. Don't rock it so much, man.
That is a monster, isn't it?
But at the moment, it's a piece of tatty fabric that's impressing the once sceptical Sheldon.
Well, we've got this canvas roof off this Land Rover. It's not in the greatest condition. It looks quite sad, actually. I saw it worth about 50, 60 quid maximum. Well, George said they go for quite a bit of money. Well, we've put it on this auction site on the internet. I just checked it. 100 quid. Unbelievable.
Sheldon seems to have at last caught the Land Rover bug as he hits the road in search of more potential clients.
I'm offering a little bit of an adventure today. I found this company that offer four-wheel drive, off-road driving courses. Now, also on the research, I found out that a lot of these guys, they go through axles, half shafts and differentials. So hopefully I'm going to have a word with this fella, see if I can get under his skin and hopefully have a deal. I know it's a little bit of a long shot, but sales is all about thinking outside the box. So I'm keeping these crossed.
Sheldon's certainly shown initiative by booking an off-road experience with owner Vince.
We're a four-wheel drive training company, basically, teaching people how to get the best out of their four-wheel drive to give them the confidence to take it and use it a little bit more. Here we've actually got 200 acres of the most amazing off-road terrain. It is probably one of the UK's best four-wheel drive training sites.
Vince?
You must be Sheldon.
I am indeed. How are
Hello,
you?
Sheldon. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I know you haven't got much time today, so should we go and get started straight away?
Sounds good to me.
we're going to go off to the right, heading towards that boulder.
Okay.
And we're going to turn left down the rocks into the water, up the other side.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh.
Look at that lot. Keep it coming in. Excellent.
Yeah, not going straight there.
Yep.
Come on, baby.
All good fun, but this is a business trip.
Wow.
And here comes the soft sell.
How are parts for these? How do you find them? Are they accessible?
Getting harder and harder, to be honest with you.
I might be able to help you out there. I've got front and rear axles.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
Sort of thing you might be interested in?
Definitely, because we could break it and put it into our parts department.
What would you say they'd be worth to you?
I don't know, £150 each? Sorry, £150 for both of them.
No, well, actually, it's funny you should say each, because that's what I was hoping to get. About £300 with a pair.
We'll meet a little bit, about £100 an axle.
Oh, you know what, Vince?
Let's up it.
I'm having such a fun time. I think £100 an axle sounds great.
Excellent.
I would actually shake your hand. Keep your hands firmly on the wheel now.
Yes, please.
This is fantastic.
But look at that,
This
the
is
speed that we're doing.
Absolutely fantastic.
Frankie is having an altogether less successful day in the countryside.
Oh!
There's still no sign of a buyer at the farmyard. But he's not alone.
He's a good boy. Oh,
Hello, Frankie.
oh, hold up. That geezer. Has he phoned me back yet?
No one's called me, mate. No, why?
Tell him to give me another call back, will you?
Not really, mate. This is sort of your domain, isn't it? I thought you were the sort of man about town with this sort of stuff.
No, Ben, I can't talk. I've got a little baby calf wrapped round me. I can't talk at the moment.
What's his name?
What do you mean, what's his name? Yeah, I don't know. Well, there's chickens and all sorts here. All right, I'll see you later. Yeah, good boy.
We've had a bit of a no-show. Frankie seems to be entertaining himself out in the country. I'm sure he's loving it.
Oh, yeah, hold up. Hold up. I've come all the way down here to see the geezer. He ain't turned up. No show, I'm on my own. Full of wild animals, the gaff. Look at it, look. Horses, the lot. I can't take it no more. I mean it, I can't.
And Frankie decides enough is enough.
I just don't feel like I'm in my sort of safe zone, you know what I mean? In like a safe environment. I just miss a nice block of flats.
It's the final day of dismantling, and an increasingly desperate Frankie is back on the road searching for sales, or indeed a customer who actually shows up. His latest lead has brought him to the affluent London riverside borough of Chiswick.
Some geezer's found out he fancies a roof rack. Roof rack! So I said, well, you do realise he's come up with an old sort of clapped out 25-year-old motor. He went, yes, that's neither here nor there. He said, would you bring it down? Because I'm about to go out on my rearing boat. I thought, hold up, who's in charge, Emmy or you? So anyway, here I am.
So it looks as though potential buyer Rob from the Cygnet Rowing Club is the daddy.
We have a Pajero. We use that to transport all of our boats everywhere. Now, normally we have to have a big trailer which takes everything along, but we've got some smaller boats which we call the single sculls, and if we can use the roof rack, which I'm hoping to get today, it means that we don't have to drag a massive trailer with us. We can just pop them on the roof and go anywhere we want to with them.
Hello, mate.
Hi, Frankie.
Roger,
Rob.
innit?
No, it's Rob. Yeah, got it wrong there.
Anyway, look, Rog, look. As promised, sorry, Rob, I won't kid you. I know you like a bit of canoeing and all that game, because I see all the canoes, they're lovely.
Yeah, we're onto our own here.
No,
What do you think to the boats, nice?
No, I'm bang into it, yeah. I'll do a bit myself, all that slaloming and all that
I can
game.
tell that, eh?
All right then, Rog, look, seeing you...
It's Rob.
You just said it was Roger?
No, it's Rob. I'm Rob. I'm definitely Rob.
All right, Rob. All right, don't get the hump, Rob. It's a right goer. Look, I won't lie, look,
It's a wee bit flimsy there, isn't it?
No, but that's all part of the deal.
Yeah?
That's all part of the ambiance, though, Rog.
Rob.
I'm going to let you have this for a score. That's £20, right to you, £20.
That sounds like a fair deal there.
There's no money back. Once seen, bought as seen.
Fine. Boss, done. £20, you got yourself a deal.
That's great.
God bless you, Rog.
Thank you very much.
Every little counts, but the events of the past few days are clearly pushing the big man to his limits.
Anyway, we've had the deal and I'm off.
Back at base, and with just minutes of the allotted 3 days of stripping remaining, George is freeing the axles that Sheldon sold earlier. With the fuel tank safely removed, the Land Rover is stripped in the nick of time. They paid £875 for it, and despite some good sales, they need to shift some more parts to ensure a competitive profit margin. And their luck appears to be in.
Hello, Pete.
Hello,
You here to
George,
pick up
all right?
these bits, mate?
Oh, I'm indeed, mate.
First, the internet buyer turns up to collect his canvas roof and decides to spend a further 40 quid on the wheel arches and steering wheel.
Nice one. That's it.
Got it?
Take it easy.
Cheers, mate.
Then Sheldon has a caller interested in the front seats.
Yeah, Land Rover seats are still available. They are heated and they got a vinyl covering that makes them look got that leathery sort of effect. So quite comfortable. £100, 50 quid each. Lovely. Oh, I'll put them aside for you, mate, when you come to get them.
And when a courier arrives to pick up the gearbox for an internet buyer, George's choice of vehicle is looking like a good one. And that proves to be the final act of day 3. Time is up, and the crusher awaits for any unsold parts. Set with the task of profiting from the breaking of a 4x4, our 2 teams of 4-wheel recyclers return to base with a squashed Land Rover 90 and a past its best Pajero. The 3 days allocated for the teams to dismantle their 4x4s is up, and anything remaining unsold will now be weighed in for scrap before facing the automotive equivalent of walking the plank. It's crushing time. First to face a trial by claw and jaw is what's left of George and Sheldon's Land Rover. With scrap going for £150 per tonne, a weight of 520 kilograms gives them £78. Next to meet its maker is Frankie and Ben's Pajero. A whopping 1,280 kilograms adds a very handy £192 to their overall profit. But will it be enough to secure victory?
Right, chaps, time to bring a number crunch, you know? Let's get down to it.
You had it in a grow bag, Frankie.
What's up with you, little red riding socks?
It's got bigger.
You sold anything off it?
What do you mean we sold anything off it? I'll tell you what, I can't believe this little mob, can you?
The idea, Frankie, is to sell bits and pieces off the car, not just to crush it.
Who allowed you to buy that? I can't believe it.
I wanted this. This is the money, mate.
Hold up, chisel chops. Let's see what it's all about now. Look, we parted up with 3 1/4. That's 325 sovs to you, right? Total sales, 739 nicker. That means we made a profit of 414 nicker. Have that.
Buying the Pajero so cheap meant that the sale of the engine and wheels alone put Frankie and Ben in profit. That was just as well, given that other sales were for small change, or indeed nothing at all. Internet sales of miscellaneous items that included the sump guard contributed a further £80, and the massive weigh-in value ensured that the guys returned a respectable profit on a vehicle that at one point looked like being a true dog. The boys done good, but have they done enough?
Well, Frankie, we laid out 875 quid for this baby. Total sales, £1,443. That gave us a total of £568 sterling.
£875 may have seemed a high tariff for an accident-damaged Landy, but George's hunch proved to be inspired. No sooner had the guys removed a part than a customer made them an offer. Sheldon played the long game to sell the axles, and with the engine, rear seats, and loads of small items selling online, the boys' victory is well deserved.
What you got to say about that?
I'm going to move on, George. Onwards and upwards, as my dad used to say, God rest his soul. I'm going to put it down to a bad experience.
I think you need to put it down, mate. Because you know what? George and I, we're going up west, mate. Nice bit of lunch. Might even go and visit me tailor.
What, another cheap suit? Do me a favour.
Oh, it's a bit personal, Frankie.
I can't believe... Look at the size of it, look!
I think next time, if we buy a 4x4, I'm going to have to put the foot down. It's going to have to be a Land Rover.
If it weren't for my contact, having to leave the country a bit sharpish, I'd have come out in front. There you go, these things happen, don't they?
Oh, I never had any doubts. I mean, I knew from the top that we were going to win with that Defender. It's definitely a bit of me, and it's pound notes all the way to the bank.
I had no desire for Land Rovers before this strip, but I could actually see myself owning one. They're a lot of fun and they go together well and they come apart even better. This is fantastic.
But look at that,
This
the
is
speed that we're doing.
absolutely fantastic.
Since the making of this programme, all the parts sold have gone on to live again in other vehicles. Vince is now ready for any Land Rover axle-related mishap. The Pajero engine is on its way to West Africa. It's not on that exact ship, but one like it, we think. The Land Rover power steering assembly has settled into its new home where it's making lots of new friends. The car is dead. Long live the car! Can scrap cars generate pots of cash? We'll know soon enough as two teams of profit-hungry vehicle breakers go head-to-head in the ultimate test of car-stripping skill and deal-making acumen. Get set for scenes of wanton destruction. What have you gone and done? Displays of gallantry and fat blokes falling over. What's not to like? In today's challenge, the teams must make piles of cash by scrapping something small and sporty. These traditionally two-seater, two-door pocket rockets are often powered by a standard production engine. But with hard suspension and lowered seating position, the driving experience can be exhilarating. Many are available as convertibles or soft tops, making them perfect weekend drivers' cars. These cars are big sellers, so there should be a big market for parts. But with a budget of only $1,000 to pick up a scrapper and just 3 days to strip their donor vehicles at this licensed breakers yard, this'll be no leisurely drive in the country. The team to turn the biggest profit from their stripped parts will win. Vying for scrappage bragging rights are two teams of breakers at the top of their game. First up are George Percy and Sheldon Nichols. George is a mechanic with an appetite for destruction.
Anyone can rip a car apart, but to do that against the clock and not damage nothing, that takes real skill.
The parts stripped will be taken to market by Sheldon.
Trust me, you only get one opportunity to make a first impression. Hello.
Facing up to them will be Frankie Otway and Ben Chimansky. Deconstruction falls to Ben.
Stripping a motor in 3 days? Some people would call that pressure. I call it a challenge.
Heading up a sales team of one is Frankie.
Yeah, the customer's always right, providing they're going to pay top dollar.
First task for the teams. Decide on a small and sporty scrapper that they're confident of snaffling within budget. And for the classic-loving Sheldon, there's only one answer.
Better than MG. Why's it got to be an old British classic for?
I like classics.
Yeah, it's all about you and liking
No,
classics,
no, but
isn't
listen,
it?
when's the last time you've been to a scrapyard and seen an old MG in a scrapyard?
Exactly.
George, there's loads of MG owners out there who want to keep these cars on the road. There's things dropping off from left, right and centre, things going wrong, bits and pieces that you can't get hold of. I'm 100% certain these parts will just fly off the shelf.
Well, if you can get one.
We ain't got enough money to get a Roadster, but we've got enough money to get an MGB GT. And I'm feeling really good about this.
In the 1960s and 70s, if you had a spare couple of quid and wanted to treat yourself to something small and sporty, an MGB GT would surely be near the top of your shopping list. MG made no secret of their desire to provide affordable thrills by building what MG boss John Thornley dubbed a poor man's Aston Martin. Released in 1962 with an on-the-road cost of £950, this was MG's first monocoque car and captured the hearts of the motoring public. When production ceased in 1980, over 500,000 MGBs had been sold. Over 30 years later, the MGB is still loved by a legion of enthusiasts around the world, and die-hard fans always prefer original parts.
Hello, mate. Calling about the MG. You still got it? How much is it? And what's wrong with it? Oh, all right, mate. No, we'll leave that. Cheers.
What's the key on it?
Engine shot.
Hello? Good afternoon. I'm ringing about the MGB GT. Is it still available? It is. Would it be possible for us to come and have a look at it today?
George and Sheldon have got a lead on an end-of-life MGB in the Stansted area. Their search has led them to Hilton Moss Classic Sports Cars, where Mark Franklin awaits.
We essentially sell top-end classic cars, varying from E-Types, Austin Healey's, XK120s, Aston Martins. We're in the sort of £50,000 to £200,000 market.
They've also got this.
Yeah, the MG we're talking about here today, if we were to restore it, we'd do the figures very quickly. It just wouldn't stack up for us economically. It's not economically viable. It's not really what I'd call a good advert for our facility when you turn up here, perhaps in your, £200,000 Bentley or whatever, and there outside is, to coin a phrase, a monkey's worth of MGB GT. 500 quid, we'd be happy to see it go.
The presence of George and Sheldon probably won't do much for the company's upmarket image either.
A bit of class, mate. A bit of class from the 70s.
Class?
Yeah, this is a classic, mate.
A classic? Or like you?
That's the one, mate. You're learning. Nice to see you're picking up a few tips that I'm dropping off your way. Well, she's even got that old 70s smell to her still.
As Sheldon wallows in nostalgia, George is reminded of why this motor won't be going back on the road.
Look at that, look, you poke a hole in that.
See these little strips there? These are the things that you cannot get for love nor money.
Bumpers. Look at them.
Nice bit of chrome. Oh, man, this is really, really nice.
It's rotten on this front wing. I might as well not be here. He doesn't take in anything I say. He's in a world of his own. It's like he's having a conversation with himself.
Doors haven't dropped. Hinges all good.
What's that all about? There's bits falling off everywhere.
George, this car's 36 years old. What have you gone and done?
The back bumper's hanging off.
What's wrong with you?
This is a classic, isn't it? I mean, are we going to have any work to do on it? It'll just fall apart when you shut the door.
What have you got to say about that?
Look at it, it's pouring out oil. What's all this? Is that where you keep your hats?
Why'd you go and rip the bumper off?
It fell off.
They don't make cars like this today, George.
I'm glad.
Back at base, Ben and Frankie are playing the numbers game.
Target the bigger end of the market.
The sort of most popular small and sporty car about.
Yeah.
Well, frankly, in sort of sheer weight of numbers, it's going to be the Mazda MX-5.
All right, can we nick one at £1,000 or what?
Oh, yeah, no problem. There's tons of them, mate. I think they've made nearly 1 million, so getting one's not going to be a problem. People are building kit cars out of them now, so you can sort of flog the running gear, engine, gearbox, upright, stuff like that. So it might not be a bad idea, frankly.
At the 1989 Chicago Motor Show, a car was unveiled that would breathe new life into the small and sporty tradition established by the MGB. Indeed, this was a car that borrowed so heavily from British icons like the Lotus Elan, Triumph Spitfire, and of course the MGB, that Jeremy Clarkson referred to it as the best ever British sports car. Strange then that it was designed by an American and built by that most Japanese of manufacturers, Mazda. But this is not a car with an identity crisis. Mazda themselves refer to it as a British sports car, and a 1.6-litre engine combines with 50-50 weight balance and eye-pleasing curves to produce a true fun-to-drive car. The MX-5 has been a massive seller and represents a good choice of scrapper.
You want to spend £1,000?
What's the phone number? It's ringing. Yeah. All right, can we pop up and have a look at it then, can we? All right then. See you later. Ta-ra, mate. Bye. Yeah.
Result?
Might have half a chance here, Ben. This one sounds good.
Ben and Frankie have headed to Shakespeare country to check out a privately owned MX-5 that's nearing the end of its life after 2 decades of service. Alas, poor Mazda. I knew him well. OK, let's not go there. To nick it, they'll have to deal with owner Tony.
It's an MX-5, imported, Japanese import. It was imported in 2000, originally built in 91, 92. As you can see from the bodywork of the car, the lacquer's starting to chip off and the paint's fading. So that's why it's up for sale.
It's looking a little bit worse for wear, isn't it?
The old paint's seen a bit of sunshine, isn't it?
Yeah, do you know why? Mazda used the first sort of water-based paints on these and they don't really last that well, so all the red ones go pink.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. And we got this hardtop at least, this is nice.
Yeah, that looks good, doesn't it?
This was an optional extra, and we'll sell that straight away, that's not a problem.
Can we get it off?
Yeah, let's see what's underneath it.
All right.
The hardtop on the MX-5, it was sort of quite a rare aftermarket option, and they're quite thin on the ground now, so I think we'll sell that straight away. It wasn't in brilliant nick, but it, you know, a little bit of filler, a little bit of paint, and it'll go onto another MX-5 and look beautiful. So we've got this cloth roof under here.
Oh, that's a goer and all, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looks okay, doesn't it? The sort of glass is intact.
Yeah.
PVC or whatever it is, it's not leather, is it?
No.
It's okay.
It's in good nick, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not bad. I think we'll flog that as well. Do you fit in these?
I can get in, but it's getting out. All right, start it up, see what it sounds like.
Have a look for any blue smoke from the exhaust, Frankie.
Nothing. Clean as a whistle. It's a little goer, isn't it?
It is a little goer, yeah.
Back in Essex, Sheldon's giving it the large one to strike a deal on the MGB, unaware that owner Mark just wants shot of it.
It's got a major oil leak coming from somewhere, but it's covered the whole of the sump, gearbox, all the way to the back axle. The interior's horrendous, sunroof's leaking, paintwork's flat, big hole in the wing. It's not really the most desirable of motor cars. Mark, I see the car at 5, maybe 550.
That's fine with me. Deal.
OK, lovely. Great stuff.
Thank you.
After an almost pointless negotiation process, a 1976 MGB for £550. Meanwhile, in Shakespeare's hometown, Frankie is trying the theatrical approach.
Look, I've got a bit of a problem, Tone. And it's going to boil down to the same old story. Pound notes.
Of course.
580 quid.
Afraid not.
It's going to go to a good home, that's all you've got to worry about it. It's going to be well looked after. There'll be hanging baskets on this and all sorts later on.
The lowest I'll possibly go in this car, and I will not budge, is 650 quid.
You got any spares knocking about with this or what?
Obviously it's on different springs, so I've got the old springs. I replaced the front brake pads not so long ago. I bought whole sets, so I've got the rear ones can go with it.
I'll have a deal, yeah. 650 quid, but you make sure you throw in bits and pieces in. There's a little parcel,
No problem at all.
Good boy, well done, Tone. Lovely.
One Mazda MX-5 in sun-bleached pink for £650. And look at the extras he's got thrown in.
Well, look, here, a lot on custard, son. I've squeezed the life out of the geezer.
I hope you've not paid more than sort of £450 for this pink patinaed pile of rust, Frankie.
650 quid. 650 quid.
650?
We've had it off. Don't worry about that, brother. Look, he's even threw these watch springs in for nothing. Look, Nish, I've got to tell you, I mean, they don't sell them motors every day of the week. Well, they do.
They do, yeah.
Both teams have returned to base with their take on a small and sporty scrapper. They'll now have just 3 days to strip their donor vehicles before selling the parts for maximum profit. Anything left at the end of the challenge will be weighed in for scrap and crushed. Before the dismantling commences, there's just time for the teams to inspect each other's purchase. I'm sure both teams will offer a constructive critique.
Look at the state of it, look.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're an 8-year-old girl.
Well, what's up of it? Come on.
Oh, come on, Frankie.
Well, what colour is it?
What do you mean? What are you, blind all of a sudden, George?
It's got a skin condition.
Don't say nothing, does it?
Ben, tell him what it's all about, will you? Come and back me up.
It's a fake Mazda, wouldn't he?
Technology, fellas, technology, that's what it's about. It's a better version of that.
No, you can't compare the two. Come on, Ben.
Beautiful.
Pop the bonnet in.
Go on, Ben, give it to him, son. Hey, I'll listen to that. Go on, have a listen to that. Go on.
Do you know what that is?
Go on, what?
Average, mate.
Yeah, well, we ain't your average geezers, are we, Ben?
Certainly not, mate.
How about having a pop at us? Just have a look at this. Come on, Ben, give it to him, son.
Knock yourself out, boys.
Wee bit crusty, innit, fellas? A little bit of tin worm there.
Hey, mate, you ain't as tip-top as you could be.
I'm not two-tone. Look at that paintwork, that's shocking.
All the furniture work here or what? It opens all right, doesn't it? No, oh dear!
Beautiful, lads, beautiful.
Have a look.
You listen to this thing run.
Go on in.
Come on, Ben. You got to admit it, mate.
I like it. It's a nice little motor, but you didn't get the chrome bumper.
You know what?
There's no sort of money here. You're not going to make a pound.
You know what? You're right.
What's that all about? What are you
Easy.
doing? What are you doing?
Easy, oi. That's 200 quid. That roof's 200 quid, mate. Do you know what a Basto roof is?
What are they doing? Loft extensions now or what?
Ben, have a word with him, mate.
Come on, let's go down a pub. I'll tell you what, that's about as good as you two. Bright as an eclipse.
Have one for me.
So, George and Sheldon have coughed up £550 for a minging MGB GT. It does run, but it's also as rusty as hell, and parts are falling off at regular intervals. At least it'll be an easy strip. Ben and Frankie paid £650 for a Mazda MX-5 with a unique red and pink colour scheme. The paintwork may have seen better days, but she's got a sweet-sounding engine, and Frankie did get that bucket of springs thrown in. Springs aside, the lads will be hoping to cash in on two roofs. One hard, one soft. They'll also be confident of unloading the engine, and if the MX-5's got a limited slip differential, all the better. There's no guarantee that the MX-5 will have a limited slip diff, but there's a surefire way to find out.
Now, one of the ways to check if you've got a limited slip differential is to turn one of your driven wheels and see what happens to the other.
Frankie, can you feel any resistance there on that wheel?
Yeah, there's a little bit, but it's, yeah.
And in this case, Frankie did feel that resistance there, so it looks like we do have one, and that's fantastic.
Job one is the removal of the wheels, with Frankie proving as useful as ever. Time for Ben to break out the high-tech precision tools. With the wheels off, Ben thinks he can see some gold through the grime.
Now, one of the things I saw as a potential glimmer of hope on this car was some shiny suspension struts on there. Now, taking a closer look, unfortunately, it's just a cheap kit that sort of slips a collar over the original damper, and you can change the height that the spring sits at to raise and lower the car. Unfortunately, not worth a lot of cash in this case.
But let's not worry about springs. Frankie's got a bucketful thrown in with a deal, and there are plenty of other components for Ben to get excited about.
Now, there's quite a few bits on this Mazda that are used to build sort of Caterham-style kit cars. The differential, that'll sell. The drive shafts, the prop shaft, the rear uprights, they'll all sell to kit car builders because a lot of kit cars are now based on the MX-5. Now, there are some really nice engineering touches in this car. Mazda wanted it to be a great little two-seater sports car. Now, one of the things, and a lovely little engineering touch, is they've attached the gearbox right to the differential with a big steel backbone. Now, the problem with convertibles is usually they lack a bit of torsional rigidity, so the suspension doesn't stay where it needs to be in relative to the front and rear. With that big steel backbone, it stiffens the entire car up, and what that does is really improves the handling. It's a really nice little handling sports car.
Across the yard, the wheels are coming off George and Sheldon's MGB. Sheldon can smell money at 40 paces, and he's getting a whiff of wedge.
Just been on the website looking at those Rostyle wheels. I reckon we should be able to get 100, 120 quid for them. They're in great condition, they've been totally shot blasted, refurbed, they've had all the inserts repainted, they've got all the centre caps. It's a shame they're not the chrome ones. If they were chrome Rostyles, I'd be looking at about 300 quid for those wheels. But you know what? It's all good. I mean, that's a large portion of money back on that car if I get 120 quid for those wheels.
Those Ross-style wheels will play an important role in the boys' business plan, but they'll also be confident of shifting the engine and gearbox to enthusiasts, whilst the chrome work should also help out with a restoration project. The Ross-style wheels won't sell themselves, so up they go on an auction site, with a reserve price of 80 quid. And before too long, the bidding pushes that up to a very healthy sale price of £120. A textbook internet sale for Sheldon, but he'll probably have to work a bit harder to squeeze a decent price out of MG fanatic and veteran haggler, Steve.
I'm looking for a bonnet for an MGB, as I've got a damaged one, and I really want to pay about £50, or around about that for one. What sort of money?
I was hoping to get 90 quid back for it.
Oh dear. 50 quid's what I got in mind for it.
I wouldn't let it go at £50.
It's not worth 90 quid.
I'll do it for 80 quid, mate.
Nah, still too much. 60 quid, that's me lot.
£65 and you can take it away.
Go on then.
Cool, you're hard, man.
You're a hard man.
No, not as hard as you. Oh, I thought this bonnet was tough. Lovely.
A tough negotiation for Sheldon, but having only paid £550 for the MG, total sales of 185 quid represent a good morning's work. Across the yard, Frankie is keen to draw up a list of saleable components. Perhaps a bit too keen.
Babe! Babe! Oh my God. That's it, I'm out of action. That's it.
The workshop has never been Frankie's natural environment, so he repairs to his ultra-modern live workspace. That leaves Ben to crack on with the dismantling of the MX-5. Ben's encyclopedic knowledge of all manner of motors and mastery with the tools combine to make what is a very complex procedure look simple. Most of the time. In his own way, Frankie is also multi-talented.
Hello, mate.
He's a natural with both phone and sandwich.
Sorry, that was the other phone ring. I've got another punter on the other line. Look, they're coming down in about 2 hours. Do you want this or not?
With both the guys concentrating on what they do best, progress is rapid.
You got pound notes for that, Ranger? 25 quid. I'll send it out in the post. I've got someone wrapping it up now as we speak. Right. God bless. See you later. Tell her, mate. It's in the post.
Frankie's not just a master of the phone. He can also sell in cyberspace.
This online selling, I mean, the beauty of it is no one can see your eyes and they can't tell you which way you're going. It's like a good game of poker, you know what I mean? That's it, up you go, that's it. Yeah, I've got the Mazda roof on there, and I mean, it's got to be a little bit urgent. You can do better than that, come on, bruv. So you're just sitting there having a jolly up, having a cup of tea, have a roll. You can enjoy yourself. 80 quid? Come on. I'm out here, I'm getting in amongst it. 120, that's it, up you go, boy, up you go. 165, that's it. Oh, hold up. It's quite exciting as it happens, you know what I mean? It's a bit like having a bet on a national. No different.
And with Frankie having appeared to have backed a winner, it's time to give Ben the good news.
Do tell me you ain't thrown that spoiler away, have you?
No, he's safe. In there.
In there? Right. There you are. A pony, 25 quid, one geezer, look. Wallop.
Lovely, Frankie. Said a couple of punters, though. Well,
the old top, 190 sovs, look, large.
Wow, that's amazing.
Let's get it off and get away. Come on, I'm a busy man. I've got to get on the phone. I've got a couple more lined up.
Yeah, you're out of breath, Frankie, certainly.
Well, here we go then. So it's the doings off the doings.
So, after an eventful afternoon, Ben and Frankie have shifted the MX-5 spoiler for 25 quid and the hardtop for a further 190 notes. And Frankie won't even need to make a trip to the post office with the roof. The buyer has agreed to pick it up.
All right, Dave, thanks for coming down. Look, you've got to sign that docket for me, mate, just to make sure it's all legal. Handsome. All right, Dave, nice to see you, mate. Look, you'll be right as ninepence for that. Just take out the door. Mind the flowers on the way out, won't you?
And having made the effort to visit site, Dave will enjoy the usual after-sales support. After 2 early sales, George and Sheldon are keen to keep the momentum going.
How many more you got?
As they say, the race is not for the swift, but who endures to the end, mate. You ever heard that one?
I've heard about the tortoise in the air.
The engine is a key component in their business plan, and as they prepare to whip it out, the guys are confident that they'll have options when it comes to finding it a new home.
I reckon this will go in a few other motors, won't it?
Well, it's the same as the, just a bigger mini engine, isn't it, really?
I'd like to see that in a Mini.
Tell you what, they'd go nice, wouldn't it?
But that engine won't be going into a Mini or anything, whilst it's still in a rusty MGB GT. Luckily, this shouldn't prove to be too difficult an engine extraction.
Yeah, back in the day, when they put these things together, they thought about people like us taking them apart. Manufacturers today, they don't want people like us to take their cars apart. They need them and want them to go back to main dealers. The last thing they want is people messing with them.
Right. It's got it. Right. These cars were built in an era where people fix their own cars, and I would have grown up loving that. Trouble is, nowadays you can't do that because it's all electronic and diagnostics are all needed.
That overdrive makes a lot of difference.
With the lump out, Sheldon sets about reuniting it with old friends.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon. I've got a vehicle with an engine that you guys remanufactured 30,000 miles ago. Just had a right touch. Gone through the documentation on that old MG and I come across this engine warranty booklet. So what that tells me is that engine was remanufactured 35,000 miles ago. So what I've decided to do, I've given this company a call, the company who actually remanufactured the engine. I just wanted to find out if there's any possibility that you'd be interested in basically having it back. You would?
With early sales and firm interest in the MG engine, Sheldon and George have edged it on day one. It's day two of our car stripping challenge. Two teams are attempting to make big profits from something small and sporty. After the first day, the teams are neck and neck. Ben and Frankie splashed out £650 on a sun-bleached MX-5. To date, they've sold the hardtop for 190 quid and the spoiler for a further 25. George and Sheldon went down the classic route, paying £550 for a decaying MGB GT. Day one saw them shift the Ross-style wheels for 120 quid and the bonnet for 65.
Yeah, it was an
Sheldon's also managed to drum up interest in the MG engine from the company that remanufactured it some 3 decades and 30,000 miles ago. Before Sheldon can take negotiations any further, George will need to split the engine and gearbox. Having done so, he gets the chance to admire some engineering history.
This is quite an old gearbox. This half here is the original gearbox, and this section here is what they call an overdrive. It was like a bolt-on extra, a 5th gear. They were for motorway cruising mostly, so that you could get lower revs and better fuel economy, and it worked by locking the input shaft to the output shaft and span them at the same speed, or they had a series of gears in here that span this faster than the input. That's one of the nice things about mechanics. I mean, you always learn something new every day. I mean, nobody knows everything, and it's great.
With the engine now separated from the overdrive enhanced gearbox, Sheldon can start talking turkey with the interested party.
Is that figure negotiable? You have a set price, £110. Yeah, that's smashing. Yeah, great stuff.
A set list price isn't ideal, but nearly halfway through the challenge, Sheldon's decided that it's money in the bank that counts. And the buyer, Dave, is also prepared to pick up his purchase.
At Iversell Limited, we remanufacture engines. A remanufactured engine is remanufactured back to as near OE standard as possible as it come out of the factory. OE stands for original equipment. The MG engine, which we've just picked up, is still a popular engine. We usually distribute to MG owners clubs. I can't put a timeline on how long this particular engine will stand up in production, but we've worked on engines up to 70 years old and still are so.
That's one satisfied customer, an engine getting a new lease of life, and 110 quid in the bank for Sheldon and George. Across the yard, Ben and Frankie are concentrating on stripping as much saleable bodywork as possible. Some of these parts will be advertised online, but some are being specifically stripped for individual punters, like MX-5 owner Kerry.
I'm Kerry and I've come to buy the Mazda MX-5 roof and steel end panels.
And luckily for Kerry, Ben's just the man to liberate those panels.
I don't want to spend much more than 80 quid for both parts.
A rare lady visitor wearing new suede boots. A giant puddle between her and the parts. This is Frankie's chance to play the gentleman.
I fancy 1.5, didn't you?
No, definitely not. More like 70.
You can't do that, Kerry. You can't do that, see, because I know it's worth 1.5.
Not many people ask for those panels, so you should be happy I'm taking them off your hands. So, 80.
Between me and you, and because I like you, I fancy 120 quid.
But I'm not seeing the roof unfolded, and I can't see the panels from here, so...
Now, come on, love. Do the right thing. Now, look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do here, Kerry. I'll fancy 100 quid. What'd you fancy?
So 100 quid.
100 quid, you've got a deal. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Look, once you've loaded them up, pop down the office and collect your paperwork and the invoices. All right, sweetheart? I'll see you later.
I'm sure Kerry won't be chasing Frankie up for a second date, but she's got her parts, and Frankie's banked to want her. With both teams matching each other sale for sale, this could be one of the closest challenges to date. But as day 2 draws to a close, Frankie takes a call that could put he and Ben in the driving seat.
Yeah, lovely little engine. It's got to be worth 2.5 all day long, isn't it? Well, no, you... What do you mean, no? 200 quid says it's your engine. What do you mean? You ain't even seen it, have you? I'll tell you what, mate, 175 quid. I'll drop it round there. I've just knocked the engine out to, a racing team, of all people. You got yourself a deal, but don't mess me about, though, will you? Sounds very interesting, I've got to be honest with you. He's bound to get through loads of parts, so I'm going to take a gamble, take the diff down. You know, see if he fancies it, have a deal with him. All right, lovely. Blinding. God bless, mate. Tell our mate. Bye.
It's the final day of dismantling. And having shifted their MGB's engine, bonnet and wheels, Sheldon and George are turning their attention to bling.
Taking those chrome pieces off, got to be very careful. You've got to bear in mind, they've been on that car for over 30 years. I like doing these little things, but the thing is, one wrong move, and it's all over, man.
I know what you're saying. Don't you bend that?
Yeah, you've got to be really careful with them because it's all money. It's like holding a £20 note and pulling it, and unfortunately tearing it in half.
Do you want me to pull that?
Yeah, pull it slowly.
Yeah?
Yeah, go on. Go for it. Yeah,
look at that.
It's one of those things you've got to know just how far those little bits will flex.
I'd hazard a guess that's been overflexed.
Mine's just done it and all.
Really?
Yeah. Mine's dead, mate.
Yeah, so's mine.
With the chrome removed and in some cases warped, the boys need to keep the pressure on. An internet buyer has offered £100 for the sunroof. And that sale is quickly followed by another internet deal, this time for the seats. Across the yard, Ben and Frankie have a firm £175 offer for their MX-5 engine, and Frankie's confident he can bundle the diff into the deal. But as the boys begin freeing the diff, it becomes clear that Ben is in need of a change of scenery.
You know what, Frankie? I should probably come with you this time to this sale.
I think I should.
All I do is just sit there doing paperwork. It's boring. It ain't your cup of tea. You're a little action man, Ben.
No, I think you sort of misread me. I think I will. I like a bit of paperwork and that, you know.
I know there's, you know, very little light in here and all that game, and you do look a little bit pale, and you do need a day out.
Yeah.
But no.
Having had his request refused, Ben might be able to extract some revenge on his partner as they remove the steel backbone that's blocking access to the differential.
One false move and we could be... Oh, no. No, that's giving me ever such a blast on the fingertips. Ooh. No. We're away. That's it, mind your head, Ben. Look at that. That is the doings, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, away.
Right. Oh.
With the obstinate steel out of the way, Ben now has access to the diff. Next, it's the engine. Ben hasn't given up on tagging along for the sales trip, but Frankie is keen to warn him of the stresses and strains faced by the modern sales executive.
Technical, it's not just about, you know, speaking and all that game. It's your body language, working out what they're all about. Have they got any money? Can they back it up? You know, are they going to turn up with the money?
You make it look easy, Frankie, if it's sort of that in-depth, I've got to say.
This is what I mean, Ben, see? I think you need to come out at me a couple of times, but I don't want to spoil you, see? I don't want to let you in on the territory because, you know, I think you'll get carried away with it and just think it's going to be easy and it's going to fall on our lap. It don't happen that way, son. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Just check, is my knob clear of the old?
Yeah, the receptacle is clear, the old orifice. It's on the move, Ben, it's on the move, son. God, what a lump! That's it, look at that. Needs a little bit of oinking over there like that. Hold tight.
With the engine and diff free, it's time to hit the sales trail. And Ben's badgering appears to have paid off.
Oh, Frankie, look at all these planes, mate. Wow.
The boys have come to Bruntingthorpe. Originally built in 1942 as a World War II airfield, Bruntingthorpe also played host to extensive testing and research as Sir Frank Whittle pioneered the jet engine in the post-war years. There is still an abundance of aviation history on display, but these days the miles of runway and access roads also double up as a vehicle proving ground. Frankie has agreed a price of 175 quid for the MX-5 engine and arranged to meet the customers here at Bruntingthorpe, where they're testing a race-spec MX-5.
I'm Fraser and I'm from AK Automotive and we specialise in anything to do with it, MX-5s.
The engine sale is assured, but Frankie is hoping to make hay whilst the sun shines and bundle the limited slip diff into the deal.
Yeah, this selling lark. I'll tell you what, it ain't that easy. People think it is. We're talking about an engine and a diff for you, right? 250 quid. Now, come on, please. It's a bit like fishing. That's the only way to describe it. You know what I mean? Get your bait right. Know your bait. Know your fish, right? Little parcel, 250 quid. You take that diff and the engine. Watch them come. Watch them come. If they fancy it, they'll have it. They'll have it. Don't you worry about that. They'll take it. They'll go, right, hold up. Is it a goer? Yes, no, or indifferent, right? So, look, part up, 250 quid. How'd you fancy it? There you go for it. Watch it. Watch the float go. 250 quid. To you.
For the pair.
Bosh! In he comes. You got him. Nicked him. In he comes. In the net. You're gone. One down. Next, please.
That's engine and diff sold for 250 quid.
All right, Alan, mate, how you doing?
With the fish caught, deal concluded, Ben is clearly keen to make the most of his day out.
Well, Frankie said it was all paperwork, and I've not seen a shred of paperwork yet.
Into the chicane at 80, slow, yeah, down to 80, 70.
It might be a red-letter day for Ben, but the combination of blazing sun and cheap nylon suits are making this a far more uncomfortable afternoon for his well-padded accomplice. Looks like Lawrence of Arabia, doesn't he?
showboating now.
I'm going to put my foot down in future. I think I'm going to have to put the kibosh on you coming out because I didn't like what I see. I've got to be honest.
No, Frankie, all I've learnt today is you've got to mix business with a bit of pleasure.
Time is about to be called on the small and sporty stripping challenge. And what a close run thing it's been. Ben and Frankie plumped for mass market appeal with an imported Mazda MX-5. They boast a healthy sales ledger, with plenty of sizable sales at site and on the road. Sheldon and George went down the classic route with an MGB GT and have sold well. Internet breaking ads have continued to attract punters, one of whom snaps up the body shell for £100. With the clock ticking, Sheldon has hit the road in the hope of securing one final deal. He's headed to Nottinghamshire to meet MG restorer extraordinaire Dave.
We're basically a MG parts and restoration company, been established 26 years. We mainly sell parts new and second hand, and we do MG restoration as well. Today we're hoping to buy a fully tested overdrive gearbox, which is quite hard to find, and we're hoping to buy some chrome window trims for the MGB GTs, which are just about impossible to find because they're not made anymore, so they'll all be useful parts hopefully.
I'm helping these old girls to stay on the road, you know, to give them the parts that they need to keep them looking good and keep them going for a couple more years. So, yeah, that makes me feel good. I'm actually doing my bit for the MG. You know, it's not always about the money. Sometimes it's just about doing the right thing. And, yeah, I think that's what I'm doing.
Oh, that's nice. Sounds like the old softy's going to give them away.
I was looking somewhere in the region about 350.
Ooh, that's a bit high, mate. We need a bit of profit in it, Sheldon.
Yeah, so do I. How about 3?
250 cash? Go on.
All right, you got a deal. Go on.
Marvellous, thanks, Sheldon. Everybody's happy.
Everyone's a winner, baby.
Do you want to do the gas thing now?
Yeah, we can sort that out now. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, just sort this out there.
That 250 quid job lot means it's going to be a close run thing when the teams compare profits. With time up, anything remaining unsold must now take a one-way trip to the crusher. With the shell of George and Sheldon's MG going to a restorer online, Ben and Frankie's MX-5 must face a lonely final journey. Its death won't be in vain, though. With scrap going at £144 per tonne, 340 kilograms means that the MX-5 bequeaths Ben and Frankie £49 to add to profits. But will it be enough to tip the scales in their favour?
Bit strong, innit, Governor? It's like turning up at a party with an empty bottle, isn't it?
It's just downright rude.
We've been saving a classic motor, mate.
Have you?
Yeah, look, keeping a little bit of British heritage.
I'm not bothered, and he's not bothered.
Am I bothered? You see me bothered? No. Bothered face, bothered face. Him? No. Bothered? No. None. Shashawonga, come on in and see the curry of money.
Well, we bought our little gem for 550 quid. Total sales, 1,092. Which gives us a total profit of 542 quid.
There you go, lads. Might as well go home now, ain't you?
That's all you got to say.
Sheldon was convinced that the classic MGB GT would deliver and had no problem finding punters. Enthusiasts were happy to travel to site, whilst internet sales accounted for a number of medium and small value sales. The trip to restorer Dave provided the biggest single sale. But will Sheldon live to regret agreeing to a fixed price for the soon-to-be remanufactured engine?
Well, let's see what we got, shall we? We parted up with 6,500 quid for that little pig's bloater down there. Yes, right? Total sales, 1,203 nicker. Here, hold up. Total profit, 553 sobs. Now, how'd you feel?
Well, Congratulations. Ain't you the biggest winners? £11. What's that, a meal for one?
Before I forget, thank you for being such magnanimous winners.
Say no more, Governor. Love it, love it. Meg what?
Magnanimous.
Oh, right, gotcha. I'll write a note of that. Love it.
Sales of both roofs were a welcome bonus for Ben and Frankie. As was the case with their opponents, phone and internet sales accounted for a host of smaller value items. But it was Frankie's determination to bundle the differential into the engine deal that proved to be decisive. Ben and Frankie have sneaked it.
Regardless of what the others might say, I don't really care. It's not always about that. You know, sometimes it's a little bit more about heart.
Well, I weren't a fan of the MG from the start. I mean, the proof's in the pudding. We lost.
Well, I'm absolutely over the moon that we've won that one because the MGB, it's a classic. It was tough competition, but we did it. You know, I think it was a great team effort this time.
This great victory is down to the old sales and marketing department, namely me.
Since the making of this programme, all the parts sold have gone on to live again in other vehicles. Kerry is delighted with her new soft top, but has politely refused Frankie's offer of a quiet Italian meal. The boys at Ivor Searle have been working night and day to restore the MG engine to its former glory. I don't know why they didn't just buy a new one. And Dave has sold the MG Chrome to customers in Spain and Portugal. Hence the flags.
Frankie, Sheldon and the boys strip more cars for cash on Monday night at 10.
Ever wondered how much money can be made from scrapping cars? No? Well, you're going to find out anyway, as two teams of dedicated dismantlers attempt to earn megabucks from piles of rust.
180, 45 quid, 60 quid.
It's all up on offer. In the ultimate car stripping challenge, automotive gems are unearthed.
This is one I thought you guys would like the most.
Cash gets splashed.
Well, what's the lowest you go down to?
No, what's the highest you'll come up to?
And the memories come flooding back.
I just see visions of her trying to scratch at the door with her 3 legs.
Today's challenge sees our two teams of cash-hungry strippers dismantling vehicles inspired by sun, sea, and most of all, surf. These weekend warriors are not necessarily loved for their performance, but for the lifestyle they represent, and at times facilitate. This is no holiday for the teams, though. Working with a budget of only £1,000, they have just 3 days to strip their cars at this licence breaker's yard before selling the parts to the highest bidder. The team to turn the biggest profit will be the winners. Vying for the top spot in this automotive tear-up are two teams of dedicated dismantlers. Keen to get their towels on the sun lounger are George and Sheldon. George Percy is the man enjoying his mechanical moment in the sun.
People think it's just about the engine and gearbox, but there's so much more. You can sell the seats, the dash, the list is endless.
Avoiding socks and sandals at all costs is dapper dealmaker Sheldon Nichols.
I'm charming, flamboyant, adaptable. Do you want me to go on?
Looking to kick sand in their faces are Ben and Frankie. Ben Szymanski provides the high-factor technical know-how.
Selling, it's child's play. Getting the parts off in pristine condition is the hard part.
Frankie Otway may not look like a surfer, but when it comes to flogging parts, he's gnarly, dude.
Yeah, as the old man used to say, don't be funny, take the money.
The team's first job is to choose a breakable vacation vehicle for under £1,000. Ben and Frankie don't appear to be in the holiday mood, though.
All right, Ben, I'm going to give it straight from the shoulder. Campers. What do you feel about that?
In reality, what we're talking about?
A VW?
No! I know there's a big scene around it, but they fetch premium prices.
You are right, they are big money. We're going to hit the budget side.
I'm not convinced.
Think about the positives. Curtains, carpets, cookers, sinks, You can go out there and you can go and make a few quid on some of these items.
This ain't changing rooms, this is a car show, Frankie.
We've got £1,000. We're going to go out and do a deal. And you're coming along and you're going to witness how difficult it is out there. But I'll guarantee you this, when we finish tomorrow, you're going to have a 42-piece carat gold of a VW camper.
When VW boss Heinz Nordhoff greenlit plans for an adaptable rear-engine air-cooled van, he could never have imagined that he would launch one of motoring's true icons. 3 generations of the air-cooled transporter were produced in the 4 decades after launch in 1949, with the bay-windowed T2 being perhaps the most recognisable of all. Although it was designed as a utility vehicle, it is the transporters kitted out as camper vans that have become the true icons. An army of enthusiasts are always on the lookout for spares, but even the roughest early model transporters now command premium prices. So Ben and Frankie might need to think about slightly later models.
Listen, I'm finding out about the VW camper. What, you're living in it? What, with the dogs? It's got a dog.
This is what it's all about, this VW lifestyle.
I've just seen you out in the paper. What sort of dough are we talking about here? How much? What's that, pesetas or drachma? How many you got? Thousands? Lovely.
Despite Ben's lack of enthusiasm, Frankie has dragged him along to a veritable Aladdin's cave, containing Volkswagens in various states of repair. The genie in this rather cramped bottle is owner Jim.
When people need scarce parts, this is where they come.
Anything down the back we can have a look at?
Yeah, I've got a couple of beauties down the back. Follow me. Here we are. This is the first one, gentlemen. It's a 72 bay, tax exempt.
Yeah. How much is this one?
2.5 grand.
2.5 grand?
Onwards, yeah, that's right then, please.
With even the roughest bay-fronted classics beyond their pockets, Jim hopes he can entice the boys with a far more modern T25.
Plenty of room down here, though, Jim, in here?
Yeah. This is one I thought you guys would like the most.
You can't be serious about selling this, Jim, surely?
There you go.
Ooh. What is it, a squat, Jim?
No, some lovely dry parts.
What about the engine? What about the engine, Jim?
Engine's not in it at the moment.
Well, my job here is to sort of assess the mechanicals, in particular the engine. And how can I do that when there's no engine in the motor?
This is slightly embarrassing to me because I brought the man down here. This is the expert, you know what I mean? It's embarrassing, Jim.
Ben can see the value of that, I'm sure.
Will Sheldon and George identify a more affordable weekend wagon?
You all right there, fella?
It appears that the golden rule is avoid VWs.
I'm thinking something fun.
Yeah?
I don't know, something like dune buggy.
A VW Beetle. It's got me one of them.
I'm liking that. They're a massive scene at the moment with all that Californian look and West
Classic
Coast
dune
look.
buggy, aren't they?
Yeah, loads of bits on those.
For a car associated with hippies and surfers, the cool VW Beetle had distinctly unchilled origins. The Beetle was born from Adolf Hitler's desire to provide low-cost motoring for the masses. Designed by Ferdinand Porsche, the first Beetle was manufactured in 1938, and by the time the last one rolled off the production line in 2003, over 21.5 million had been sold, making the Beetle the longest running and one of the biggest selling cars of all time. It's still loved by a legion of fun seekers around the world, and with so many fanatics keen to keep their Beetles in top nick, there's a massive spares market, but even the roughest scrappers can cost a bomb.
Yeah, I'm ringing about the Beetle. It's gone. All right, thanks very much. You seen anything yet?
Nothing in here, mate.
I knew this weren't going to be easy. These things are going for stupid money. You see the state of some of them. You seen anything in there yet?
Nah, nothing.
I'm ringing about the Beetle. Can you tell me a little bit more about her? Is she still running? I am very interested in it. Lovely. Thanks very much. Bye.
After countless knockbacks, Sheldon thinks he's finally located a likely sounding Beetle.
Are you having a laugh?
Flipping it.
Ain't no chicken on that bone, mate.
It's not happening, is it?
I'm not having it.
Ben and Frankie might also be regretting their decision to buy a VW. With time short, their search for a camper for under £1,000 has turned up a single T25 with lived-in chic.
This thing he showed me, I'll tell you what, it looked like a squat. I mean, the only thing that was short of it was a paraffin lamp, you know what I mean? I can't get my head round it. But now I'm in now, up to my eyeballs. We've got to go for it. How much we talked about here, Jim? You know, give me the bottom line here.
I would say it's worth £1,200.
I'll give you 400 quid for it.
Absolutely not. An engine that costs you more than £400.
Yeah, but I can't even see that. Where is it?
I'll supply an engine for it as well.
Oh, you will?
You need to improve your offer. The bottom line is £950.
Jim, look, I'm not going to mess about. 900 quid. That's your lot. 900 quid, Jim. Come on.
Can't do it.
Come on, Jim. You can do it. Look at his little face. Look, Jim. Look how upset he is. Look.
He doesn't like Volkswagen.
No, but it's nothing to do with that, Jim. This is all about trying to make a few quid here. You've got to give me a chance, Jim, please.
950 is an absolute bargain.
Hold up. Let me have it. Hold up, Jim. 9,500 quid. Jim, count yourself a very lucky man, because you have had it off.
Thank you. Well, pleasure to do business.
I won't shake your hand, Jim, because I'm devastated.
Thank you.
What a liberty. Can't believe it. I can't believe what I've just done.
That's one skip. VW T25 with detachable engine purchased for £950.
Frankie, I never, ever want to come on a deal with you again.
See? Now you know what I've got to part with.
At least somebody's had a good day. Having failed to find a privately owned Beetle, George and Sheldon are in search of an Aladdin's cave of aging V-dubs. You guessed it.
What are they up to?
Yeah, the Chuckle Brothers, innit?
What are they doing here? Scared of me?
What happens as we're pulling in? We see Ben and Frankie driving out.
I mean, after looking around, we can't find any Beetles. And this is the only place that we found.
Now, I don't know what they've bought. I don't know what sort of deal they've had. But I'm determined to make sure that I get a better deal and a better motor than whatever they've got.
My name's Sheldon.
Oh, Sheldon.
We're looking for
VW Beetle.
A Beetle,
Okay.
yeah.
This one's mid-70s. It's made to look at like an early 60s.
How much is it?
£3,500.
George, for a minute, I thought you said £3,500.
We ain't touching
That's
this,
cheap.
mate.
That's cheap.
We've got a budget of under £1,000. Help us out.
The only one I've got is the one on the front.
What's that run like?
There's no engine in it, gents, but I can supply you an engine. Do you want to have a look?
I hope that he's not thinking what I think he's thinking.
Come on, mate.
I don't like this.
I'm not really bothered with you
What
like
have
it,
you got
mate.
with me going up here?
Am I really dressed to be crawling around?
Just take your time.
Because you know what you're looking for.
Looks like a big green toad, look at it.
I just need to know, is it worth the money that this fella's asking for it?
I don't know what you want me to say. It's a Beetle on top of a cabin with no engine in it.
Now, we've both come out with the same intention to find ourselves a car today, and sometimes I can't help but feel that he's working a little bit against me.
I mean, how am I meant to give a good assessment of a vehicle where the engine's on a pallet and the motor's on top of a container?
It's all there.
I really don't know what's going through Sheldon's mind right now. He must be so desperate to get a Beetle.
Jim, I've never bought a car before in these sort of circumstances. Got cold hard cash, looking to do a deal today.
I'd really be looking at about £750 for that.
I'll tell you where I am. I'm around about the 354 mark.
No, we'd have to meet nearer the middle. The best I'll do for you is £550.
As long as you can throw me in some nice bits and pieces, okay?
Yeah. Job done.
Lovely. Thanks very much.
One high-rise VW Beetle separated from its engine and employed as a down-market billboard snapped up for £5,500. Happy Christmas, Jim. With leisure the theme, our two teams of vehicle dismantlers have been set the task of buying and breaking a weekend warrior.
This is one I thought you guys would like the most.
What have you got with me going up here?
With both teams having bought vehicles from the same VW specialist, job number one is to liberate them from the crowded yard. First up, It's Sheldon and George's Beetle. And Sheldon has appointed himself logistics manager.
On things like this, you're either a leader or a follower, and I follow no one.
Sheldon's put himself in charge, arranged the forklift, gone and got everyone these high-vis jackets. He didn't give me a walkie-talkie.
Make sure that there's no traffic and stop any traffic that's coming.
What traffic you on about? There's nothing here.
Health and safety has got to be paramount.
Can you imagine what he'd be like if he was a police officer?
I had to lead and I led from the front.
With the Beetle on its way to base, Frankie takes a slightly more hands-off approach to the retrieval of the VW T25 camper.
Jim got it all under control, yeah, I'm just watching it, it's going swimmingly, yeah, that's it, that's it.
With two leisure mobiles back at base, slightly later than normal, our teams will have just 3 days to break their donor vehicles before selling the parts for maximum profit. Anything left unsold will be weighed in for scrap and crushed. Before the breaking begins, there's just time for our teams to check out each other's donor vehicles.
I'll tell you what, hold up, Pepsi and Shirley's here, look.
What have you bought there? Where are you going, Devon?
Labour, George, it looks like a bogey.
Not another VW.
Bit of moss growing on the other side, innit? If I didn't notice rightly. You ain't done a deal with Alan Titchmarsh, have you?
Lads, I know he's stupid, but you two, come on.
It's solid. The floor's a bit rotten, but you know what? The doors.
Couple of aliens come down to interfere with you, or what?
We're doing recycling, mate, that's what we're doing. It's environmentally friendly, that is.
Environmental health hazard, more like, got to tell you.
Well, hang on, have you got something decent under there?
Yeah, mate.
Frankie, can you... I can't touch VWs, I'm allergic.
Hold up.
Oh, Sheldon, that is a beautiful motor.
Where's the lump, George?
It's in the workshop. It's a lovely little runner, that is. Don't you worry about that, mate.
George,
runner.
George, get your engine and throw it straight in a skip.
Close followed by your motor then, yeah?
Yes, please.
Proof's in the pudding.
What have you bought, though, lads?
You guys been making so much money, this is your holiday vehicle, is it?
Well, you laugh. We're going to do a deal with Greenpeace on the strength of this.
Oh, don't come a knocking if the campers are rocking.
Fridges, cookers, carpets, look. Wardrobes, curtains, look, have a look, George.
Look at that. Look. Oh, don't I look pretty?
Look, I'll tell you what, George, look. Bit of soup in there if you want it, look. I know it's two-tone, George, you know what I mean? But it's a goer.
You just ain't selling it to me.
I thought mine was bad, but I am kind of like lost for words.
Built-in bumpers, look.
I'll tell you what, you're right. Ours is absolutely terrible, and yours is very slightly worse.
I think I actually agree with you.
Thank you very much.
Look, I mean, if you was a rabbit and you got caught in these headlamps, you would stand still and throw your hands up, wouldn't you?
Yeah, in laughter, mate.
Oh, I'll tell you what, you ain't seeing it, you ain't feeling it.
No, you're right.
I'm lost for words,
I'll
mate.
tell you what, we'll have it away. We're going to have a pint, go and get blinding drunk, come back next week and see who comes
And it'll still look as bad, won't it?
Frankie, I am overwhelmed with emotion here, and they're all negative.
I don't know who's better and who's worse.
George and Sheldon paid £550 for this classic Beetle. Herbie might have ridden again, but for any number of reasons that include the engine not being in it, this V-dub certainly won't. But believe it or not, even as ropey an example as this could still yield enough parts to attract the bug-loving brigade. Ben and Frankie also took the separate engine option and paid 950 quid for this VW T25 camper. At best, it could be described as a shed, but it's surprising what camper enthusiasts will pay good money for. The boys are pinning their hopes on selling the standalone engine, gearbox, and roof. But their biggest earner could be the internal fixtures and fittings. It's day one of dismantling. And as Ben and Frankie take their camper up on the ramp, the horror of what may lie beneath appears to be weighing heavily on their minds.
Oh, look at that, man, look.
Well, Frankie, I hate to say it, but it is remarkably solid, isn't it? Reasonably corrosion-free. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean,
We've got the gearbox here, we've got the engine on the floor. These wish bombs, solid down south.
There's hardly any sort of rust on it at all, is there? I am a little bit surprised how good it is,
Yeah.
I really like it.
Well, beneath that terrible, shabby exterior, it was absolutely fine. Good springs, good chassis. It's still the nastiest thing I've ever seen, but there's money to be made, you know, it's solid.
Perhaps the camper will prove to be a better investment than it once appeared. Across the yard, Sheldon and George are getting to grips with the realities of making money from a Beetle that spent the previous decade on a shipping container.
Oh my goodness. What have we done? I don't know whether to burn it, scrap it, laugh at it.
It's like a packet of Rice Krispies.
I would love to blame someone for this, but I think we're both as responsible as each other.
Oh, right.
So, you know what, let's not even go down that route.
Ben and Frankie were pleasantly surprised with the underside of their camper. Perhaps an inspection of the Beetle will raise spirits.
It's falling apart. And we haven't even started taking it apart. No, I don't even want to stand underneath it, mate. How did the battery get there?
It's fallen right through the floor. Look at it.
There.
That seat's nearly taken itself out.
Oh, good God, what have we got on board, mate?
It's a Flintstone car. We can weigh the rust in, sweep it up.
Morale might be at an all-time low, but there could still be profit in the rotten hippie runaround. The engine thrown into the deal should sell, as will the gearbox and any salvageable body panels. That's all fine in theory, but there's nothing worse for a salesman than being unable to satisfy demand.
When we bought this car, I immediately posted it on the internet that we were breaking it. Thing is, people are ringing for parts that this car just hasn't got. I just hope that that engine is going to come together, because that's my hope and glory, really.
That engine was delivered separately to the terminally ill Beetle, and the chaps have no idea if it's a runner.
What are we going to do about that?
You're going to get that running, mate. That's where our money's at.
Oh, I am I?
Yeah, mate, I've got faith in you.
What's all this lot here? What are you going to do about that?
Oh, don't worry about those. Got a plan for those.
Oh, dear.
George is working away on the engine at the moment. I just keep my fingers crossed that we're going to have some sort of success with it, because I've told people that the engine's all right.
One of the first things you've got to do is check the spark plugs. Make sure they're not all corroded up, because, I mean, we don't know how long that engine's been sitting out. And a good spark means a good running engine. The next thing to connect up is the starter motor and the coil. The coil supplies the spark for the spark plugs, and without the starter motor it won't turn over. There's two batteries there, and the main purpose of that is it's kind of like a backup power. I'm going to use the biggest battery to turn the starter motor, because that's the most current drain, and the second battery powers up the electrics on the engine. I had to pour some petrol into the carb, so when you turn it over you've got a bit of life to get it going. And then I had to put the petrol pipe into the can. It's kind of like a smaller version of the tank on your car. You've got to get that fuel through the mechanical pump into that carb, and once it's going down into the pistons it'll fire.
Sweet-running V-Dub engines are highly prized, and with one purring away on the garage floor, George and Sheldon have cause for optimism.
Hello, gem, isn't it? Excellent.
In Ben and Frankie's garage, the T25 camper is stirring some memories.
Did I tell you I had one of these, Ben?
No, I don't think you mentioned it, mate.
I had a little holiday away down at Laysdown in one, you know, years ago. The whole family went down here. And me dog, little Lulu.
Little Lulu?
Little Yorkie Terrier, little toy.
Right.
She only had 3 legs.
Really, Frankie? I tell you what, my absolute worst nightmare would be holiday camping with Frankie.
What happened was, about 3:30 in the morning, I could hear sort of little weeping at the door, because she couldn't jump up at the door because she'd keep falling over because she only had 3 legs.
Right.
Anyway, I just about got her out, and I could hear in the distance there's like a couple of juggernauts going by. So Lulu, lover, the last I heard was a squeak, and she took her last breath. The minute I opened the door of that camper, it just flooded back to me, and I just see visions of her trying to scratch at the door with her 3 legs.
What had happened, Frankie?
Oh,
What?
the 16-wheeler just took her out. Shocking.
Sounds like a terrible holiday in a lay-by, really.
They say that keeping busy is the best way to deal with grief. Perhaps some stripping will ease Frankie's pain.
You having a bit of a struggle?
Riddled with screws, riddled. I could have done with a few more screws in here, really.
For once, neither Ben nor Frankie need worry about getting oily. They set their sights on liberating the interior fixtures and fittings.
Ben?
What?
Just hand me this, will you, for this kitchen unit?
Are you working up a bit of a sweat?
That's it, son.
All right.
Frankie's family holidays in a camper might be in the past, but with a punter en route to site, he's hoping to make a few quid by providing home comforts for the next generation of beach bums.
My name's Lee Dagger, and I've been into the VW scene since I left school. And yeah, I take my kids away surfing, my wife with me obviously, and we have fun, yeah, travelling around. Yeah, I've got another camper van that hasn't got an interior, so I'm going to make this grey interior fit.
Let's hope they haven't got a dog.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Lee. I'm not going to mess about with you. 5,500 quid.
Oh, 475, I reckon.
475. Lee. No! That was in the Ideal Home exhibition for 4 years. They're on display. You can see the condition it's in. It's immaculate. 490 quid.
480.
490 quid, Lee. You've got a deal. Then you can ride away now. Take that, but make sure that goes to a good home.
Really?
No, I mean it, Lee, because I'm very, very attached to that, as you know. Look after it, Lee.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, son. Right?
Yeah.
Now, you have got some money wrapped around you, haven't you?
Right.
What you got it in? 50s, 20s? What you got?
Well, let's have a look.
£490 for a selection of second-hand MDF. What a deal. It's first blood to Frankie and Ben.
What do you reckon, Frankie, then? Good day?
Yeah, I think the deal went well. He's a nice, fine character. We struck the deal. I thought we might have got it a bit cheaper, but I managed to find one, so I can make it work.
It's day 2 of 3, as our strippers attempt to generate maximum profits from breaking vehicles inspired by sun, sea and surf.
It's fallen right through the floor.
Ben and Frankie paid £950 for a clapped-out camper and have already sold the interior for a very respectable 490 quid. Sheldon and George forked out £550 for a has-been Beetle, and so far have had unimpressive sales figures, unless of course you're impressed by absolutely nothing. To the naked eye, the Beetle looks like a disaster area, and to a large extent it is. But when a car has such a fanatical following, there's almost always a demand for something.
The state of this tyre.
No doubt you'll be able to maybe refurbish it, George.
I'll make it into a rubber dinghy.
In this case, that something is the chrome trim, and the man looking for V-dub bling is Alex.
I'm looking for parts for my VW Beetle. Obviously, as you can imagine, as they're getting older, parts are getting harder to find, so it's always nice to find somewhere I'm able to get those.
All right, Alex, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, not too bad.
Those were the bits we discussed, weren't they?
Yeah, think
window
so.
winder, regulator. You got your 4-wheel trims there.
Yeah.
You got your
rocker cover,
and you got your breather pipe.
Brilliant
All right.
stuff. Cool. Okay, mate.
65 quid, mate.
65 quid?
Yeah.
That's a bit too much, mate. I was thinking more like sort of 20, 25 quid.
How long have you been looking for these bits?
Well, a little while, but...
Exactly.
65 quid,
You can't
mate.
find them. Rarity value. Come on, Alex.
I'll give you 30 quid for
No, you won't give me 30 quid for them.
Mate, what's the lowest you go down to?
No, what's the highest you'll come up to?
I've got 40 quid in my pocket.
Why? Well,
That's the best I can do, mate.
You know what, you're lucky my oldest brother's called Alex, because otherwise I wouldn't be doing the deal. Go on, 40 quid. Is it pound notes? You ain't going to give me a cheque, are you?
Nah, I'll give you the cash.
It's all real, isn't it? All right, Alex. Nice one, mate.
Oh, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Not a fortune, but 40 quid is better than nothing.
I didn't really want to spend too much more than sort of 25 quid, but 40 quid for my car, it's worth it, so it's not too bad.
Across the yard, Ben and Frankie are turning their attention to the optional extras that came with their T25 camper, namely the engine.
Revel in the magnificence. Do you think you can get it going then, Ben?
Nah, Frankie, this is water-cooled. You need all the radiator, all the electrics. It's far too much work. We've got lots to do with this, mate. Let's get it up on the ramp. Well, the old engine that sort of got delivered separately to this big bus, there's too much work to do to get it running, really. It's water-cooled. There's no coil there. I've no idea if that carb works or how it works. It's probably okay, but we'll just flog it. It's fine. Solder C.
But if Frankie gets his way, it'll be sold unseen.
I'll tell you what, mate, it's a goer. I mean, it's a proper globetrot. It's a VW engine. You don't get no better than that, do you? You know, Volks, VW, Volks, wagon. You know what that means? It's a people's car. That's right. Volkswagen, that's right.
The steamroller approach pays dividends again, as the phone buyer agrees to pay £225 for the camper power plant. If further proof were needed that the VW community are mad for parts, Frankie's braking ads have attracted a customer who's interested in the high-top roof.
Lift up and then push it back and I'll cop hold of it, right?
Right, yeah, you ready?
What's more, they're prepared to trust Frankie with its removal.
Hold it there, Ben, hold it there. Every man's his own safety officer. No, keep going, son, keep paddling away. Oh.
It's pretty amazing that anyone would actually want the 26-year-old moss-covered fiberglass roof.
Oh, you wouldn't want to do two of them in a day, would you? No, mate. I've come over all queer.
What's truly staggering is that they'll pay £250 for it. What's wrong with these people? George and Sheldon would love to emulate Frankie's rate of sale. Having flogged some chrome trim, they're now faced with the true horror of their decaying Beetle.
This is a little bit rotten. You put your hand through there. That Beetle, I mean, I think it's a bit of a pile of rust, you know. What have we done?
It's like these bolts and they've ringed them. It's like they're about 3 foot long.
If something's not falling off or red rusty, then it's just seed solid. Thought you had that?
Yeah, so did I.
It's becoming pretty clear that the chaps can forget any kind of return on the manky body panels. That heaps extra pressure on Sheldon to flog the Beetle engine.
Yeah, I'll save them for you.
And he appears to have got a result. And then some. There's a punter interested in the Beetle's engine, gearbox and rear suspension. So it's full speed ahead to get the box and suspension out before the customer arrives. The engine, suspension and box might have come from a distinctly unglamorous home, but it looks as though they might live again in something considerably sexier. Thanks to Stuart.
I've come down today to look at an old VW Beetle engine, gearbox, rear suspension unit for the use in one of our beach buggies. Our beach buggies are GRP fiberglass, bodies that fit directly onto the old classic Volkswagen Beetle floor pan. With a variety of customers, young lads wanting an adrenaline rush and older chaps wanting to relive their childhood.
I can guarantee you that engine, I've heard it running, I need that 650 quid.
No, I can't see that. 400.
Sorry?
400.
650, I think that's very reasonable.
I think you need to come down a bit.
Well, I think you need to come up a bit.
I'm thinking more like 5.
Call it 550 and you've got yourself a deal.
I think so.
Yeah? Happy with that? All right.
No problem.
Let's see the colour of your money. Lovely. Thanks again, mate.
No problem.
Great stuff.
Useful parts for Stuart, and a game-changing £550 for Sheldon. Against all the odds, the putrefying Beetle is now in profit. It's the final day of dismantling, Frankie has had a call about his gearbox, and breaking with tradition, he's experimenting with an honest sales pitch.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, I don't want to say this to you, but I do think that gearbox has come from a good home, but I mean, it's a lottery, isn't it? Well, look, I'm thinking about sort of 75 quid. How do you feel about that?
And it seems to have worked.
I'm here to buy the old T25 VW camper gearbox.
But when the buyer, Yusuf, arrives, Frankie appears to be back to his old self.
Yusuf, here, thanks for coming down, love it, right? Have a little look at it, have a pipe, see if you're happy, because if you ain't, it's too late because we've done the deal, as you know, right?
As long as the inside's alright, mate, it's the main thing.
Yeah, we don't do mates in business, alright, Yusuf, just get it right. Alright, let's have it right. You been down the hole in the wall, what?
Yeah, there's 80 quid, sir.
80 quid?
Yeah.
I ain't got no five, that's right.
Oh, really?
So look, put it down a bit, a bit of lunch. You know what I mean? I'll do a fiver a day on lunch.
Not going to give me a lift with it?
No, I've got a bush out the back.
Yeah.
He normally helps me, but he's got a day off.
Right.
No, he's in the Olympics, in the swimming squad and all that.
Yeah.
So look, got a motor with you?
I have, yeah.
Lovely. That's it, take it away.
Cheers. It's a little bit expensive, but I'm happy with it. It's a pretty rare box, to be honest, so yeah, it's all good.
Buoyed by that £80 deal, Frankie decides that he can handle the next inquiry on his own.
There's not many that would be capable of doing this. I am.
A punter has offered £60 for a rear quarter panel, and the big man is confident of having it off in a jiffy.
So, of course, the first oversight Frankie had was that he needed to take the rear door off to cut this panel out. So I got roped into that, of course.
Oh, it's coming on bundles now, isn't it, eh? Right.
And we might as well take off the side door while we're at it, so there we go.
Yes, I like it, I like it.
The fella wants a particular piece of this panel, and Frankie somehow manages to cut through exactly that bit.
Oh dear.
Rendering the panel completely useless. The tension starts to build, the red mist comes down, and Frankie disperses this anger in the only way he knows how.
Grinders? Yeah, that's right.
And so the upshot of all this is it's £60 gone, and if we lose by this amount, you know, there we go. Whose fault is it this time?
The rear quarter panel may have bitten the dust, but by removing the tailgates and sliding doors, the lads are 50% ready for a sales trip.
I'm up to see this punter. He fancies the doors and the boot off the VW. I reckon I fancy nicking a few quid and I'm off him.
That punter is Cap Taylor.
I'm the owner of Reesby Garage, and we buy, sell, hire anything to do with the old classic style VW vans. What some people class as scrap, we can repair them and turn them back to the original thing.
Whilst Cap checks out the merchandise, Frankie takes a stroll. And as memories come flooding back, it appears the big fella is for once unable to keep sentiment out of the deal.
People talk to me about it's only old scrap. Only old scrap? I mean, look at it. Does it look like only old scrap? Yeah, hold up. No, it ain't. It ain't. I like your operation down here, Kev, I won't lie. I do like it. I brought those panels down, as you can see. It's just a question of the money, though, isn't it, really? I was thinking like sort of 400 quid.
I'm joking.
No, where's the job lot?
No, too expensive.
You know, I've come a long way, and I don't want to go home empty-handed, you know, and I want to get out of this caravan because I've got some bad memories. 200 quid.
Yeah, still too dear. 120 quid.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, split the difference. That's a bit cheaper.
You know, if I said to you 160 quid, you know, how would you feel about that?
Yeah, we'll do a deal.
And you'd part up now?
Yeah.
With the money?
Yeah.
With the cash?
Yeah.
Right, lovely. Can I take that off you then and relieve you of it?
£160 is a healthy return, but Frankie's not quite finished yet.
Have I ever mentioned Lulu?
No.
Oh. No, it's tragic. Yeah, they're fantastic.
With time short, George and Sheldon desperately need an additional sale. But with only a collection of assorted toot left, things are looking bleak. But Sheldon didn't come third in the 1999 North Stanmore Car Salesman of the Year competition without being able to think outside the box.
Today, I'm off to Cornwall with a bootload of parts. I don't know what he used the bits for, but he's very, very keen to see them and hopefully have a deal with me. So, here we go.
My company's called Hotpod, and for the last 20 years I've been making a living out of making things out of recycled, mainly Volkswagen parts.
So what's this out? Is this out?
Yeah, this is a Beetle or camper engine.
And what about the camshaft?
That was actually off a Golf, this one. That's as it came out of the engine, so it's the flywheel, crankshaft, conrods.
That's really impressive. So give me an idea, how much would something like this sell for?
The last one I sold was £400.
Now, these stoves, what's the story behind those? What does it do?
Right, it's a multi-fuel stove, so it's for heating. This is an old gas cylinder.
What would that put me back?
These are about £3,000.
For a gas bottle?
Yeah.
Well, let me show you what I brought down for you to keep you being busy. As you can see, I've brought down some crankcases, brought down your struts, and you've got some fantastic engine bits. You've got heads, cranks, you've got the barrels in there, you've got camshafts.
I was thinking there's about 100 quid worth of stuff you'd be bringing.
Do 140.
Right, 140 quid?
Yep. Little bit of dirt, don't worry about that.
That's a very useful 140 quid deal and proves to be the final sandwich in our mechanical picnic. Time is up for our two teams of strippers as they attempt to max out profits by breaking motors that are all about lifestyle and leisure. Frankie and Ben splashed £950 on a Seen Better Days VW T25.
You can't be serious about sending this in, surely?
Despite early reservations, the chaps have flogged a veritable plethora of parts and are in clear profit. George and Sheldon picked up a putrid Beetle come billboard for £550 quid.
I don't know what you want me to say. It's a Beetle on top of a cabin with no engine in it.
They've managed to shift the few saleable components that they could salvage from this pig of a car. After a tough 3 days, a last-minute sale of a box of bits to bespoke furniture maker Dan means that they're in with a shout. It's time to crush. First to be weighed in is Frankie and Ben's VW Transporter. Anyone with long hair, beads and a surfboard might want to look away now. With ferrous scrap going at £142 per tonne, a weight of 940 kilograms adds a handy £133.50 to profit. Next up, it's Sheldon and George's Beetle. Herbie would escape to freedom now, but this ain't the movies. 420 kilograms adds a further £60 to total profits.
Do you know what? I feel a little bit sorry for you this time round. What is it, Herbie gone down a Carsey?
Don't give us that, mate. What's this, another one you ain't took no bits off?
Oh, George, no, we've still got VW people ringing to give 50 quid for that. We just ran out of time.
All right, let's have a jaw. Let's see what you've made.
Oh, you'll get plenty of jaw. Don't worry about that. Stone cold sober. We parted up with 950 quid for this monster, right? We, me and him, right, whether he likes it or not. Total sales, 1,581.50, right? Which gives us a profit of 631, hold up, 50. How'd you feel?
Ben and Frankie got a nasty shock when it dawned on them just how little camper you can get for £1,000. But were pleasantly surprised as the punters kept coming. The interior was the biggest seller. But roof, engine and doors were also good earners. A handful of internet sales for smaller items were the icing on the cake. But will it be enough to get Frankie and Ben in the holiday mood?
You know what, boys? I ain't really bothered with what you've paid or whether you've won or not. George and I have taken this glorified window box and more or less
created a miracle, really. We paid $550 for this. Total sales $790.
Oh no.
Okay, so we've made a profit of
Oh dear.
200
Well done.
and 40 quid.
When you buy a car that's been on top of a shipping container, you can't expect much. But Sheldon and George stuck to their guns and exceeded expectations. The key deal was the £550 job lot to beach buggy builder Stewart. But the trip to bespoke furniture maker Dan proved inspired. A couple of internet sales helped cement the profit margin, but the boys were always probably going to come up short. It's Ben and Frankie who've earned their day in the sun.
I knew this would happen. Strapped me right up with it.
Oh, they're having a rock! They're having a rock!
You were the one who went up on the roof to look at it.
I tell you what, I absolutely love VW campers now. They're just the best thing since sliced bread. Definitely, definitely. Not really. But I do like winning.
VW Beetle.
Was there ever any doubt? No, there weren't. I've come out in front, haven't I?
Since the making of this show, all the parts sold have gone on to enjoy a new lease of life in other vehicles. Alex is delighted with his Beetle Chrome. You wouldn't know to look at him though. Stuart can't wait to get cracking on his new beach buggy, whilst Dan has been busy turning VW toots into candelabras. Is it me or does he look like a vicar? And in case you were wondering, Lulu was not a figment of Frankie's imagination.